Okay. I sent the message, but no callback. Okay. 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 All right. Good evening, everyone. So this is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on September 11th, 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 4:05 p.m. For anyone who would like to participate in the meeting in Spanish, we have translators on site and there are headsets in the back of the room for your use. Councilmember Resendez, could you lead us in the pledge?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, could you call roll, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special meeting of September 11th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on September 7th, 2023 at 2:40 p.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council's more than willing to listen to comments from the public, this must be done at the appropriate time and should be done at the podium with the microphone so that your words could be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if the behavior continues, you may be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members of the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I would like to ask for all of your cooperation and courtesy in this regard, so we won't have to take any of those actions. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to move to consent. Do any members of the council have brief questions or comments on in the consent agenda? Anyone? No? Then could I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may interrupt for a moment, I'd like to ask our police chief to give the announcement about the translation in Spanish, if I could
Please,
ask
that's
him
a
to.
great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Si hay alguien aquí que necesita el servicio de traducción, tenemos el servicio ahorita atrás del cuarto, aquí en el lugar. Si tiene alguien interés de oír lo que está pasando en español, por favor, pueden ir allá a hablar con el señor que está allí en la esquina y recibir el servicio de traducción. Gracias.
Madam Mayor, I've got a quick question, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. So I've been on the council for quite a while. This is the first time I've seen translation services here. Is this just for this meeting, or are we going to have translation services here at every meeting from now on?
So staff is working on a permanent solution to bring forward to present to council for this meeting. Because it was general plan, we have had translation services for this and the inclusionary housing workshop that we just had a few months ago or last month. And so we have the same team that was at these meetings as well, but staff is looking into a solution for all meetings.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to our study session. We're going to be at item 2, draft general plan, draft climate action plan, draft agricultural preservation program, and draft environmental impact report. Is David here yet? Oh, there he is. Hi, David. Can we get the staff report?
He made it. He was stuck on 25. So thank you, Mayor, council members, members of the public, and my fellow colleagues. My name is Christy Hopper. I'm the Development Services Director. Very pleased to have this very large presentation, very big decisions, and good discussion for tonight. It's been a very long process for the general plan over the past couple of years. I did want to thank really the entire team of the city, the council, planning commissioners, and the public for all of their efforts in all of these items for tonight. I would especially like to thank our interim planning manager, Eva Kelly, and Jamila Saka, our housing coordinator, and Amber Cameron, who is putting a planning commission packet. She's our senior planner on their management of these projects. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce David Early from PlaceWorks, who'll be giving you presentations tonight.
Great. Thank you very much for having me. I'm David Early, and I'm going to say a few words before someone puts the PowerPoint show up for me to talk from, because as many of you know, I can only talk if I have slides in front of me to tell me what to say. I do want to acknowledge my team members. Greg Goodfellow is here today, and he's going to give a portion of the presentation. Carrie Stone is watching remotely. She's been our project manager on this overall effort. And of course, we've been assisted by numerous other folks from PlaceWorks and by a team of consultants. I'm also going to be presenting a little bit about your housing element, which is being prepared separately by Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn is also our traffic engineering sub on the general plan, but they have a separate practice in housing element preparation. And while I'll be speaking to that, they're available to answer questions you may have on the housing element as well. The presentation is going to be, first, I'm going to talk about the general plan, the climate action plan, the agricultural preservation program, the EIR. I'm then going to turn over to Greg to talk about the inclusionary housing program. And then I'm going to come back and talk about a few issues about the housing element. We're going to combine all of those into a single item for then back to the mayor for public comment on all of those items. I understand 2 of them are separate items on the agenda, but we're asking that you combine them, take all public comment at once on those 2 items. The 2 items being the general plan plus housing element is one, the inclusionary housing ordinance being the others. Those will all be dealt with together. You'll take public comment on those. You'll give us guidance. And then after all of that, there is a separate item which Eva will bring forward about how to deal with general plan amendment requests during this interim period. So that gives you an overview of what we're doing today. Madam Mayor, any questions about that before I dive in?
I don't have any. Does anyone on council have questions or? No, I think we're ready to
All
get
right,
started.
Great. Okay. So I'm going to give you a presentation, as it says here, about the general plan, the climate action plan, the agricultural preservation program, and the EIR. Give you a very brief summary of community input, and then show you the Planning Commission recommendations. I'll talk about the housing element, and then I'll turn it over to Greg to talk about the inclusionary housing. So on the general plan itself, many of you I know this, many of the members of the audience know this, but I want to just begin with the very basic overview of a general plan. The general plan is what the courts have called the Constitution for growth and development in any jurisdiction in California. Every city and every county is required to have a general plan, and you of course have one. Your current general plan was adopted in, I believe it's 2005. This is the document that establishes a community-wide vision and supporting goals, policies, and actions about how you want to grow, where you want to develop, and what resources and areas you want to conserve. So all of this is covered in this general plan, which, like the US Constitution, it doesn't have every rule in it. You have your zoning, you have specific plans, you have your subdivision ordinance, you have all sorts of other regulations, but the general plan provides the foundation on which all those other things rest. And so you're using the general plan to create this overall vision of how the city wants to grow and change. The general plan is required to have what are called elements. These are essentially chapters. They're called elements in the law because you're not required to have them as standalone chapters, but you are required to cover all of these subjects. And you have a general plan today, and we are moving forward with a general plan that has 6 chapters as required by law to cover 7 topics. Land use and community design is required. Circulation is required. The housing element is being prepared separately because it's under separate state jurisdiction, but it is technically part of the general plan. You have a natural resources and conservation element as required by law. You have an open space element. That's the name in state law. Yours is called open space and agriculture, but covers all the same subjects. And you have one chapter that combines 2 required elements. The health and safety element that you have covers what the state requires as both the safety element and also the noise element. All of these have been reviewed and revised as part of this ongoing general plan process. You also have a customized element in your existing general plan, which is called the community services and facilities element. It actually covers subjects that are required by law to be covered in the circulation element, but it's pulled out as a separate chapter in your general plan to cover services and facilities. And then in this update, your council several years ago asked us to include 3 additional elements that are included in the draft that's before you today. Those are an arts element, an economic development element, and an environmental justice element. So those are not in the 2005 general plan that's in place today, but they have been added in this draft. The general plan update process has 7 overall goals as articulated by your council when we started this process. First, to engage a broad spectrum of the community, and I'll talk about how we did that. To establish a vision for Hollister in 2040, and I'll show you that vision. To work to maintain the town's small town agricultural character and to manage growth consistent with overall community goals. To ensure high quality development, to support economic development, and of course, to respond to state mandates and changes in the general plan guidelines that are published by the state, and these changes that have occurred since your last adoption in 2005. So those are the overall goals, and I think we've been able to fulfill all of them through this process. I want to introduce you to 4 different areas that will come up tonight in terms of thinking about the overall general plan. I'm sure many of you are familiar, of course, with the city limit. The city limit is shown in this map with a dark blue or purple line. There is also the sphere of influence, which is the area that's expected to be annexed by the city. As approved by the local agency formation commission. We have proposed some changes to the sphere of influence, and your planning commission suggested further changes when it met a couple weeks ago. We also have what's called the urban service area, which is actually an area not defined by state law. and which is in some city documents and whose legal bearing is, I would call it at least in question, because the city did enter into agreements that stated that the city would extend services, which we subsequently learned actually perhaps is not compliant with state law. So we have not looked closely at that urban service area in our work because we know it possibly to be legally questionable, but it is important that you understand that it exists. And then an even bigger area is what's called the planning area. And you see that on this map as well. That is foreseen in state law, and that's an area even larger than your sphere of influence, not an area that you're necessarily planning to annex. That's the area within your sphere, but the planning area is the area where you believe, as stated in your general plan, that what the county might do would have an effect on the city, and you want to be able to make comments on that in your general plan. So that's the largest area we have, and you can see on this map the dotted dark blue or purple line is much larger than the sphere of influence or even the urban service area. So I wanted you to understand all four of these terms: city limit, sphere of influence, urban service area, and planning area. I did want to mention public involvement that has occurred in this. That was one of our primary goals. We were, of course, hindered somewhat by the pandemic. We thought we would be holding mostly in-person events, and throughout, we started this project, I believe it was about January of 2020, so just before the pandemic began. But I think we were able to pivot and get very good feedback and input in various virtual and online processes. We did hold 9 separate workshops and community-based events. Some of them were in person, others were online. We had 2 online activities, surveys that people could fill out on a website. We had 8 separate meetings of the General Plan Advisory Committee, which included 2 city council members, 2 planning commissioners, and 3 members of the public at large. We've also held 3 planning commission meetings as well as 4 city council meetings already. So there has been a pretty robust public involvement effort throughout this process. I mentioned that we do have a project website. It continues to be up and running. It has on it all the background reports, background information, meeting notes, access to the results of those 2 online surveys that were conducted. It has a calendar of events, and it's gotten a lot of information, a lot of hits on it from people interested in the process. So I wanted just to go over some of the tasks that we've been doing. You can see in this chart all the inputs into the draft general plan, which included input from staff, the GPAC, the community, the planning commission, and city council, going through the series of steps you see on the left hand of this slide, establishing baseline conditions of what exists in the city today, creating the community-wide vision, which I'll be showing you in a moment, drafting a series of policy options for consideration, first by the public, then by the GPAC, then by the Planning Commission, and then by the City Council. Ultimately, the City Council gave us guidance on every one of the items that's in the general plan, and that guidance is what went into the draft that's before you today. Once that was all completed, we prepared the general plan. We prepared an environmental impact report to look at the environmental consequences of the general plan, and we're now looking to finalize that general plan. I do know, of course, that the Planning Commission met a few weeks ago. Some issues in Hollister have changed. There's been some changes at both the City Council and Planning Commission level, and the Planning Commission did ask that we make relatively significant changes to parts of the draft document. If you want to move forward with those, and that will be the major subject of your discussion tonight, if you do want to move forward with those, they will require us to take a step back, redraft the general plan, redraft the EIR, and get that back to you, all under a contract amendment that we'll be working out with city staff. City staff, assuming you want to move it forward, city staff will bring that contract amendment forward to you. Once you have that approved, then we'll begin the work to both change the draft general plan and the draft EIR. We will republish those, have a new comment period on the EIR, and then bring it all back to you. So the process will, assuming you were to move forward with some or all of those changes suggested by the Planning Commission, it will require some additional months. If we move forward with the proposal as is, this would come back to you probably in about 2 months for formal adoption. So it will depend on the outcome of tonight's meeting as to how you want to move that forward exactly. I do want to now show you the vision. This is a lot of words on a slide, but what's interesting about it is this is the entire vision. The general plan, I'm sure you've seen it, it's several hundred pages long, but it has pretty much a one-page vision in it here, which is up on the screen before you. And that's intended to be the foundation for this entire document of where we're trying to head with this general plan document. And I am going to not read it verbatim, but kind of summarize it by topic. You can see that it talks about Hollister being the heart of San Benito County and a welcoming place where people come. And I think it's very important to say not only to live, but also to work and to recreate. All of those things are things that can and should and will happen in Hollister. People would be choosing to live here because of the strong sense of community, the community's diversity, and the wide range of housing types for all income levels. The city seeks to retain its agricultural landscape, preserve its historic past, and provide for new development that complements the small town charm of the existing city using high quality design and a strong architectural character. The second paragraph talks about economic development, talks about Hollister as an innovation hub, attracting businesses to the downtown, the industrial parks, and the airport, allowing folks to collaborate with each other and benefit from the diverse labor pool that's already here. Tourism is another important economic driver with a lot of potential. You have both the national park as well as the state recreational vehicle area very nearby here. And those are markets that the city could also take advantage of, as well as wineries and a desire, of course, to attract more high quality jobs so that local people who live here don't all need to commute so far to other jobs and can work here in Hollister. The third paragraph talks about transportation and emphasizes travel not only by car, but also by bus, bicycle, and on foot. People being able to get to schools, neighborhoods, jobs, and so forth using a variety of transportation types. There is a lot about community life in here, a historic downtown, a lively art scene, inviting parks and public spaces, and activities and services for people of all ages to create self-expression, connection, and well-being. We talk about new growth, primarily being focused into existing urban areas and adjacent to existing development with enhanced connectedness and preserving active agricultural uses and open space areas at the edges of the city. And we sum up by saying that Hollister is a unique and diverse city that is and will remain a place for people to call home for generations to come. And I do want to really emphasize that this vision, as all the other parts of the general plan, came out of public discussion. We had a series of public discussions, particularly about this vision. PlaceWorks drafted it, and it was then reviewed and amended by the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and ultimately the City Council. We do also have 4 draft values that are a part of that vision statement. It seemed to us that we wanted not only to have that vision statement, but really emphasize these 4 qualities of the city. I won't go into them in detail, but just to say that they are equity, diversity, innovation, and sustainability, all as important pillars of the planning work that the city will do moving forward. So with that, I'm going to now pivot and talk about the individual chapters of the general plan to give you an overview of those. And the first of those is the land use element. The land use and community design element is the part of the general plan that tells what types of development can occur where, at what densities, and in what configurations. And this is the map in the current draft general plan. You can see that there's a large amount of green around the outside, indicating an agricultural area around the edges of the city. You can see some light yellow areas, which are primarily today in the county, but where there would be residential estate and low density residential development. And then within the bulk of the city, you have lower densities of residential, some pockets of mixed use and higher densities. And then especially to the north, you see the area of the airport and some of the industrial areas. So I'm not going to go into more detail about that here, but that gives you an overview of what's on that land use map. This is a map that colors only those areas that are changed, and you can see that most of the central part of the city is white. That means there's no change. And so this is a general plan that keeps most of the city intact the way it is. But you can see that we have various pockets where we have additional mixed use development or higher density residential development. And we do have new designations for agricultural preservation around the outside of the city. Those are some of the major types of changes that you see on this general plan map. This gives you an overview of the general plan designations. One of the other things that's changed in this new draft is that we've attempted to bring general plan densities into a more logical range and also to increase the densities somewhat to achieve some of your local goals and state goals in regard to housing. So you can see that all of the densities have gone up at least a little. Low density residential used to top out at 8 dwelling units per acre, now goes up to 10. Medium density used to go from 8 to 12, now goes from 11 to 29, and so on and so forth all the way down the list. I won't go into every one of those, but you can see there's an overall increase in allowed densities. Every element also has a series of goals in it, and I'm going to show you the goals for each of the elements and do so very quickly. This is a slide that shows the beginning of the community land use and community design element goals, and there are 9 on this slide, as well as an additional 10 here going up to number 19. I'm not going to read them all individually, but they are about things like preserving and enhancing the downtown, preserving historic architecture, supporting small urban agricultural uses, and so forth. And then every one of these goals has a series of policies and actions to support it. The circulation element also has a series of goals. It seeks to address the location and design of streets and roadways, vehicle circulation, parking, but also pedestrian accessibility, bicycle access, and transit. There are a total of 5 goals in it, and it also includes a circulation map that shows locations where improvements will need to be made to accommodate new development moving forward. The community services and facilities element has a total of 8 goals in it. Economic development element, a total of 10 goals. And then the natural resources and conservation element, 7 goals aimed at preserving natural and cultural resources, improving air quality, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have the health and safety element, which the safety element portion of this has been revised relatively significantly because of a number of changes in state law, but overall does the same things as your current element, really with a focus on community health and safety related to both natural and human-caused hazards. We have an open space and agricultural element, which has only 2 goals. These are largely unchanged from the previous general plan that exists today. We have a new arts and culture element, which was requested by your city council to make sure that Hollister really emphasizes arts and culture. That has a total of 8 goals in it. And then we have the newly required environmental justice element, which sets policy direction to minimize the effects of environmental hazards on disadvantaged communities. And it has a total of 10 goals related to individual and specific items that are called out in state law since that law was adopted several years ago. So that gives you an overview of the general plan. I'm going to stop there on that one and now move to the climate action plan, which is the second item of several that you're considering this evening. The climate action plan is a strategic plan to reduce the city's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions and to increase resilience. So we're trying to lessen carbon emissions that are the creators of global warming, and we're also trying to recognize that global warming is already occurring and that we need to respond to that through items intended to make the community more resilient. So it includes an inventory of both current and future greenhouse gas emissions. It sets greenhouse gas emission targets, and it has strategies to reduce both emissions and meet those targets and strategies to make the community more resilient in the face of existing climate change trends. Here's an overview of emissions in the overall planning area. You can see them color-coded here, and it's as shown here, the biggest bar is transportation. They account for roughly half of the emissions, actually 59% in pretty much all of the years. And you can see them being projected to increase over time. There has been something of a reduction in emissions from 2015 through 2019, which is the most recent year for which we have data. But you can see that there's an expectation that if nothing else is done to change things, those emissions will continue to rise all the way through 2045. This slide also has an orange line on it that shows where we need to go if we are to meet state goals, which are to get down to very close to zero emissions of carbon by the year 2045. And so you can see these charts and how they would increase if we don't do anything and what we're trying to get to. And in fact, we have put together a plan that is capable of getting down to those targeted levels. So these targets are established by state law. Most recently, Assembly Bill 1279 established a statewide goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2045 and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 85% from baseline levels by the year 2045. Carbon neutrality means a state of balance between the GHG emissions that are being released and those that are removed from the atmosphere. So to get to carbon neutrality, you can have some GHG emissions, but you have to do other things to remove some GHGs from the air as well. And that's overall an 85% reduction by 2045 when compared to 1990 levels. The Climate Action Plan has a whole series of strategies in it, 33 strategies total in 8 different sectors organized into 8 separate goals. You can see each of those sectors on the right-hand side of this slide: energy and energy, carbon-free energy transportation, off-road equipment, solid waste, wastewater and water, natural resources and agriculture, and governance and leadership. And for each of those, there's a set of actions, performance assumptions, and indicators, all with both mandatory and incentive-based strategies and actions. Mandatory ones obviously are going to be required. Incentive-based would only occur if a developer or private party chooses to respond to those incentives. There are, of course, a lot of co-benefits to reducing greenhouse gases. Not only does it lessen global warming, but it also conserves natural resources, promotes technological innovation, and has a whole series of, you see 12 different items listed on this list of things that are co-benefits of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So here's one example out of those 33 strategies. This is strategy 14, just to have picked sort of an arbitrary one. And the strategy is about promoting adoption of electric and clean fuel vehicles. And it has a total of 7 different actions within it, including installing EV charging stations, reviewing the municipal code, and so forth, all intended to increase the penetration of electric vehicles and thereby lower emissions that come from gas-powered vehicles. And you can see every one of them in the lower left-hand corner, that blue table. It has a table that shows for the city limit, for the sphere of influence, and for the entire planning area, what are the emissions that are expected in 2030, in 2040, and 2045. And those are all the basis for the calculations of how much, what the overall benefit would be. So implementing the cap will require monitoring and reporting of progress. For each strategy, we have a responsible department. We have indicators of progress. We have partner agencies, time frame, and funding options called out for every one of those 33 strategies. And this shows how the efforts should work. We're really relying on 2 things. The green part of this chart shows reductions that we expect would occur just under state law through state efforts that are already occurring. You can see that those state efforts will pretty much keep emissions about as they are today. They'll keep them from going up, but they won't really make them go down. And state policy is that they need to go down to virtually zero. So it's going to be up to us locally to figure out how to make that happen. And all of the measures that I have called out for you, when all added up, you can see that they don't quite get to the target in 2030. You see the little green diamond of the target a little bit below the purpley blue line. But when you get out to 2045, our purple line is actually even lower than that green diamond target. And that shows that through all the measures in these 33 strategies, we believe that you will be able to achieve the state goal to get down to greenhouse gas emissions of only 15% compared to 1990. So that's the Climate Action Plan. I'm going to just speed ahead here to the Agricultural Preservation Program. So the Agricultural Preservation Program is a separate ordinance that we've drafted at the direction of the council. It is called out in the general plan as drafted, and this is one implementation item. The Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, we'll talk about in a minute, is another one. They're both called out in the general plan, and we've moved them forward so that you can adopt them essentially simultaneously with the general plan because we know how important they are to you. The agricultural program is intended to partially offset the loss of agricultural land as urbanization occurs, protecting farmland from urban development and preserving land through agricultural conservation easements. The program as drafted requires land dedication at a 2-to-1 ratio. We did hear from the Planning Commission that it wanted to see that ratio change to 1-to-1, as requested by several commenters. This would equate to, under the previous proposal, every time 1 acre is developed, a developer would have to find 2 additional acres to preserve. With the proposed change, it would be for every 1 acre developed, a developer would need to find 1 additional acre to preserve for agricultural use. Those preserved lands must be within the Hollister planning area, which is called out on this map with all the darker colors, mostly purple around the edges. And any lands that are classified as prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland, or farmland of local importance, including class 1 and 2 soils and rangelands supporting at least 1 acre per animal, 1 animal per acre, would all be eligible. And that really, as far as we understand it, is essentially all of the agricultural lands within the planning area today. The other requirements of the policy are that the lands have to be either in active agricultural use or turned into an active agricultural use within 1 year, and they have to be served by water adequate to support the type of agriculture occurring there, which of course for row crops is much more water than, for example, for grazing. So, but the water has to be commensurate with the agricultural use that's happening there. So that's the agricultural ordinance. Again, a 2-to-1 or perhaps 1-to-1 offset of lands within the planning area. And then lastly, I did want to talk about the draft EIR. The draft EIR is a document that discloses potential environmental impact. It's prepared under the California Environmental Quality Act, generally referred to as CEQA. And it's important to understand that it's an informational document. It discloses potential environmental impacts. It identifies any needed mitigation measures, and it describes feasible alternatives. It does not, you have to certify the environmental impact report before you can act on the project, but certifying the EIR does not commit you to adopting the general plan. You could certify the EIR and still decide not to adopt the general plan, but you can't take action until you've certified that you reviewed the EIR and that you believe that it's an adequate representation of environmental impacts. This particular EIR is a program level EIR. It does not look at individual projects on individual sites. Those would undergo separate CEQA in the future, although the fact that this program EIR exists, particularly for many types of housing projects, you will be able to rely on this EIR for some or all of the necessary environmental clearance so that other future projects are more quickly able to get through the planning process. But it's not an evaluation of project-specific impacts. It's only program-wide. The process does include a required public comment period. That comment period has already closed. We have begun responding to all the comments. And in fact, we have a final EIR pretty much ready to go and to be published pending your meeting today. As I said already, if you did move forward with the Planning Commission changes, really many of the findings of both the general plan and the EIR would no longer be relevant, and we'll have to go back and revise it, in which case we won't use that final EIR that's already drafted. If you do choose to move forward with the document pretty much as is, as I've said, we're ready to go. We could publish that final EIR in the next week or so and move this into adoption. If you do want to move forward with the Planning Commission changes, we'll have to take a few steps back and add some months to the process. The EIR evaluates a total of about 13 topics that you see listed here. They're in alphabetical order here, from aesthetics in the A's all the way down to wildfire at the bottom of the alphabet. You can see it's a very comprehensive document that looks at a lot of different issues, all covered in the EIR. We did close the comment period on June 30th. We received comments from a host of organizations, including 5 governmental organizations, 4 private organizations representing development groups, and 2 individuals. So that's all about the draft EIR. The community input, I wanted to mention that you have gotten a summary of all public comments to date. They are all in your packet, and I know they're at the back counter as well. At the Planning Commission, we went through all of those comments one by one. The Planning Commission worked through them. I'm going to show you what the Planning Commission elected to do, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through every one of those comments received. If you do have any questions about them, we have slides about them, and I can answer any questions you may have. But I do want to talk about the Planning Commission recommendations because I think those are very important for your work. The Planning Commission first looked, I mean, not in this order exactly, but in the order on my slides. One of the things they did is they looked at 3 areas around the edge of the city, as well as some individual parcels where they wanted to see some changes. They wanted to see moving the sphere of influence actually larger than shown in the draft general plan right now, and in some cases larger than the sphere of influence is today. That's both in the Buena Vista area, area A on this map for a total of 869 acres. What we're calling East Hollister, which is essentially the area east of Fairview, that's another 834 acres. And then in the Union Road Special Planning Area, where we already had some development potential, the Planning Commission asked to add another 116 acres, both to the west and to the south. And you can see them as Area C. In addition to those, the Planning Commission looked at 4 other sites. Sites on Buena Vista Road that were already designated for development. We wanted to change them, get them up to high density housing to provide some additional affordable housing opportunities. Planning Commission asked us to set those down to medium density. At Chappelle Road and Santa Ana, they wanted again to change from high density down to medium density. In the Meridian Road Special Planning Area, number 3 on this map, they asked that we change from residential estate to a mixture of medium and high density residential. And in the Glenmore Drive area, area 4 on this map, they asked that we go from a high density potential down to low density to be in keeping with the single family neighborhood that's in that area. So those 7 changes were some of the ones considered by the Planning Commission and recommended to you. We'll ask you to go through these either one at a time, all 7 of them, or as a group, and let us know how you want to move forward on those. The Planning Commission did also, as I mentioned, ask to revise the agricultural preservation program from 2-to-1 down to 1-to-1 ratio. They asked that we add a new policy to require that 1% of building fees be used to fund public art projects. We are suggesting that exactly how to apply that, whether it's to building permit fees or overall project cost or some other metric, we believe that should be studied through a nexus study and the fee study that's already going to be underway. But we do want you to just give us guidance as to whether you want that studied. And assuming you do, we'll come back with you with more detail about exactly how it should be administered. And then they did also, 3rd item is that they asked that the inclusionary housing ordinance be applied at only 15% of total units as opposed to 20%, which is what's in the draft general plan today. So those are 3 additional changes that they made at their meeting, a total of 10 items, 7 related to the land use map and the 3 items that are here. There were a few other comments that the Planning Commission heard about and considered, but rejected. The first was a wider variety of uses, including large format industrial and logistics uses in the North Gateway area. The Planning Commission felt that that was not in keeping with the overall notion of making a really pleasant and vibrant consumer-oriented area in North Gateway, and that's why they rejected that idea. They got a request from Santana Ranch to commit that the city will definitely supply wastewater services in that area. And the problem there is that it's currently outside the sphere, and that's actually not allowed under state law. So the Planning Commission, while they did seek to enhance the sphere of influence into that area east of Fairview, they decided not to make that commitment regarding actual wastewater service extension. The 3rd item is that there was a request to include the Best Road High School site within the sphere of influence. That site is pretty far east, even relative to the expansion that's already being suggested by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did believe that there might be other potential high school sites, for example, in the Buena Vista area or the Union Road area, and hence decided not to include that Best Road site in the sphere. And then finally, there was a request to designate the property at the northwest corner of Hillcrest and Fairview for mixed use instead of commercial. That's shown on this map, and it's intended to be a commercial site, ultimately for a shopping center on the east side of town. Changing it to mixed use would possibly encourage housing on that site instead of the shopping center. And the Planning Commission felt like trying to preserve a site for a future shopping center on the east side of town was very important, and therefore elected not to make that change either. So those are 4 changes that the Planning Commission did consider explicitly at its meeting several weeks ago and decided not to make. With that, I'm just going to do a couple slides about the housing element, and then I'm going to turn it over to Greg Goodfellow to talk about the inclusionary ordinance. The housing element, HEU housing element update, is being prepared by Kimberly Horn, and they just asked me to show you a couple slides here to point out a couple items that we want your guidance about, sort of on a just-in-case basis, if you will. So here's a little overview of the project. Kimberly Horn, together with city staff, did host a community workshop on May 31st. They've completed a lot of background research and data collection, and they've done some work to understand candidate sites to be called out in the housing element relative to both existing zoning, what's already shown in your previous housing elements, and the remaining need. And they're in the process now of having drafted an administrative draft housing element, but the bulk of the work that still remains is to identify specific sites to meet the need that's designated under state law. This slide shows you some of those numbers. If you add these all up, and there's not a totals column, but I can tell you that your obligation overall is about 4,100 units in the categories of low and very low, moderate and above moderate. If you add up that top line, 1524, 826, and 1813, you come out to about 4,100 units. And that's the number of units that you need to be planning for to meet state law. The state and Kimberly Horn and PlaceWorks, all of us, we recommend that you add a buffer to those numbers for good planning, because you can't necessarily hit an exact number. We recommend a 20% buffer. So you add that to each of these and you come out to bordering on 5,000 units that you need to find sites for. There are a number of projects in the pipeline. There's the potential for accessory dwelling units. There are some housing sites that were called out in what's called the 5th cycle housing element, the ones that's in place today. Some of those may be available, although we don't know how many. But you can see that those lines, particularly the first 2 white lines, they don't have a lot of additional units. There are a lot of above moderate projects in the pipeline. There aren't many low, very low, or moderate income units in the pipeline today. So we need to find those additional units. And if you look down at the bottom of the slide, you can see that there's a need still for about 1,550 units, if you include that buffer in the low and very low group, about 753 units in the moderate, and even in the above moderate, about 1,700 units. Now, that land use map I showed you before, it has more than this number of units on it. If you keep designations about the way they are without making a lot of changes, and certainly if you add more units as well, we're relatively sure that you'll find enough overall capacity. However, one of the other nuances in state law is that increasingly the state is asking that for every site you call out, they want to have heard from the developer, and they possibly want to see a plan, or they want a letter from a landowner that says, I want to develop this. You have literally hundreds of these sites throughout the city. So we're not quite sure exactly how we're going to overcome that particular hurdle. And because of that, we're asking for a bit of additional guidance about a couple of additional ideas. In the downtown, we are already proposing to go up to 125 dwelling units per acre. We urge you to keep that in place. I'm going to skip down to the third one. In the mixed use zones, right now we have a basis of 30 dwelling units per acre. You might want to even give us direction to increase some of those to have a minimum of, say, 45. That would create even more development potential. It's possible in the North Gateway area, going back up to the second item, that we might allow residential uses in North Gateway as one more place where residential could occur. And then there's the so-called Leatherback site, which is called out as a mixed use site in the draft general plan, but you could specifically specify, since that is a city-owned site, you could specifically designate that you will engage with a developer in a 100% affordable housing project on that particular site, and that would create additional very low and low income units. So those are 4 strategies. When we get to the end of the meeting, particularly strategy number 2 and number 4 on here, I'm going to want to come back to you and just ask for your guidance as to, if we need to, could we add those things as well? And more importantly, I want to emphasize that while we think there's enough unit potential today, if we were to lower any of those minimums, that would obviously lessen the overall numbers. So I know you have heard some comments. Could you please lessen 30 units per acre to 20 or to 15? I'm very concerned if you did do that, because what that would do is make it much more difficult to prove to the state that your general plan and your housing element are going to meet state requirements. So we feel that we really need to keep those numbers about where they are. You can certainly make individual changes on 1 or 2 sites, but we would urge you not to lower the numbers overall for fear of getting into a problem with the achievement of the RENA. That is the end, I believe, of my slideshow. Let me just see where I am. Oh, just to again go over next steps. I've kind of mentioned that, but the draft EIR period has closed. The final EIR is almost done. Tonight, you're going to give us direction on the changes that you would like to see us make. And depending on the extent of those changes, it may be possible that we would get you the revised general plan and the final EIR just in the next several weeks, and you would be ready for adoption hearings in October and November. If you move forward with the changes from the Planning Commission, we'll take a step back. We'll come back to you with a scope amendment, and then we'll move forward with making the changes and revising the EIR as well. Mayor, with your permission, and I see a hand up already, I can answer questions. They may be freshest now. I'd be happy to do that. I would like to have Greg give the final presentation of the evening, do that all at once before you open it for public comment, but I'm happy to answer questions before you go to Greg's presentation.
So, I mean, you gave us a lot of material.
It's a lot.
So rather than just willy-nilly questions all over the place, is there an order we could do this in, like covering?
I would
segment at a
suggest for
time, or-
now that you just take questions from the 5 council members. I'm hoping there won't be way too many, but when we get to how to move forward in the discussion after public comment, I would encourage you to take the 7 map changes and the 3 policy changes already suggested by the council, do those by the commission, do those one at a time. Greg will show you a couple other items regarding the inclusionary housing ordinance. Take those as a second group, and then open it up for council members for any other items that they may have either read about or hear about tonight. But I think you can begin by focusing on those 10 items.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the attorney, if that's okay. Thank you. So I see that it's agendized as 2 general plan, draft climate, draft ag, draft environmental impact report. And then it says to ask questions, provide direction. And then another item number 3 is inclusionary housing. Why is it that we're not allowing the public to have conversations or to give public comment for each item? Why is it that we're having to do everything, ask our questions and have them go at the very end?
That's a council preference based on a recommendation from your consultant. There's no requirement either way. We've combined items before, and the public will have an opportunity to speak to all of them, but it really is a council preference.
And if I could add here, I'm the person you can blame for this suggestion. I just felt like for the public especially, there's a lot of overlap between the general plan and the inclusionary housing ordinance. The general plan mentions the inclusionary housing ordinance, and I was concerned that if you have 2 rounds of comments, either people may not be sure which round to speak in, or they may say the same thing twice, which would not be a good use of your time. And so it just seemed better to me to merge them all together. If as a council, if you want to do them as they are on the agenda, we'll wait for Greg's presentation and we'll do a second round of public comment. You can certainly do it that way. It's up to the 5 of you.
And if I can add, doing them individually on the agenda gives the public 3 minutes at each topic.
Well, I can take the temperature of the council. My preference is what you suggested, which is to combine, because I do think they overlap a lot and I don't want people repeating themselves 2 or 3 times. So what are your feelings? Councilmember Burns, do you have thoughts here?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to hear them separately. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a lot of information. Let's be honest. We don't typically conduct business in the manner that's suggested by the consultant. I'd like to hear both items separately. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, what's your preference?
Let them speak. For each item, yeah.
For each item?
Yeah.
Okay, and Vice Mayor, what's your thoughts?
I like to combine them
Okay, so I
because they're consultant. He is a subject matter expert.
okay, so I think consensus is to let them speak at each.
Yeah,
each
so
item.
then we'll wait on Greg's presentation. He's got
Okay.
it ready to go.
Okay.
And my presentation is over, so we can take other questions from the council and then open up for public comment.
Okay, that sounds good. Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to reserve my opportunity to speak. I'm here to really listen to what the community has to say. Thank you.
Oh, so you have no questions? This is just questions.
No, yeah, like I said, I think I'll reserve mine.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. Councilmember Resendez, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a few questions. So I'm probably most intrigued by what you said, that there's significant changes from the Planning Commission to change the city's sphere of influence. So can we look at the map? Do you have what the current sphere is, what the proposed was before the Planning Commission, and then what it is after? Can we pull all of those up?
I may need staff to help me.
All
with
right, no
this,
worries.
but
I'll
I
move
will-
on to questions.
Well, I can at least give you a little bit, and I think Eva's probably the person who's, I'm going to need to take a minute to go backwards here. And Eva, I think can.
So if
also-
memory serves me correctly, the sphere of influence was, I think, Buena Vista, Fairview, Union. Does that sound about right?
That's about right. I mean, in broadly spoken. I'm almost to the map. Here we are. Okay, so yes, so well, there actually, I'm going to go forward again. I'm sorry, there's a better map, I think. That's going to take me a while to get there. Exactly, that's where I should have gone, and it would have been not nearly as far back. So I went way too far. Now I'm having to go back the other direction. There we are. Okay. This map shows the existing sphere, which, and the green pointer disappears on the screen map, but somebody else maybe can point. So up in area A, maybe let's start just because it's the alphabetical order. So in area A, your current sphere actually is way down there around that purple area. The proposal was to only go out to pole line, which is kind of the middle line, but or right, I'm sorry, but instead the Planning Commission asked to go all the way up to that far northern area. So that's this change in the northern area. To the west, I'm sorry, the east, the Planning Commission asked to go from Fairview all the way out to that line about half a mile further out. And in the Union Road area, it was to go, yeah, you see it being mapped there. And they asked that we add that purple area that's shown as C as a development area.
Interesting. Okay. What were the rationales given to expand the city sphere of influence to include those areas?
Well, in order to do residential development under city auspices, it would need to be in the sphere and then annexed. And there were property owners who were interested in all three of those areas, and the planning commissioners themselves all felt that the city should be looking at more extensive, if you will, development on three of its four sides, that these were logical areas for additional residential development. The previous council, GPAC and Planning Commission had all looked to really contract and focus in on the central part of the city, but the Planning Commission agreed with the speakers who came forward and said that they would really like to see additional development areas at the edges of current development.
Okay, so we've been in this process for what, 2 years, maybe more than that, I think.
More
three.
like three.
Yeah, since 2020.
Right.
Up until this point, up until Carol Lenore, who is Mia's Casey's,
We're asking
Appointment.
questions, not making statements, sir.
I'm speaking and I have a right to
Questions
speak.
only.
Do I not have a right to speak? Do I not have a right to ask questions?
I believe under your parliamentary rules, it's questions first,
Thank
and then
you.
it goes out to the public, and then it comes back for
So
comment.
Thank you.
questions.
Up until the point that Carol Lenore, who is Mia Casey's planning commission, suggested that we expand the sphere to include the donors that gave these two ladies money sitting to the right of me.
Again, you're out of order,
Property.
sir.
I
We're
am not out
asking
of order. I'm
questions.
asking a question if you would let me speak.
City attorney. Can we just ask questions?
Do you, excuse me, did you not make
All
a
right.
statement?
I am the chair and I'm saying you're out of order, so please.
Who's out of
stop,
order,
ask
me or the
questions.
person who's
Both.
screaming?
Both, please. No comments. And please stop accusing.
I'm
people
trying
of
to
things.
ask my
You're
questions.
making accusations. You're supposed to be asking questions only. So can we stick with that, please?
Madam Mayor,
If you can't. do
if
that,
you
you're out
let
of-
me finish,
Ask
if you
questions.
let me finish and stop trying to silence me,
I'm not
I'll
trying to
get my
silence you.
questions done. Thank you. Up until the point that planning commission, who was appointed by the mayor, nobody had suggested, not the public, any of the meetings had suggested to move the sphere of influence to include these projects.
That to the extent that's a question as opposed to a statement, I think the answer is no. There were numerous commentors. I believe many of them were either property owners or representatives property owners, but there were many commentors who asked to see those expansions in all three areas. And I would also mention that it was not only Commissioner Lenore, but it was actually 4 of the 5 commissioners in various combinations. The 5th commissioner is brand new and abstained on many items, and occasionally it was a 4-to-1 vote, but there were 4 commissioners who pretty much unanimously were in support of all these changes that you see on this map. And I don't think it's accurate even to say that Commissioner Lenore was the one who suggested all of them. I think she might have suggested some of them, but certainly other commissioners agreed to them. Again, generally either 4-0 or 4-1. And in some cases, they were even suggested by other commissioners. And in all cases, they were suggested by numerous commentors who wrote in before the Planning Commission meeting and who spoke at the Planning Commission meeting.
Very good. Did you have some hesitations to move forward with recommendations at the meeting?
You mean I personally, or
Mhm.
personally, my job is to do what's directed by the city as a whole, and initially by in this case, the Planning Commission, and now by your council. And as long as what you all ask us to do is legal under state law, our job as your consultant is to move that forward.
Okay, and how much more is this going to cost us?
We don't know yet. I can say it will be in the hundreds of thousands. It won't be less than 100, and I don't think it will be over $1 million. But where in that range between 100,000 and 100,000, I don't know where we'll end up. We're going to have to go back and look at that in some detail.
Okay, so hundreds of thousands of dollars to include the properties, including Bill Lee's property, who gave money to these ladies to the next to me.
Please,
how many more
questions only,
months?
sir.
Will it
That's it.
take?
My guess is that it will take, it's hard for me again to say exactly. I think it'll be somewhere between, there's 3 parts of the process. There's getting a contract in place, there's doing the work, and then there's bringing it back through the public review process. I think at the very least, probably that first phase will take a month. The second phase is probably 2 to 3 months. And the third phase is again, probably 2 to 3 months. So adding those up, I think that's somewhere between 5 and 7 months.
Very well. If we did not move forward with the option suggested by Carol Lenore, and we left the sphere as is, would any of the projects, including Bill Lee's project, be eligible for city sewer services? Or is that not legal according to LAFCO?
Well, it's not according to LAFCO, it's according to state law. And according to state law, and I don't know every project, so I believe Bill Lee, for example, is outside the sphere currently. But the law is that the city can only extend services to projects outside its sphere in cases of a threat to public health, and which I don't think qualifies for any development project. Obviously, if the project's not built, then there's no need for sewer service and there's no impact on public health. So I don't think you can extend to a new project outside the sphere under state law. And even to go between the city limit and the sphere of influence, you have to make the finding that you expect to annex the land soon. So, for example, further extensions to Santana Ranch, if it is brought within the sphere, even to extend to it once it's in the sphere, you have to make a finding that you intend to annex it soon.
Thank you. You said that there was a service area and you had legal questions about that. What did you mean by that? Can you elaborate on that?
Well, it's the thing I've just been talking about. The urban service area on paper, literally on paper, is a commitment by the city to provide wastewater service to areas that are outside its sphere. And that is actually not legal under state law. So although one could argue that that's a legally binding agreement that the city has entered into and the city has never rescinded it, the city made a commitment to do something that's not legal under state law.
Very good. Thank you. Again, same questions for the ag preservation requirement. Up until this point, when the Planning Commission changed the recommendations for the years and years that was spent on this from 2-to-1 to 1.1. Has this ever been brought up before, or was this only decided at the Planning Commission?
Yeah, well, just to clarify, it's from 2-to-1 to 1-to-1.
Yes,
You said
sorry.
1.1.
My bad. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
that's okay. Just wanted it clear for the record. It's exactly the same situation I said. It was not a brand new idea at the Planning Commission meeting. It was an idea that came up since the last election in numerous letters, numerous comments, commenters in writing, commenters at the Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission heard all that input. They did also hear from, for example, the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, who spoke in favor of the 2-to-1. The Planning Commission weighed all that and decided to go with 1-to-1 instead.
Okay, so the San Benito County Agricultural Trust actually requested that we do keep the 2-to-1, not the 1-to-1?
They probably should speak to themselves, but I believe that they spoke in orally and I think wrote a letter saying that they supported the 2-to-1.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. We live in an agricultural community. So I would think that that made sense to me as well. Wonderful. Thanks for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
Wanted to thank you for your presentation, first of all, and
Welcome.
man, you handled the heat really good. Actually, yeah, my biggest question was the service area, the legal definition of that. You also said that there was a lot of hits on the site for
On the website.
Do you know, and I'm not asking, this is mostly personal, I don't know if I can do that, but to see, I want to make sure that, we're creating a friendly environment for our community to come and participate with us so that we can move our community forward. So I was just, when I think of how the community responds to a survey or to our meetings, I was just wondering, do you have any numbers?
In the hundreds. I don't know if Eva or Amber, anyone knows more exact numbers, but
I mean, it's not that big of a question. I just, yeah.
I mean, what I can tell you is, unfortunately, there were a few 1- and 2-hour periods when it went down, and we almost immediately got an email from someone who happened to have gone on it and said, I noticed the website was down, and it was never down for more than like 2 hours. So that tells me that particularly recently, people were using it quite a bit.
Did we get a rebate on those 2 hours? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have some questions?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. How did the art piece come into play if that's not mandatory? And then I also wanted to know, there's a 1% fee, and do we know how much money that will bring in a year?
Well, as I mentioned, we would like you to empower us to study exactly how the fee should be administered. There are 2 readings of what the Planning Commission did, which are pretty different from each other. The typical fee would be 1% of the project value. So if, for instance, you build a $400,000 house, you would put 1% towards arts, which would be $4,000. The other reading of what the Planning Commission might have meant to do is 1% of the building permit fees. Building permit fees, I think, maybe run on the order of 5% of building valuation. So it would be 1% of 5%, which is a much smaller number, obviously. And we're not sure which the Planning Commission meant. There is also a question that there have been challenges to these 1% for art fees do exist throughout California and across the country. California does require what's called a nexus study between the fee that's administered and the cost of the services to be provided. There have been legal challenges to 1% per art fees, saying that there's not really a nexus there. It's not like sewer that you need a sewer, or a road that you need a road. How much art do you need? So we need to do some more research on this question of what's legal under California nexus law. We need to understand really what's economically feasible. We need to understand more what the commissioner who made the proposal intended. And then we want to get back to you. And the city is going to be undertaking a fee study in general to fulfill the state law regarding nexus studies. So our proposal to you is that, presuming you want to move this fee forward at all, that you acknowledge that you would like to see a fee to support public art, and you ask us to come back to you with more exact language and the basis and the legal justification.
And my question will be, if we're interested in moving potentially that fee and the fee study to something else, like potentially the high school, how difficult would that be? And there would be a nexus there. So would that be an easy transition?
You mean instead of charging 1% for art, you would charge 1% for a high school?
Yes.
So you're actually precluded by law from doing that particular thing. So state law for the last 20 years or so has had a provision in it that says that cities cannot charge fees for school construction above a certain threshold that's set by the state. I've lost track of how much it is. It used to be about $1.50 a square foot. I think it's probably I bet there's 30 people in this audience who know the exact number, but I think it's probably approaching $2 per square foot. And I think representatives from the high school district will tell you that their cost to build a new high school is probably something more like $6 per square foot for residential. You are legally prohibited from mandating the collection of money above that state threshold. You can ask developers to enter into voluntary agreements. And the leverage you have is that any redesignation you make, for example, adoption of a specific plan, you don't have to adopt a specific plan unless it has whatever provisions in it you want. So the development community could voluntarily agree to be part of a specific plan with a higher dollar amount. And so that would be a way to have that fee collected on a voluntary basis, but you can't mandate it. We are suggesting that all three of these areas on the map, A, B, and actually an area larger than C, all three of them would be part of specific plans. The specific plans would be prepared in order for the development to occur. And you could then include that. You could make sure that the development community voluntarily agrees to a specific plan that has a larger fee in it, but you cannot require it by law. Now, that was a very long answer just about a high school. On just about anything else, if you wanted to say, yeah, I'm into collecting 1%, but I want to use it for roads or for sewers or for I don't know what else. And if you can show that there's a need under state nexus law, then yes, you can have any fee you want as long as there's a nexus for it, except you cannot have a school fee because it's precluded by state law.
Thank you.
So I've always got questions. So my first question is just about the planning commission and the art discussion, because I kind of listened in on that. And I don't recall there being a discussion at the general plan meeting. Was this a separate meeting?
No, it was at the general plan
Did I
meeting.
miss it somehow?
You must have missed it in all due respect.
Okay.
It did happen pretty quickly.
Did it? Okay.
And
so
I
must have
think,
been
I mean,
before
my
it got
sense
there.
was that people are very excited about the new planning commissioner. I apologize, I've forgotten her name, but she is an art teacher at the high school.
Yeah.
She has been on the arts commission, and public art is an issue very close to her heart. And she said, I would really like to see this fee. And she said that relatively early in the meeting. And then later in the meeting, the other four commissioners all said, we're so glad to have you here. And you've asked for that fee and let's put it in. And they very quickly did it. So I can understand how you missed it because it did happen quickly too.
I must have missed
Yeah.
that. Okay, thanks. All right. So talking about urban service areas and spheres of influence, and I'm trying to piece together because I recall you saying something about the urban service area and how it came about. And if I'm saying this wrong, correct me. But so somewhere around 2008, there was a memorandum, an MOU between the county and the city to create, to have access for municipal water and sewer service.
Right.
And
And if
that's
I
when
can
this-
interject there, there's actually, I think, four parties to it, the city, the county, the San Benito Water District,
Okay,
and
sorry.
the Sunny Slope Water District.
I
So
think
all
you told
four are
me accountable.
signatories. Yeah.
So there was four parties.
Yeah.
Okay. But out of that is when this urban service area actually got created.
It's mapped in a memorandum from about that
Okay.
same time, yes.
So, which brings me to something that I noticed in our old general plan. The sphere of influence used to be out at the same boundaries where this urban service area is. And so I made some copies from it so people could see it. But so when the urban service area went into effect, somehow, for some reason or other, the sphere of influence was shrunk back pretty much to the city limits at
I-
some point somewhere.
Yeah, I don't
after that
think
happened.
that's true. It has always been surprising to me that the urban service area is so much bigger than the sphere. And I don't know why that is. I certainly cannot confirm what you said, but I
Well,
don't know how the urban service area got so
Give you a
much bigger.
copy. I
than
mean,
the
it's,
sphere.
it's pretty much the same as what the urban service area is. It extended beyond Fairview Road. It went out to Wright Road. Pretty much the things that we're talking about it going back to.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if staff wants to comment, if Eva or anyone, I don't know this history. It
Yeah, it's hard
predates,
to
I think it
piece it
predates
together.
all of us who are on staff or
Yeah.
consultants, but
And just interrupting real
Sure.
quick, the clerk's going to make copies of what the mayor handed
So
out. So
anyone,
it's
yeah,
available for
it's
the
from
public.
it's from the 2005 general plan. So it's what it used to be. So I guess my question.
well, one thing I can say is that the sphere, yeah, this this map, Mayor, shows the sphere being much more contracted. It's hard to read because
No,
the
it's
orange,
actually not, because we kind of talked about this. Those little dots are the planning area. That's what it says in the legend. Those big wide dots are supposed to be the sphere of influence. 'Cause I've had that discussion a few times looking at it. with
So
people.
the pink is the planning area and the orange is the sphere.
I'm looking at
they're
the
pretty
size of the
much-
dashes and
the thicker dash is the planning area and the thinner dash is the sphere.
Yeah, it's a boldness of the line situation.
I thought it was the length of the line situation.
No. So the sphere on this map is, for example, right on Fairview. Whereas, and this map doesn't, as I understand it, this map does not purport to show the urban service area.
Because it's not, doesn't
Right, it's
exist.
not,
yet,
Madam
right?
Mayor,
Doesn't
I have a
take-
question. Are we asking questions right now, or are you trying to influence
trying
them
to-
where
no,
the sphere should
I'm
be?
trying to understand something.
Can you
I'm not-
follow your own rules,
You're out of
please?
order, sir. I'm
Questions,
speaking.
thank
Please
you.
stop talking. Thank you. So you're saying that the short dots, which kind of seem to correspond to the short dots of the planning area, are not the planning area. That's
Right, the short dot, when you say short dot, for instance, Fairview Road has a short dot on this map, right?
right.
That map, that line on Fairview Road is the sphere.
Okay, so it just doesn't correspond very well to the legend underneath.
Exactly, that
So
is
those
true.
longer dots that say the
Right.
sphere of influence, I would assume would be the longer dots
No,
that were.
No.
We get it. You want to expand the
Please
sphere
stop
so that your
interrupting.
donors can be happy. We get it.
Please.
Let's get on with the questions, please.
God.
Yeah, so the line that, for example, is on Fairview Road,
Mhm.
that is the sphere. That is what I would call orange.
Okay.
And then the other line, which is about half a mile east of Fairview, for example, that is meant to be the planning area. And
Thank
this
you.
map does not have the urban service area on it at all.
At all. It did- I
Right.
don't think it existed back then.
Right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So for the ag designation, I have questions for you about that. You have a chart in the general plan. I think it's on page 9. It talks about general plan land use designations, and we see agriculture at the bottom.
Mhm.
And it says city limits acres 0. So do
Mhm.
we have 0 agriculture within the city limits?
Correct, as a
So,
designation.
Can you explain to me how that works for ag preservation? Then if we're talking about projects within the city limits and there is no agriculture within the city limits, how do we preserve that? Or are we looking at outside?
Well, so you're looking at a summary of designations,
Mhm.
which is different than what's on the ground today. Is that distinction making sense to you? No, okay. So let's take an obvious example. If there's a vacant lot downtown,
Okay.
it's not designated in your general plan as vacant. And it's not designated as agriculture,
Okay.
even though it's vacant. It's designated, let's say, for retail.
Okay.
So on that table you're looking at, it would be counted as a residential parcel. So I can open up the table. But that table on page 9, it has a line for something like residential. And it's counting all the land that's designated for residential, whether it's been built with residential or not. So there are a few parcels inside the city limits which are still used for agriculture, but they're designated for a different use. So this table that you're looking at, and I'm just opening it up to actually find it.
That makes more
Um,
sense. So,
So the table is counting for you how the land is designated, and it's telling you that zero land is designated for ongoing agricultural use inside the city.
okay.
But there is still some agricultural land that will presumably be converted for into those other uses.
And I guess that brings me to my other question, zoning versus designation. Are they different or are they the same?
So the land use designation, these are great questions, and it
Sorry,
really
I'm a
points out
newbie,
what
so I'm trying to
wonks
understand.
we are who do this work all the time. I apologize. So when I use the word designation, I mean the land use designation, which is what's in this general plan.
Mhm.
The zoning is a more detailed set of rules
Okay,
that exist in your zoning code and on your zoning map. So you have a land use map that has the general plan land use designations, and you have a zoning map that has the zoning designations.
Okay.
They should be consistent with each other, but the general plan will be more generalized and the zoning will be more detailed.
okay, got it. That makes sense. So this may, I wanted to ask about the low density residential and the changes that are being, put forth. So in the old plan, it was 1 to 8 units per acre, and I know we're trying to increase densities, and we went up to 10. But it says on low density, like on an acre of land, you have to have at least six parcels. You'd have to have at least 6 dwelling units on an acre of land. Is that what you mean by the low density designation?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure to what you're referring. I don't know where you're getting the number 6.
I'm sorry, the chart, like when you look at maximum permitted intensity for low density
Can you
residential.
give me are you in the general plan?
It's that
What
same chart that talks about it.
page? What is it? Page
It's page 9, LU9.
LU9. Oh, okay. So 6 is the minimum.
Right, so that's what my question is. So in the current plan, it's 1 to 8, so you could have one house on
One
up to an acre. But now you're saying you have to have 6
Right.
houses on an acre. So my question is, in doing this, I mean, I've seen other general plans where it says maximum of 10. I mean, I know we want the density. But say there's a vacant lot, 10,000 square foot lot, and somebody wants to buy it and build their family home on it. They
Right.
can't do that any longer if we change it to 6, because that's a quarter of an acre. So you'd have to have more than one home. You'd have to build more than one home. So doesn't that preclude us from some things? We do have
Well,
vacant
that's
lots
an
around town.
interesting particular question you're asking, and I don't know
So
if
it's
you are.
hypothetical, but I just
So,
wonder.
right, so the question you're asking is if I own a quarter acre is
Yeah.
your example, and at 6 units per acre, a quarter acre could be rounded to 2.
Yeah.
And would the city require me to build at least 2, or could I build 1? You are allowed under constitutional law to build at least 1 house on any parcel, to have an economic use of your land.
Okay.
And you are also allowed under a different part of state law to add ADUs and
Right,
to have
yeah, I
at
know
least
that
2.
part.
But would the city, if I owned a quarter acre and I was supposed to have 6 units per acre, would the city require me to build 2, or could I build 1?
I think that would be something you'd address in your zoning ordinance. So you could say that you can round down, you could say that you can round up, you could solve it with a minimum lot size type of a situation. You could resolve it in your zoning where you allow a duplex, or
General plan amendment as well. Is that not correct?
you could amend the general plan, but I think from like a nuance of parcel size and
Yeah.
setbacks and unit type and those types of things of what is allowed in the low density residential designation, which in our code is interpreted into our R1 zoning district.
Mhm.
So what's allowed in the R1, you'd get into those detailed specifics.
Mhm.
And so it might depend on, a 9,000 square foot lot might have a different statement than the 10,000. There might be some threshold that you have to figure out that nuance, but I think it's a little more nuanced than the general plan.
Okay.
Right.
That-
Yeah, and
that
I
kinda
would
helps.
add to that, a variance is a finding under zoning that
That would allow-
allows to vary from the zoning code because of particular qualities of the site. So
Mm-hmm.
if someone owned that 10,000 square foot lot, a quarter acre, and they wanted to build one house, I think that's exactly the kind of thing a variance foresees,
Right.
which is it's not really practical for them to subdivide it further. They've just got this one lot. That's what they want to build. What we're trying to deal with is someone who owns 10 acres
Exactly.
and we want them to build 60 houses, not 40.
Right.
Right? And
No,
because
that
we're
makes
trying to
sense.
get the densities higher. So you wouldn't give a variance to that 10-acre
Gotcha.
parcel, but
No.
you might give the variance to that person with a quarter acre who just wants to build one house for themselves.
I'm just thinking about empty lots around town, and if
Yeah.
we're wanting to get them built, people might want to build their own home, but they may not want to become,
Right.
owners of multiple properties.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm just trying to do the infill. Okay.
Right.
And the other question I had to do with the high density zoning. I mean, I know we're trying to increase density, and I get that that's being pushed a lot by the state. Is it required for us to have high density because we've been labeled a metropolitan area, or is that just a tool? one of the
Effectively,
tools.
yes. I mean, so it's not quite just A to B that because you're metropolitan now you have to have high density. But what state law says, and I'm not sure they use the word metropolitan, I think they call it rural and suburban. Metropolitan
We
now,
went from
okay.
urban to
So
metropolitan,
okay. So, but that change, okay, and it was, I guess, up to metropolitan. State law says that for certain types of communities, metropolitan, rural, suburban, whatever, that there's a certain lowest threshold level where the law presumes that a unit's built will be affordable. And for the audience as a whole, the city was the state just in the last year or so redesignated Hollister from suburban to metropolitan. And when you were suburban, the state law said that 20 units per acre or more is presumed to be affordable. But for a metropolitan community, you have to have 30 acres or more to be presumed to be affordable. So there's not a direct requirement under state law that you have to have 30 units per acre or more, but the state has also put you on notice that if you don't have some significant number of sites at 30 units per acre or more, the state is going to give you much more homework to do to prove that you can build the requisite number of affordable units. And remember that number in your case is like 1,500 units.
Yeah.
It's a lot of units. So we're very worried that if you said, I don't like that 30, I want to go to 20, that you're never going to get your housing element certified by the state. That the state is telling you that you need to show them lots of land with a minimum density of 30.
I thought that the medium density went up to 30. For-
The way it's written right now is medium is 11 to 29 and high is
sorry,
30 to
29.
65.
Okay, so you're talking about the lowest of the high density.
The
is
lowest
30,
of
but it
the
goes up to
high, yeah,
65.
and you need some number of acres at 30 or more.
And when we talk about the high density, we're talking basically about 6 and 7 story buildings, right? Is that
You
not
can get
correct?
30 units per acre in a 4-story building,
You can.
Yeah. pretty easily, yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, I think that's it for my questions for now. So, did you want to do public comment and then we'll move on to the next?
Madam
items?
Mayor, I think that's what the council
Yeah.
had
Yeah, I
requested.
think as I understood the 3-2 opinion,
Yes.
you're going to take public
Then
comment.
let's do our
And then
public
if I could
comment.
just say, then I think I'm going to come back and you're going to work through all of these items.
Okay.
And only
Sounds good.
then will you have Greg's presentation followed by more questions, more
Sounds
comment,
good.
and specifically about the inclusionary housing ordinance.
That's good. Can we get public comment then?
Yes, our first public speaker is Joe Tonasia, followed by Jennifer Churchill. Tanasha, thank you. I apologize now because I'm sure I'll make many more mistakes. I think you got Jennifer Churchill, okay.
Just keep slaughtering it.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Joe Tanasha. I'm a resident and a business owner. And my comments have to deal with that C area that was on the deal. I've been working years ago with Bill Avera, that was a city manager, about developing my property over there. And in this new general plan, trying to work through it, you guys were off for quite a while on it. But my APN gets split in half by Union Road, city limits goes to Union Road, it splits an APN of 35 acres. And it doesn't make any sense for the other side of Union Road, the south of Union Road, west to south side down to the river, to be anything other than developed. It doesn't provide for ag preservation at all. And I brought it up at the planning commission meeting that they didn't even have an adjustment there for the bridge coming through and the property being taken. And they don't adjust for all these properties that they go down into the river. These owners own the property down in the river. There's already 4 estate houses over there on 10 acres. The ground is not farmable. And with the county on the other side, building a subdivision, I got a school on another side. I got the city on the other side. It's hemmed me in where I've got people that walk in my backyard because they think it's okay to go through an orchard, including the dog catcher, entering private property. And it's very frustrating. And I don't want to be out of the farming business over anywhere in the county, but it's just an economic reality nowadays with food safety and everything else that we have to do it. And that's probably the biggest thing there. I'd like the city limits to go all the way over to Brigantino's, and you guys don't do a special plan area. I don't see what a special plan area has to gain. The North Gateway out there, I saw it's going to be on the inclusionary, but I was going to mention, I have a piece of property over there that's surrounded by houses, and the county wants to put a homeless shelter over there by where I'm at too. And one of the reasons I got this property because it allowed employee housing. And I thought I was going to have a meeting with the city this week, but I found out I was out of town, that they decided not to. Their meaning of employee housing has to do with if I put mini storage in there or I need a caretaker unit. And employee housing for ag, both for my employees and even H2A employees, is huge for this community. And the North Gateway area is a perfect plan to do it, especially with the area where residential is already there on the Chapel Road behind the Chevron and over that area. So that was just a couple of comments. I'm out of time. Any questions, ask me later.
The next public speaker is Jennifer Churchill, to be followed by Dr. Sean Tenenbaum.
I am here representing the eastern area where it has been designated previously as mixed use, and I disagree with the plan of changing it to commercial. We'd like to keep it in the mixed use. One of the things, I've learned a lot so far, just listening to everybody here. And throughout the speaker, what he was sharing with us about the land use and the community design, where our property is on Hillcrest and Fairview. And it is right there at where the sphere of influence ends. So us being designated as commercial is really limiting the growth that everybody's talking about. We're talking about increasing our density and everything like that. And putting it off till that area grows and then we need more housing, and making it be commercial right now doesn't make any sense to me. And with this possible expansion of the sphere of influence, it's going to give the other side of the street more power and more property to develop residential, which is what we'd like to do. So instead of, changing the map, why don't we allow what we have in the sphere of influence to remain as a mixed use, so we can provide both commercial and residential? And I think that's all I have. You want my parcel numbers? I'll tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Dr. Sean Tenenbaum, followed by Jeffrey Small.
Well, good evening, everyone. Honorable Mayor Casey, City Council members, Sean Tenenbaum, Superintendent for the High School District. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I did provide comment. You have a written comment from me, but in the interest of time, I'll just really focus my efforts here tonight. First and foremost, the district is requesting respectfully that the city council expand the sphere of influence in the Buena Vista corridor to accommodate a 50-acre high school site for the following reasons. Number one, proximity to existing and future residents and students. Number two, create a walkable, bikeable, friendly community. Number three, reduce vehicle miles traveled for a large portion of our community. Number four, reduce traffic congestion and improve pedestrian, bicycle, and traffic safety surrounding the existing high school. Number five, the availability of water, power, and sewer services. Number six, convenient transportation corridors, including Highway 156 and 25. And last but not least, the availability of a 50-acre site as recommended by CDE. My second recommendation is that as we plan for the future, that we take a look at the Best Road site, that we incorporate it into the SOI now, because as the city and the county continue to expand, that east corridor will be developed over a period of time. And we're asking for that designation now to be able to plan effectively for our students in the future. And I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank you for coming before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Jeffrey Small, followed by Carson Clower.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Mayor Casey, honorable council members. Jeffrey Small, I am the municipal advisor to the San Benito High School District. We appreciate the opportunity to continue collaborating with the city on projects that serve the needs of the students, families, businesses in and around the city of Hollister. We are particularly grateful for the policy supportive of the schools in the 2040 draft general plan. The district recently adopted a facilities master plan, and as many of you know, there are currently over 3,465 students at Hollister High School. Hollister High School is the third largest high school in Northern California, and it is the 10th largest high school in the state of California. The district has limited ability to accommodate new students because it has one comprehensive high school and cannot adjust attendance boundaries or reconfigure grade levels. Additional high school facilities and sites are needed. As you know from Dr. Tannenbaum, the district is requesting two things. One, the Buena Vista corridor and the boundaries of the Fairview Road be expanded in order to accommodate the 50-acre site for a future high school in Buena Vista, and also accommodate the district's currently owned Best Road site in the sphere of influence. We do note that that was not one of the recommendations that was accepted by the Planning Commission on the August 10th meeting, but we are again requesting that that sphere of influence be expanded to include the Best Road property. The Buena Vista corridor lends itself to future residential mixed-use development. Municipal services such as water, power, sewer currently exist in this location. A high school site in this location would create a walkable, bikeable, and family-oriented community as it is near existing and future residents. A high school located in this location would reduce vehicle miles traveled. Transportation to and from the area would be complementary to school-age parents commuting to and from the Bay Area. The Best Road site is currently owned by the district. It is near the site of the new Gavilan College campus. Future joint use opportunities with Gavilan College would be available with a future high school located at the site. As growth potentially migrates to South County, the site will be important for future high school facilities and should be included in the sphere of influence. We very much appreciate all the time and effort of the Planning Commission, of the consulting team, of the City Council in acknowledging the necessity of immediate action for the district in helping obtain that future high school sites in both the Buena Vista area and also on the Best Road property. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carson Clower, to be followed by Graham Mackey.
Carson Clower, K2 Solutions. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate all of your hard work on this. Obviously, this is a heavy lift this evening. What I just handed out was a couple comment letters from property owners in the South Side Road, Union Road area. there was a number of recommendations put forward by the Planning Commission at the previous meeting. Unfortunately, two of them were, I think, combined and confused. If you look at the maps I provided, one of the things that was proposed and recommended to you was a change in zoning for properties that are south of Union and west of Southside. Mr. Shanasha spoke to it. Right now, in your general plan, as recommended or proposed, it's agricultural land. Planning Commission recommended that it should be some other form of residential zoning. I don't think it was recommended a specific zoning, but it was not going to be agricultural land as proposed by the, recommended by the Planning Commission. The other item is a sphere of influence proposal that brings in two parcels that are south of Enterprise and east of Southside. When you look back at that proposed letter C, that area, it's just a little sliver that's south of Enterprise. Everything else is not part of that sphere of influence. It's already in your sphere of influence as proposed. You can look at the map on LU7, which actually has that area already in your proposed sphere of influence. And the two parcels that are south of Enterprise there, it's labeled as specific plan. I'm not sure what that means. The whole area in this special planning area for Union and Southside is going to require specific plan as put forward by the general plan update. So if possible, I'd like to see some sort of zoning put on those two parcels. So just like everybody else in that area. Once you guys come back to it, if you need more clarification, I'm here. All right, thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Graham Mackey, followed by Maria Gomez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council people. I am a 43-year resident of this community. I've been in business for all this time, and I just like to give you my views. I listened to the Planning Commission meeting a week or so ago, and given all of the information that was thrown at them from mostly farmers, small farmers within the sphere of influence, I thought the commission did a very good job in addressing concerns of those people that spoke. My particular concerns are more related to the preservation of agricultural land in the city. I believe the commission's decision to go with the 1-to-1 was a good one. And basically the reason that I believe this is because we're trying to increase commercial activity in our city. And this is another cost that would drive them not only from the city to the county, which is 1-to-1, but also to maybe Monterey County, which is a 1-to-1 ratio. So we don't want to be out of the race on what it costs to develop a property. We need to attract businesses to this community. So I'm asking the council to endorse what the Planning Commission recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maria Gomez, followed by Willis Pack.
Hi, council members. I'm Maria Gomez, and I live on Buena Vista Road, which has been.
Ma'am,
the
can you
planning
pull the
commission-
microphone down
Yeah.
just a little bit?
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
too short. Better. Hi, Maria Gomes, and I live on Buena Vista Road, and I know that the Planning Commission, we have been trying since 2019 to be on the next general plan. Letters to the city have been done previously. And we were like on the 2005 on the edge of being probably on the next planning. Now they're saying that we are agricultural. We only have 12 acres. And the utilities are across the street. And why not adding to Buena Vista Road, where there's already utilities there that can be used already? They don't have to go very far to get them. That's my only thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Willis Pack, followed by Gary Coates.
Thank you. We've spoken to this before, but the process up to this point has been fairly disjointed, and only this year has the public review part of it been open in any real sense. Believe me, I tried before. I want to talk to the area which was now labeled as Area A out of the planning study session last month. Basically bounded on the east side by the sphere of influence under the maps you're looking at. On the south, it's bounded by the basically riverbed path where the flat land breaks off down into the river. So just draw that line in your mind. West side, 156, northern side is either the pole line or Wright Road. I think Wright Road is probably a more reasonable designation in this case. This is in agriculture. We're landowners with our land used for agriculture presently. One thing that people don't seem to understand is that our land is premium dirt, does really, really nice, but it's impaired by being in the proximity of the city already. This causes food safety and other proximity issues, including financial one, which I'll get to in closing. That means that those people farming it are getting reduced rates for the crops they grow, or more frequently having fewer offers from particularly the Salinas organizations who are nationwide shippers at least. And so if they don't get frequent contracts, they grow less and the return is lower. As a landowner, that results in the rents being lower for us. So there is a economic impairment on that land already. The value of the land has been held up a little bit over the years due to the designation of R1 under the current general plan. Under the proposed general plan, in the original draft, it goes to agriculture as has been highlighted. And that will mean that it's worth a little bit less right now, but it also impairs the collateral value for the financing of agricultural operations in the area. So that's another impairment on the agricultural viability in economic terms on that land. So it is maintaining the R1 designation is sort of at the heart of our requests. The Planning Commission actions do address that, and so that's kind of it. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Gary Coates, followed by Dane Nabal.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, members of the council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you this evening. I represent a property that is 19 acres located on the southwest corner of Wright Avenue and San Felipe Road. It is currently designated in the North Gateway area. When I appeared at the Planning Commission meeting, we were requesting not a change in designation, but a clarification and expansion of potential permitted uses within that designation. In the report that was presented to you this evening on it's actually on page 33, packet page 33, at the very bottom, it talks about Planning Commission changes considered but ultimately rejected, and refers to what the request that I just mentioned to you was the possibility of expanding uses to include other industrial uses or research uses or other such things. And in the staff memo, it states, a landowner in North Gateway area stated for a wider variety of allowed uses, including large format uses such as industrial and logistics. The Planning Commission decided that these uses would not be in keeping with the intent of the North Gateway designation. Unfortunately, that was not the action of the commission. The commission specifically told us that at this time, it was not appropriate for us to go into those uses. Those would be zoning questions and permitted uses under the zoning ordinance. And it was through the chair that they requested that we save that, present that back to the council or commission at the time when you were doing your zoning to ensure conformance with your general plan designations, which we agree. We have no issue with that at all. But I did not want this to come out to you as the commission rejected it. No, they did not. So that was number one. Number two, in the process, we also felt that by allowing the expansion of these uses, it allowed us to also actually implement some of the climate action programs, reducing impact, creating jobs. In that area, we're not looking to have a large commercial development out in that area, because then you're having everybody that's residential that is in the east, southeast of town, commuting all the way across town to go to a use, which they have uses in their area that would be more appropriate to go. And so we don't want to compete and drive businesses out. We want to be providing job opportunities, providing them in an area that would be receptive to that kind of a use with the airport, et cetera. So we felt that it was a much more appropriate program. So I won't go into questions on the uses and that. I'll save that. If that's the direction of the council, that was the commission that told us to do that, and we concur with that. So, Madam Mayor, I'll conclude my comments and be available if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Dane Nabal, followed by Renee Baez.
Hello, everyone, Madam Mayor. My name is Dane Nabal. My family, fourth generation landowners here in Hollister. We're here in support of the Planning Commission's proposed changes to the sphere of influence. Basically expanding the Buena Vista corridor out for the proposed high school. We believe it's a logical step to place the high school. We just believe in the flexibility as landowners here. By including us in the sphere of influence, it gives us the ability to potentially make decisions for basically our property and our community in the next 20 years, whether it be a high school or proposed homes. We just believe that it gives us the best option for our land. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Renee Baez, followed by Matt Knorr.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I want to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Baez, and I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union, but I'm also a resident of Hollister, going on 3 years. I live in the Sunny Slope Village area. Today, I want to talk about 3 simple things which will benefit the city of Hollister and also the draft general plan. And I believe these 3 things should also be basic labor standards. 1 is the use of accredited apprenticeship programs. 2 is healthcare for workers and their families. And 3 is local hire. You see, projects that invest, cities that invest and developments that invest in apprenticeships, healthcare, and local hire is the right choice for construction workers and their families. This allows the workers and their families to actually live in the communities that they work in or work in the communities that they live in. This also means those wages that are earned will be reinvested back into the local community as they spend their earnings. So right now, Hollister is a place where many of us live, but don't actually work because of the lack of good paying jobs. But by adopting labor standard language into the draft general plan, you are providing residents and graduating students the opportunity to make a livable wage and career opportunities. The CTE program offered at Hollister High School is a fantastic start, but if we fail to provide a greater opportunity here, they too will be traveling to and from the Bay Area for work. Now, my responsibility is to advocate for the workers, the men and women who will be constructing these commercial and residential projects to make sure that they are represented. We're talking about land use and general plans and apartments and all those things in the housing element and draft plan, but I don't see anything about labor standards. And I'm afraid that if I wasn't here, we would not even think about the actual workers who are building these things, right? This is something that I believe that we should pay attention to and add an importance to. Recently, Berkeley, the city of Berkeley passed a hard hat language stating, and the hard hat stands for helping achieve responsible development with healthcare and apprenticeship training standards. So we're here to advocate for the workers and the students that are graduating. If we do not give them these opportunities to actually work here, they will not live here.
they're gonna be traveling to and from the Bay Area, meaning families are displaced. I leave my house at 5 o'clock in the morning, I get home at 7 PM. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-month-old, which I spend maybe an hour with. And I'm sure there are many of us like that. And we will have displaced families and we'll be priced out of our community if we do not provide these opportunities to our students and those who actually live in this community. I think we should think about labor standard rights and add those to each development that is being brought to this council. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Matt Noor, to be followed by Carly Robles.
For those that have items, if you could pass them to the clerk will gladly distribute them to the supervisors rather than directly, or to the council members rather than directly to them.
My apologies, sir. Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow council members. I recognize you have a lot of information in front of you this afternoon, and I'll be very concise, and I appreciate all your work and everything you do. You put a lot on the line. Between our Right 13 and Felipe 9 properties, we own 25 acres in the northern sector of the city, and it's currently zoned North Gateway. Our properties are either mid-block, have an extensive depth to frontage ratio, or have no frontage at all to a major arterial street. So those parcels that we own are not conducive to the North Gateway zoning, which advocate for a lot of commercial type uses. And in fact, this Northway Gateway creates dead zones for our parcels. And so tonight, what we're asking for and what we've conveyed to the Planning Commission was to either allow for some supplemental uses that would be conducive for these type of parcels that are either mid-block, have excessive depth frontage ratio, or have no frontage at all. And if those additional uses are not something that the council is willing to consider, then we respectfully ask, maybe we could zone those properties then to light industrial, which are immediately adjacent or in close proximity to our parcels. And in the letter I just provided to you, I outlined on the first page under comment number 1, 7 of these other uses that are kind of more with the times, if you will. They really are representing current economic environment and would bring jobs to the city. They reflect research and development, creative flexible office space, e-commerce type of facilities, robotics, and other types of uses like that, which would be high paying jobs in the city and reduce the amount of traffic and export of, your capital, your residents to other neighboring cities, and they keep everyone here in town. So I think there's a lot of merit to what we're proposing, and we respectfully request your consideration for those. So thank you so much again tonight.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Bob Tiffany.
Hi, Carly Robles. Mayor Mia Casey, when you announced your candidacy on Next Door, this is what you said. Someone had a question, and their question was, are you pro-development? An honest answer, please. I'm going to quote you.
Excuse me, are you speaking about the general plan?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for asking. I am pro-economic development, not pro-housing development. I will focus on bringing new business and good paying jobs here. We have had very little business for decades. We have had a great deal of housing growth, and it has strained our infrastructure. New business will bring new revenue streams to allow us to maintain our infrastructure and city services. Unfortunately, the state housing crisis law required us to build certain number of houses each year. So while we may not be able to stop growth, I believe it must be carefully managed. I plan to focus efforts towards more affordable housing opportunities and encourage small infill projects to help meet our state requirements around housing rather than growing outward. Which is, to me, means expanding the sphere of influence. So I hope you are true to your word when it comes time to vote. Also, there's one thing that I noticed that was not mentioned here today by anybody in all these plans and all these houses and everything that wants to be developed is traffic. Traffic is the #1 concern of every citizen in this county. It takes 3 hours sometimes to go from here to San Jose in the morning or to get back home. Residents barely have any time to even be with their family here, like he was saying. You're also not taking into consideration infrastructure. I hear development, so I want to develop this, I want to develop that. Let's put houses here. What about our sewer? What about our water? What about our electricity? Just last year, yeah, we had a lot of rain, but just last year we had a drought. We had to cut back the use of our water. And you want to give our water away to other housing developments already? You're putting the horse before the carriage. The other complaint that a lot of residents have is our roads. When are we going to talk about fixing our roads? Not just fixing them, widening 25. When is Highway 25 going to be widened? Everybody wants that done. And I know Mayor Ignacio, former Mayor Ignacio, had started some work on that, and I'd like to see you to continue that. At least try. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bob Tiffany, followed by A. Siwak.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I wanted to speak and support the changes that were recommended by the Planning Commission. Most particularly, I wanted to talk about the increasing of the sphere of influence. My perspective is partially coming from the fact that I was a county supervisor for a couple of years, as well as LAFCO chair for a couple of years. And from my point of view, and I think it should be the point of view of the city council as well as the board of supervisors, the entire community should be looked at when you're talking about planning, when you're talking about growth. This is a small community, and to artificially, although that's the way that we're set up, we have the city of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and the county, but we need to look at the entire county. And so when you, by increasing the sphere of influence, you're basically taking into account reality and where growth is taking place right now. For example, east of Fairview. By not increasing that sphere of influence, what you're doing is you are pushing those decisions to the county of San Benito. Growth is going to take place, but I think very strongly that growth ideally takes place within the city of Hollister, because you are the ones that have, you have the capacity to provide growth properly and to deal with growth. So I see if you don't increase the sphere of influence, what you're doing is you're pushing that decision, those growth decisions, to the county. And so I highly recommend that you do expand the sphere of influence and take into account reality, as I said. Also, I believe you should revise the agricultural preservation program from 2 to 1 to 1 to 1, as was earlier mentioned. Although you do need to preserve ag land, and you do need to take that into account, that's a critical area of our community, of course. You also do not want to discourage commercial development. We've had comments being made here about traffic, about roads, et cetera. You need commercial development so we have more jobs here to keep people in this community. And then lastly, and I'll make further comment during the inclusionary housing speaking, but I do encourage going to the 15% inclusionary housing level. If you're anything above that, it sounds great, but all you will do is discourage any kind of housing, and you will not get any affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is A. Siwak, followed by Devin Pack.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I have 2 comments. At the last Planning Commission meeting, when this was discussed, Mr. Tanesha had a great idea. Nobody should vote on changes or designations in the general plan until they actually go out there, drive by, and look at it from several different vantage points. Secondly, we own about roughly 40 acres immediately west of the commercial zoning or designation that's on the corner of Fairview and Hillcrest. Currently, it's designated 1 to 8 units per acre. We have a pending tentative map for roughly 429 units out there under the density bonus plan, which will supply 18 very low income units for as rentals. The original designation from the general plan was to actually drop that density down to maybe as low as a house per 5 acres. At the last meeting, when everybody was getting a little bit punchy after 10:15 at night, that designation was changed to medium to high density. As I say, we can barely fit 400 units on that acreage. I'm not sure how you're going to get 30 to 60 units per acre. And with the new BMR, the pro forma already say you have to increase the density by 60% just to get to a level where you don't even include the cost of the land. So I think that number one, you the people that vote on the general plan should actually drive by there and look at it. And secondly, I suggest that you keep it the way it's currently designated as 1 to 8 units per acre. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Devin Pack, followed by Carol Lenore.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I am commenting in regards to the Buena Vista sphere of influence area. A little bit of background. I do have a master's in history from San Jose, and I have done some amount of research and collaboration, in the course of that master's program with some, local historians, in the Historical Society, including the recently departed Meg Groeling. The Buena Vista area has been an area that has long been considered a part of Hollister. The post office and the census department lists our houses in that area as Hollister. And in previous decades, residents of that area have run and served in Hollister city offices. I refer to John Ivankovich, who served as mayor of Hollister. I also refer to my grandfather, who served as the AAC Emergency Preparedness Director for Hollister during the 1950s. So one thing about the current sphere of influence, the sphere of influence has grown and contracted. And this area, which is in the penumbra of Hollister, I could liken it to being the Puerto Rico of Hollister, by which I mean we're incorporated in the tax districts, we pay Hollister taxes, and yet currently I could not run for city office, though I could walk over 2 houses to my next neighbor, and that neighbor would be able to run against Councilman Resendez to speak towards our proximity. This proximity to the existing houses of Hollister also speaks towards why you should not designate it as agriculture and either preserve the existing designation as R1 or move towards the Planning Commission's recommendations for expanding the area. And that's because of the residential proximity, we are an extremely marginal utility to agricultural business. This is both because of the current dynamics of the size, wherein Salinas developers our parcels are just too small. Our output is not large enough. Our water is extremely alkaline. We had to dig 2 wells before we were able to water our property. So the water is not good. And the sheer number of raccoons, rats, possums, and skunks coming from our neighbors create a food safety issue. So if this area is downgraded to agriculture, we will not be able to secure finance. We will not be able to even continue agricultural functions, and you will just have a large number of uncultivated fields of weeds. For that reason, I urge this council to go with the planning commission's plans, recommendations to expand towards multi-use in the region.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carol Lenore, followed by Ann Hall.
First of all, I filled it out wrong. It's gonna be Commissioner Lenore. And then I'll reserve comments as resident Carol Lenore. I can get back in line though, if you like. Just a little bit of clarification on North Quay. Gary Coates said it exactly. We just felt that clarifying the uses was more of a zoning ordinance overhaul process at that point.
So I'm
Oh,
sorry to interrupt.
oh.
I have to jump in here. If you're speaking on behalf of the planning commission, you need to have planning commission approval
I
by
do.
a majority of them
I
to
do.
actually speak at this meeting.
I do. I'll tell you that I was asked by Development Service Director.
Was that approval given in a public forum in a public meeting?
Okay. I won't speak.
You can
about-
speak as an individual.
I'll speak as Carol Lenore.
Thank you.
So I'll just let go. I said everything at the meeting I wanted to say. Please listen to it. Okay. So member of the public, if the GPAC would have did a better job in the beginning, we wouldn't have had to make so many changes. I wouldn't have felt like there needed to be changes. All right. My opinion is that you're closing your city off. You need control. How many people on social media talk about Santana Ranch? What the heck happened there? Well, you didn't put it in the city sphere. It's not in the city limits, and you're going to get a lot more of that. And we just can't do that. Sphere of influence doesn't mean we're going to build on there next year, 5 years, 10 years. This plan is till 2040. These are not houses that are going in immediately. Planning is planning, long-range planning, short-range planning. There's goals in the general plan that run the life of the general plan. Come on, we can't close ourselves off like that. And then you get maybe opportunity for the school to locate. We've done a lot of good road improvement in Hollister, especially along Buena Vista. So I think it would be a really good area considering we have that nice beautification there. I just felt like it was a terrible general plan that was done, and we know why. It was a no growth general plan. And I'd like some businesses more to come here. You're not going to get them flat out. I went to that presentation by EDC. They have site requirements. And if we keep sending that message of don't build and moratorium, we are too unstable. You will not progress this city or this county into economic development. And Mia, your message on next door was spot on. Thank you and I sincerely apologize as Commissioner Lenore for my outbreak. It was wrong and I'm ashamed of it, and it won't happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Ann Hall, followed by Bella Rosales.
Ann Hall. I'm here the night of the planning commission meeting. I spoke specifically about the agricultural program and the limiting, the part of the wording that I had an issue with was any mitigation land had to come within the city planning area. I think that is limiting yourself and creating an ag buffer around the city that is unnecessary and ultimately detrimental to the city. I believe if you're going to have an ag mitigation program, you should be able to get ag mitigation property within San Benito County, anywhere within San Benito County. If you want to, our goal would be to preserve, say, like the San Juan corridor. That would be an ideal place to get mitigation land and not limit yourself to the city planning area. That was my comment that night. I have a comment on something else. The discussion did go on. And you saw the 3 areas that were added, recommended being added to the sphere of influence. And I believe part of that discussion was, let's take in the areas the city is already serving water and sewer, which is not necessarily fully legal, whether, regardless of how it happened, there are areas you are serving water and sewer that are outside the sphere of influence. And some of that was to bring in those areas, put them in the sphere, make them legal, and remove some of the controversy that's been going on the past few years. since then, I have a client who sent a letter to ask another area be considered, which is the area over by the frontage road going down to the sewer ponds and then along San Juan Hollister Road. The city serves water to the majority of those properties. And we would ask that those properties be included in the consideration of being added to the sphere of influence to cover areas that you already serve water. And it becomes an issue where one neighbor has a water meter and maybe one neighbor doesn't, and they don't understand why their neighbor can get water and they can't get water, or somebody has water and they want to put up, build something else there. It would, I think, make the city's job easier if you acknowledge these areas where you're already serving utilities outside the sphere of influence. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by Elias Salinas.
Hi, Council. I'm really concerned and disappointed with this general plan because it's counterproductive and detrimental to our climate goals. If you increase the sphere of influence and develop all the land that's around Buena Vista and the other areas, therefore removing the vegetation that exists there, you take away the land's ability to sequester carbon, which means the land can't remove carbon from the atmosphere. As we saw in the climate action plan, we won't be taking action fast enough to reach the carbon reduction goals. And the developments proposed in the general plan are part of the reason why we won't be reaching those goals. Another reason why we would miss our goal would be if you choose to protect only 1 acre of land for every acre that's developed instead of 2. Again, we need all the carbon sequestration that we can get. If we want to reach our goals, and in more explicit terms, if we want to prevent the worst of the climate disasters that are to come, the flooding, the hurricanes, the wildfires that we've seen in increasing frequency lately, if we want to prevent the loss of life, we need to do more. This general plan goes against all of that. As a member of the younger generation, we need you to take another look at the plan and at the projects you're approving and make the changes that will help my generation survive the coming crisis. Because this general plan does nothing but guarantee we miss our goals and miss the golden hour where we might still have a chance. If you care about our survival, take another look at the plan and make the changes that prove you care. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Elias Salinas, to be followed by Stuart Fahmy, who's on Zoom.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I agree with the Planning Commission's decision to increase the sphere of influence. As most of you are aware in this room, the GPAC committee was packed by the former mayor who was the puppet master and did delegating on who was going to be on the committee. I tried to be on the committee. Mia Casey tried to be on the committee. John Casey tried to be on the committee, and Kevin Henderson tried to be on the committee. And the former mayor said no. I absolutely guarantee you that I have never received not 1 penny from a developer. And that is why I was not allowed to be on the GPAC. The GPAC committees, all it is a silent moratorium. That is what they're trying to do. So we already have a 1 per 1 acre, and it is already expensive and for developers to have to go buy even amount of acres for the amount of acres that they're already going to develop. But they do it because they're going to follow the rules. With regards to the precedent has already been set on South Side in having water and sewer up there was given to years ago to the houses out there on Hospital Road, their sweat equity homes, and also to the migrant camp that's out there. So precedence was set. And that is why now there's developments out there that LAFCO approved for their sewer system, and it's outside the city of the influence. But that was set because the sweat equity homes were allowed, and so were the migrant camps. The rezoning of properties that can and cannot be developed can be taken out of your hands by the state of California under SB 35. If you haven't read it yet and your council hasn't given it to you yet, you need to get yourselves aware. This is the only way that we, the city, can take control of what happens, is you approve, and especially with the 15% of the low income, you have to be able to allow a developer to build and still be able to afford to build the low income housing, because it still costs the same amount of money per square foot.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Stuart Fahmy, followed by Michael Anderson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Casey and honorable council members. It's a pleasure to speak to you tonight. I am a landowner in Hollister, and I'm hereby requesting that you please maintain the current low-density general plan designation that you currently have in your 2005 general plan on my properties on Lad Lane and Union Road, especially if you plan to adopt these new densities in your residential zoning districts. These newly proposed density ranges have a huge impact on new subdivisions. So if you plan to adopt those new densities, I may request is that we stick with low density residential on my properties. Thank you for the consideration, and I hope I can count on your support. Good night.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Michael Anderson, to be followed by Valerie England.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and council members. My name is Michael Anderson with Anderson Homes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. At the city's Planning Commission workshop on June 22nd, I commented that Santana Ranch has received wastewater service from the city of Hollister for nearly a decade. And the purpose of my comments is to request that the proposed updated general plan make clear that regardless of the ultimate fate of the city's urban service area, the city will not revoke services from developments already receiving utility services from the city. At that workshop, Planning Commission recommended expanding the sphere of influence, which we support. Our Santana Ranch development along Fairview Road and Sunny Slope Road is in the county, adjacent to the city of Hollister, and within the city's urban service area, and within the proposed expanded sphere of influence. To give you a brief history of our project, in 2010, the county approved Santana Ranch. In 2012, LAFCO approved a resolution expanding the city's wastewater services into the urban service area, which includes Santana Ranch. In 2013, the city of Hollister provided a letter acknowledging Santana Ranch is within the urban service area and is eligible to receive sewer service. In 2018, the city's sanitary sewer collection master plan identifies Santana Ranch as an approved development that will receive city sewer service. Today, Santana Ranch is about 2/3 completed. We're very proud of the community we have created at Santana Ranch, which includes a mix of housing styles, apartments, parks, and a school, all of which receive the city's wastewater services. I've heard comments made tonight about local jobs, and we are proud to work with many talented local subcontractors, with some of our relationships dating back to the early 1990s. We appreciate the working relationship we have with city staff and look forward to continuing to work with the city as we complete our project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Valerie England, to be followed by Dennis Martin.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin. I live outside of Hollister, of course, but I support the parks. And earlier, there were comments about development that were so encouraging to hear support for workable and bicycle-friendly development. I think in Hollister especially, there is so much opportunity to realize the multimodal ways to get to work, to encourage workers to get there on a bicycle rather than get in the car. So this, I think, is supporting our climate change and as well as exercise and a healthy community. So thank you very much. And yes, let's keep biking and walking. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Dennis Martin, to be followed by John Robles.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. Just want to express our appreciation for the city's work on good planning. The update of the general plan has been quite a bit of work so far, and we want to encourage you to keep working on it. We can call your attention to the letter we submitted back in June with many comments, several pages of comments regarding some of the issues that the Planning Commission has touched on, and we want to support those recommendations for an expanded sphere of influence over the draft GP, inclusionary housing at 15% or below for new housing, and an ag mitigation ratio of 1:1 anywhere in the county. Wanted to echo Mr. Early's comments regarding school funding. SB 50, passed and adopted in 1998, supersedes local jurisdiction's authority with regards to adequacy of school facilities. That means that the city cannot mandate fees or condition development based on the adequacy of school facilities, including the general plan, specific plans, or project level development. BIA also opposes public art on residential development because we feel that there is really no nexus there. In addition, many cities charge nearly $200,000 per residential unit. Housing pays for infrastructure, parks, libraries, police, fire, juvenile, water, and many other fees as well. Public art is not an infrastructure and should not be included in the general plan. Finally, I'd like to just mention that our observations and experiences is that high density housing of 125 units per acre is likely not feasible in Hollister. And if you decide to keep this designation, we request that a feasibility study be included in the general plan so as to justify the inclusion of this 125 units an acre in the plan. So thank you very much for taking my comments.
Thank you. The next public speaker is John Robles.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Oh, awesome. Good evening to everybody in the room there. Some quick commentary tonight. My thoughts, basically, we have an issue with water. We have an issue with roads. We have issues with inside the city limits as they are currently today. And it's my opinion that the council and the Planning Commission really need to focus on that. It's really disgusting that we're seeing stuff fast-tracked, and that really needs to stop. A couple of years ago, I think it was in 2022, there was a measure that was put forth before the people to control growth and let the people have a say. Unfortunately, there was a lot of resistance and an awful lot of money from developers to push against it, not to mention some confusing literature that came out from the County Board of Supervisors to distort the issue, to muddy the waters, so to speak. So in summation, I really think that the current pose is a bad idea, and there's a lot of questions that are popping up. I'm hoping the public will take an active role. I encourage them to take an active role to put some sensibility into this matter. And that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay, before we go on, you have a logistical question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. great information, but I want to hear what everybody had to say, and we did hear what everybody had to say. Of course, there's some things I agree with that I don't agree with. I think that we need to take the time to go through them one by one at this point. But I don't know how practical or how realistic it is to do it now. What are our options? I would like to, again, is it just listen to public comment and then we're going to move forward? We're going to approve some of them. But I think that, again, there's some things that I completely agree with. There's some things that I don't agree with. And this is the first time that, aside from if you've attended any of these meetings, that we've had a chance to hear it. So I'm looking to the contractor, I'm looking to our staff. What can we do so that we can vet these a little bit more thoroughly and make a more informed decision on all of the comments that we got tonight? I don't just want to make a blanket approval. I think that this is important, that what are our options is, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
In consulting with our attorney, I mean, the option is if the council didn't want to consider it, you could continue the item to a future date to give yourselves more time to absorb the information.
And at that future date, could staff present every one of these items and then like make it so that we can go through them in an organized fashion and just get consensus on all of them? Would that be something feasible?
I would start by pointing out that you do have before you in our presentation 10 items that the Planning Commission already dealt with. And in addition to that, you have 4 items that the Planning Commission considered and decided not to act on. If you look at those 14 items to begin with, then you will have covered most of the things that you heard about this evening. If you would like me to, I could, at the end of that discussion of the 14 items, I could let you know the ones from my notes that I don't think were already covered. It's very few items that are not covered in those 14. Or some of you may have notes of things you heard about that you would like to see covered as well. And then I think as a fallback, if those 14 items, my notes and your notes don't seem like enough, I would second what the city manager has said, that it's also possible for you to either after that discussion or right now, you could continue this meeting and decide to take it up at a further time. And in the meantime, you could ask staff or consultants to come up with a written summary of the items or those that go beyond what the Planning Commission already did, and try and give you input on those. Again, those 14 items are already covered in your written staff report. I know you've all had a chance to look at them. And I would say that there are really no more than 2 or 3 additional items that have come up tonight that aren't part of those 14.
Okay, and then I would pose that question then, Madam Mayor.
So I'd like to hear from the rest of the council. Do you want to work through this tonight? Do you want to continue it or spread it out? What's your judge's, Councilmember Burns, what do you think?
Say, wow. There's a lot of information that's been provided to us tonight, in addition to what I thought was a good staff report and great presentation. And so for me, I tend to lean to want to support the Planning Commission in the majority of the decisions or recommendations, but I will also say I don't necessarily support all of them. And so from my perspective, I think it would be helpful to continue this item. I also thought one of the great things that I never even thought to consider would be going and doing a little field trip, a little exploratory mission myself. And so I'm grateful that I've not been lobbied by anybody for anything. I've received information from several, but not pressured by any. And so for me, I would almost recommend that we bring it back to a date specific. I absolutely am going to pull the tape from this session so I can go back. I've taken some notes, but I'm sure I've missed some things. And I think there was a lot of good conversation here. And so I also would almost think it would be helpful to maybe do a joint session with the Planning Commission and go through these things. I like the idea of going line by line, but this is a lot of work and we've still got two more items to consider here. And for me, I'm not prepared to make any kind of decision now. Also would like to know if the council does choose to support the planning commission's direction, then my understanding is it's going to cost more money. And we get one shot at doing this well, in my opinion. I understand that you can come back and occasionally do changes or through recommendations, but I'd really like to get this thing right. We've already been working on this. Well, it started before I came on council, and Councilmember Perez and I've been on council now about 3 years. So I'm not going to rush to completion. I just think there's a lot of valid points, and there's a lot of impact that this council is going to impart with the decision that's made. And so again, I would also like to know more about the urban service area. I have some real concerns that I'd like to maybe have our city attorney maybe present either an open or closed session, depending on decisions that have been previously made and directions that have been received, because I feel like we've gotten some mixed messages in regards to that as well. And so my recommendation would be to move it forward to a date specific and bring it back before the planning commission and the council at the same time to have one more comprehensive discussion. Thank you, Mayor, for my opportunity to speak.
Sure. Councilmember Perez.
Let's vote.
Pardon?
Let's vote. You know what, this is, I think you can never have enough information on this topic. And you know what, I mean, we can keep kicking this can down the road, but ultimately it's just a stalled delay tactic that's happening. And I think that I have a pretty good grasp, but then again, you know what, I take the time I'm around during the day, so I'll go and I do look around. So I've already done that tour. I've already looked around. You know what, and anyone else that, you know what, why are we not doing our homework ahead of time? Why are we not calling and asking these questions ahead of time instead of coming and waiting till the last second when it's time to vote? Instead of voting, we're going to start asking for questions, asking questions that we could have asked already and got the answers, and keep moving taking care of business in our city. That's how I feel.
Madam Mayor, could I add just a couple points of information before the council members continue? I did look through my notes and I counted exactly 3 items that are not covered in the 14 that were already covered by the Planning Commission. So, and I can mention those now or later, but if you did want to do this tonight, and I'm not saying you should, you would be doing the 14 items in the Planning Commission report, and there would be 3 additional items that were new this evening, and that would be it. Now, I realize even 17 things is a lot. I don't know if you want to try and do some of them tonight, see how far you get, whatever. But I did also want to mention, and I know the city manager wanted to mention this, you are under some time pressure because of the housing element.
Right.
The housing element is due to the state. It's supposed to be certified by December 31st. I think it's already going to be very hard for you to achieve that deadline. Essentially, if you haven't already submitted a complete draft to Housing and Community Development by now, you're going to have missed that date because the state takes so long. And so you're already up, you kind of have your back against the wall, so to speak. I think many of you have heard is what's called the builder's remedy that goes into effect at the time that once your housing element is not in compliance, which will be on January 1st, any developer can submit any application without regard to the general plan or zoning, and you have to accept that and process that application. And that window will open on January 1st and won't close until your housing element is certified. So the sooner you can act in a way that will get us to be able to give you a housing element, the better off you will be. And in that sense, if you could do at least some work tonight, that would allow us to move forward on the housing element. So I just wanted to give you those pieces of information, the housing element, and that there are only 3 items that aren't in the list of 14, and then you should move forward as you see
What are
fit.
those 3 items?
Those 3 items were the suggestion from the labor organizer that you include several requirements about union labor, and the 2 items from Ann Hall that she wanted to see the agricultural mitigation areas be outside the planning area anywhere in the county. That was number 2. And number 3 was her suggestion that additional properties that I understood to be near the river should also be included in the sphere of influence. Essentially, any parcel that's already receiving city sewer or water, plus those parcels around them should also be included in the sphere. That was the 3rd item. Okay. And those, other than those 3, I didn't hear any, my notes don't show any item not covered in the other 14.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I stated my logistical question, but I would like an opportunity to state my position, whether it be now or after everybody else.
Mayor, go, and then you can go.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So generally, I'm going to be supporting the planning commission. There's a few items, very few that I'm not in agreement with, and I would like to go through them. And I am in support of the 3 items that were just listed. But I'm fine to vote. I understand if people need additional time. It's just gonna, so it sounds like based on at least what I've heard from some of the council members, is that it's gonna probably take an additional 6 months because it looks like if we are gonna adopt some of the recommendations from the planning commission, then that will require an amendment and then additional work. And I believe you said 3 to 6 months, but can you clarify, please?
Yes, that's correct. I think probably closer to 6, but I do want to clarify that if we get your guidance tonight on the housing element items, which are both the overall land use designations and changes to them, plus the couple of sort of fallback items that I mentioned that are about the Leatherback site and the North Gateway area in particular, and that's 2 more. So I have 14 plus, or I have 10 plus 4 plus the 3 that came up tonight plus 2 for the, but if you can get through all of those or even a subset of them tonight, then we can move forward on the housing element, even simultaneous with those 6 months. So the housing element won't be 6 months after those 6 months. The housing element will move forward concurrently, and I'm hopeful that it could be done and through the state by January, February, March. But if you don't give us that guidance today, it just adds time.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just so you guys know, I watched the entire planning commission meeting. What was it, 4 hours, more than that? I read the whole packet. I read all of your letters. So I am informed and I'm prepared to make a decision when the time is right. This is a huge deal. This is important. If we move forward without hearing all of these issues individually, I think we're making a huge mistake. I really do. They bear the importance of us sitting and talking by them one by one and saying whether or not we agree publicly. Okay, this is a lengthy process. I get it. That's how it goes. This is not a stall tactic. If anything, this is helping the developers, because those of you that got ousted by the planning commission's decisions will not have a second bite at the apple. And we're going to put your fate in the planning commission's hands rather than us, the elected officials. I don't get down like that. I don't agree with that at all. This is important. So my position would be to take staff's recommendation. Let's take some of them that we can tonight. I would rather just talk about planning commission. I would like to have this at an additional meeting to a date certain with a little bit more, let's say, preparation from staff. And then we can do general consensus so that we can state our position with each one of these recommendations from the public that's gotten involved in the process in a public forum. That's what I would like to see. And I just want to clarify any misconceptions about me doing my due diligence while I'm up here. That's my position. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I've always one for a lot of readings, researching and planning and listening. I think that makes for good decision making. But I am very, very concerned about our housing element. In case you didn't catch what Mr. Early just said, if we don't get this done come January, there's something called the builder's remedy, and people can just do applications and we have to accept it, and we have no say in the planning or building. So we need to take care of that. And I don't think that's something we can put off. So that's my concern, is that legal issue. So I'm wondering about maybe tackling those items that refer to our housing element first, and then, see how far we get, and, at least we could, get that going. And if we run out of steam or we have things where we can't decide, then we could maybe talk about continuing. But that's my preference, is to move ahead and start at least working on some of it. So anyways, I think the consensus is to move ahead. So what's our next step, Mr. Early?
Well, what I would suggest, and I know you're all familiar with this term, it would be to treat it sort of like a consent calendar. And what I would do is begin with those first 10, which are all on one map. And I would encourage through the mayor that you identify any of the planning commission's proposals among those 10 that one of you has a concern about. And if there's a concern, then you would discuss it. And if, or you could even say there has to be 2 or 3 people with a concern. That would be up to you, Madam Mayor. Those that don't have either 1 or 2 or 3 people with a concern, you could vote on as a whole, as a consent calendar. And those that where there is at least 1, if not 2 or 3 council members who would like to discuss it further, then you would pull it off that consent list and discuss it individually. That would possibly allow you to do 6 or 7 or 8 of them all at once and have a discussion just about those that are that do have whatever you, Madam Mayor, consider to be a minimum threshold for discussion.
Okay.
So I can put that, I don't know where I put my clicker, but I can, I've lost it, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, and I think we would
Yeah,
just.
so if we put the PowerPoint back up, I'll put up that map. I think the map is right there. And I've said there are 10, there are 7 here on this slide. I guess you would take these 7 at once. Or I mean, you, Madam Mayor, would ask if there are people who want to discuss each of those individually. And it's up to you if 1 council member is enough to trigger a discussion, or if you want 2 or 3, but then do a discussion for those that require it and vote as a whole to do the others that whatever are left of the 7.
We could probably do it by consensus as we go through each thing, since that's what we typically do for direction. So, so you want me to just go through each one then? So start with the sphere of influence expansions. There's items A, B, and C. So is how Councilmember Burns, do you guys want to just let me know one by one? If you, are you? Sure, I mean, okay, so, all right, so for the sphere of influence, then for items A, B, and C, do we have them? Do each one? Okay, we can do that. So item A, Buena Vista Road, sphere of influence expansion. What's the will of the council? Okay. For East Hollister, 834 acres, item B. So. And then C is Union Road Special Planning Area, 116 acres, sphere of influence. Okay, so I think we have consensus on all 3 items. Other requested land use changes. The first item is Buena Vista Road, change from high to medium density residential. All those in favor for those, voting, Tim?
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to remember here. Yeah, you guys are kind of steamrolling through these
Sorry.
things, and as we're doing this, I just want to make a point that you're impacting people's lives.
Yes, absolutely. So Buena Vista Road, that was a change from the high density, 60 to however many units, and they're lowering it to a medium density. So we're lessening the density in that on Buena Vista Road at that. It's 1 parcel, or it's this item 1 is that one in orange there.
Can staff represent that one? I know this might not be, but.
No, it helps to know exactly where.
Yes, so if you see item A in purple, just south of that along Buena Vista Road, kind of right north of where it says Buena Vista Road, you'll see number 1. It's kind of an orange color. That's our medium density residential color. And I believe, if I recall off the top of my head, it is 5 parcels.
If I remember right from the planning commission, wasn't the reasoning that they didn't want high density there? It's because the school is right there and there was a concern about traffic and, having a lot of.
Yes,
folks
it is
there.
right across from Calaveras School.
Yeah.
It's currently zoned medium density residential, and the proposal was to increase that to high density residential to allow for apartments or things like that. Near the school, I think the reasoning for both the original and the proposed for the planning commission was similar. It's by the school. So
Yeah.
take that as you will. But yes, it's the number 1 in the kind of medium orange color there.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no other questions then. Did we have consensus or do we need, that's the very first item, Buena Vista. So yes, on Buena Vista. There's 4-1. So item 2 is the Chapel Road, Santa Ana Road, a change again from high to medium density.
What was the rationale behind that?
If I may,
Please.
Madam Mayor, there was also a recommendation, and this is detailed in your staff report, but it is in the slide, so I do want to make you aware that the Planning Commission recommended a decrease from high to medium for a similar rationale, but they were talking about the nearby established single family on kind of the west and south. But they did also recommend a design policy along with that down zoning to require single family or single story structures fronting kind of the Santa Ana and Chapel next to those homes. So they,
Because it's similar.
yes, so it's still a higher density than it is now. It's currently low density residential, but they did want to preserve a design requirement in that policy is also part of their recommendation. So the council could speak to both of those recommendations. The Planning Commission would be helpful.
Okay. So.
I just want to go on the record and said, I watched the planning commission meeting and that makes sense to me. And I've heard from the community around there, the surrounding community. So although you guys won't see me do this very often, I agree. And I'm going to go ahead and support that.
Okay, so then we're all, that's a five. Sir. Okay. Mhm. So item 3 is Meridian Road Special Planning Area. Change from residential estate to a mix of medium and high density residential. And that's up over that way. So we're all in agreement on that one. Mr. Perez, that's 5-0 on that one. And then item 4 is the Glenmore Drive. It's a change from high to low density residential. Can you explain why that one, what the thinking was behind that and why?
Yes, so my recollection of the reasoning behind the recommendation in the draft, which you'll see is high density, was as a potential RENA infill site, though it is located in the county currently, so it's not in the city limits. And the rationale from the Planning Commission was that there is established surrounding single family properties and that this is not on Powell, and also they didn't consider Powell to be a major kind of thoroughfare regardless. So it is, traffic would be funneled onto some kind of but low density residential streets.
So you're saying the street couldn't necessarily support the high density. Is that what you?
Yeah,
mean?
that was their rationale, was
I
the
see.
surrounding single family that's already established there, as well as the streets that are existing in that surrounding area, Powell and Glenmore, are not capable of supporting that high density, was their rationale.
Okay. Yes.
Again, I just want to go on the record. I don't know if the gentleman is here, but I do think that he did a pretty good job of getting the word out to public. However, you need to be more honest with him. I don't know where he's at. Let them know that you have a financial interest in getting the zone redesignated. But I did hear from the public, and I'm going to support what the public asked for. The majority of the public that lives in there would like for it to be single family load.
Yes, if I may, there was a significant number of public comment on this as well that likely influenced the Planning Commission's direction.
So I'm okay with that as well. Okay, so that's again 5-0. I have a quick question for you, as long as you're there.
Sure.
I know that we changed that some of these were changed from high to medium, but I thought that there was a recommendation for high density elsewhere where it made more sense, or is that just something that's not part of this?
It was a little bit part of the sphere of influence expansion area. So the direction, as we understood, was to not, and I believe one of the public speakers tonight talked a little bit about it, was to not provide specific designations in each parcel. There already is policy proposed to require a specific plan in these kind of sphere areas prior to annexation and development. And so that was expanded to include some of these expansion areas that weren't technically a part of that policy because they weren't a part of the sphere of influence. And so the direction and recommendation was to label them as specific plan area, and the policy would be to study them. And what would happen from the purposes of an environmental document is we'd establish some sort of cap to kind of study a mix of densities and a mix of land uses in those areas, get some acreages and calculate densities. And then you would be looking at more specific land designation and design in a specific plan
Thank
process
you.
in the
Thank you for
future.
that explanation. I remember hearing something about it's very close to 156 over there, which makes sense from a transportation standpoint for high density. So, but
Yes.
thank you. So we'll probably hear more about that later then.
Yeah, we'd make some basic assumptions, but no specific
Got it.
designations.
Okay. So what's next then? Do we have another?
Oh, that's on me now.
Okay. So the ag preservation program from 2 to 1, changing it to a 1-to-1 preservation. Yeah. Are we?
Definitely
Can-
can see consensus.
I'm sorry, can you confirm that the county is 1-to-1?
They are.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
And how about San Juan Bautista?
I'm not aware of a policy specifically, so I couldn't speak to that unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with 1-to-1. Thank you.
Okay, so then that's 4-to-1.
Just a point for legal. There was a thought about us designating or taking the designation to the county. That's not something we can do, right? That county has jurisdiction over their own property. We can't tell them that we're going to do that. Is that true? So if essentially there was a request from Miss Ann Hall that said the 1-to-1 should not be limited to the city limits, that we can allow us to have it in the county. Did I misunderstand that?
I think you did misunderstand.
Okay, please.
Wasn't she talking about the purchase of the dedication of the land should be
This-
outside of the
This,
planning area?
this was one of the 3 items I mentioned that is not something that's already covered in your rest of your report. The item, as I understood from Ms. Hall, is a request that, and I'll try and put up a map for a minute. It'll take me a minute to find it. But the current requirement, which was not suggested for a change by the Planning Commission, and hence it is not before you. The requirement would be that all mitigation lands need to be in the darker colored area on this map. So there's a dark purple generally at the outside sides. Thank you for showing that. It goes all the way around to the darker green at the north area, northeast. That line is your planning area. And the requirement in the ordinance is that all agricultural offset lands, the easements, must be purchased inside the planning area. Most of that is actually in unincorporated county, but that's a rule you can make. You're making a rule that says in order to offset your development, you need to purchase agricultural easements and they need to be inside that line. Ms. Hall asked that that not be the boundary and that you allow the purchase of the easements anywhere in the entire county. I think she also said perhaps it could be inside what she called the San Juan corridor. And I'm not personally sure where that is, but so you could either now or later, you could take up the question of whether to modify the draft ordinance to allow the purchase of easements beyond that line. That is not a subject that the Planning Commission considered, and I believe they did not consider it because they did. Ms. Hall said that to the commission as well. They chose not to take it up, and I presumed that they did not take it up because they did not agree with it, but they did not go on the record saying that they did not agree to it.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's something that's not even delegated by us. That's private market. If they want to, they need to redesignate within the planning area and they've got to purchase from a private landowner.
Right, but
Got it.
So,
Okay.
but I just want to clarify again, because I'm a little worried we're not understanding each other. You all, as the city of Hollister, are making a rule, and the rule as drafted is that the easement to be purchased must be inside that line. And you have had a request in front of you to change that rule, and instead to say you must purchase an easement, and it could be inside, anywhere inside of San Benito County. So that's an alternative proposal from Ms. Hall, and it would be up to you to decide either now or later, either whether to consider her proposal, and if so, do you want to do it, or will you ultimately decide not to do it and to leave it inside the line?
Okay.
Real quick, if I may. Thank you. So it sounds like it's a policy decision. I'm not for or against it. I think we need a lot more information before making that determination here tonight. So I'm all for, well, I'm not for this because I want the 2-to-1, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you.
Well, we could that on a list, assuming others agree with Councilmember Resendez.
Assuming
others agree with Councilmember Resendez, we can put this on a list of items to bring back to you at a future meeting.
We voted already on the.
Well,
one-
you
one
voted to
one.
change from 2 to 1 to 1 to 1.
But
You
this is a
have not
separate-
considered the separate
Gotcha.
item that is up till now has not been before you, but which was suggested by Ms. Hall. You have not taken a position on Ms. Hall's request that you eliminate the requirement to be inside that line and change it to countywide.
And that has no reflection with our housing element.
No,
Doesn't
you
affect
can do
us in
that
any
totally
way.
separate. So it will keep us from finalizing the ordinance for you. But so if you're asking to have a future discussion about it, you tell us that, and through the manager and others, it will be agendized for a future meeting. You'll give guidance on that item, and then we will finalize the draft ordinance.
What does council feel? Do we need to take that to another meeting, or can we
If
discuss
I
it
can,
a
Madam
little
Mayor.
more? Can other people have a chance? to
Of
talk, and then you
course.
can speak again.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Burns, can you weigh in?
I can't support that moving forward at this point.
Can't support.
Ms. Hall's recommendation or
Okay,
request.
so you don't want to schedule it for a later date. You
No.
just, you're ready to vote on it.
I'm
now.
ready to say no. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Resendez.
Yeah, again, we need a whole lot of other information. I'd suggest that you bring it back and we agendize it through one of the council members or at a future meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Perez, what's your sense?
Not right this moment, but to bring it back, yes.
And Vice Mayor, what do you feel?
I think same. I don't know enough, so I'd like more information.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind bringing it back either. To me, it's as long as we're preserving the land and we're preserving it in San Benito County, I don't care if it's in the planning area myself. But I'd like to learn more about any ramifications around it. So I think we could bring that piece back.
So for clarification, Mayor, just the part about what Ms. Hall
Discussion about
asked, the
preservation.
location of the preservation,
Yes.
but there's been consensus on 1 to 1.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so our notes will reflect that, and that's one of the
We are
3
gonna-
items I mentioned
That piece of
earlier.
it back.
And I'm going to just go back to the slide that we had up. So you've now done the first of these 3 items. You did a bonus item, and now you're back to the public art.
Okay,
Fun.
so I have some questions about this. Do we want to just,
Well, can I
Decide-
make a suggestion?
Please.
Yeah, I would suggest that you get a consensus about whether you're generally interested in a % per public art program. And if you are not, it will be done. And if you are, which would be consistent with the planning commission recommendation, then staff will work on this and bring it back to you at a future date.
I guess my concern is I've heard 2 different things because we had an ordinance that came forward and got bumped, but it was talking about impact fees. And then this talks about just building fees, which you mentioned are very different in amounts. And so I feel unprepared to say
Right,
yes
so
or
that would,
no on
that,
something like
that would
this.
be a detail that, I mean, it's a big detail, but that would be a
Very
detail
big.
we can work out later. So that would, so again, I would suggest that you just tell us, would you like us to try and figure out a program? And if you say no, the issue is done. And if you say yes, it's still not done, but what we will do then is try and work out details. I think you have to tell us one of those 2 things. A third option is that you just tell us what you want, but we don't believe we're far enough along on this item
Right.
to tell you exactly what it is. So of the 3 items, I would urge you not to just tell us what to do right now. I would either urge you to tell us you don't want to explore this, or tell us you do want to explore it, and we'll come back to you.
Madam Mayor,
Okay.
may I ask Director Hopper to give a little bit of clarification? As we have had an art item, and I want to give clarification to that.
A few months ago, an item was on the council agenda and was ultimately pulled. It was an ordinance that would establish an art development fee that would have been in this draft ordinance put onto a percentage of the valuation of each building, of each project. So as Mr. Early was saying, you have a $400,000 valuation. It was 1% on that. It was $4,000 fee. But the proposal had been that it was going to go in the zoning ordinance, and the planning commission hadn't seen it, which is why it was pulled. After that, we've had discussions about it. So it was not an impact fee, it was a development fee.
Okay,
And so after discussion with that, is the desire came from the Arts Commission, I believe, on the fee. I don't know the whole history of that. Tina Garza is much more well-versed on that. But we needed a further study to look at all of the development fees that go on to different building permits, and take a look at those and include those in our user fee study.
So before we decide on this, could,
Eva just had a brilliant idea.
oh.
I'll say it, but it's really her idea. Eva suggested that you just direct us now for the general plan, whether there should be a policy, an action in the general plan to develop a public fee for art. And then you're done from a general plan level. And if you put it in as an action, then staff will do it over the next while as staff resources are allowed. That avoids that, on the one hand, moves the general plan forward, and on the other hand, it avoids all the detailed discussions until such time as staff actually can do that action. So you can just decide, would you like us to add an action that says create a
Yeah.
fee for art?
I'm a little torn because as much I totally support the arts, I'm just a little concerned about, we've been talking about fees and getting a fee study, and now we're going to tack another fee on, whether it's a building fee or a development fee, it's still an additional fee, and we're still waiting on that fee study. So I would be hesitant to do something like that just now and say, let's make a policy that we're going to do this. The other piece of this is I heard mention of an excess study and that it may not be warranted or be feasible. I don't know how I don't know the lingo. So, but that concerns me that we'd have to pay for a feasibility study and then it might not go forward. And so I want to, find ways to support the arts. I'm just not sure this is the right way. So that's my concern. So
Can I ask a question, please? Thank you. So I'm trying to make this comparison to the talk about the gentleman who was up here speaking about labor language, right? Just because we put this in the general plan doesn't mean that we are going to adopt a policy. So let's look at the gentleman that came up here and spoke. He wants language put in there, but there's no policy. So if we adopt his language, we still have to come back and decide what the policy would look like at the council level, would it not?
So to that question, if tonight we're talking about policy options, so the direction that we're receiving on the general plan, on the land use policy, or on these particular policies are policies that we will draft the language, and they will become in the draft general plan as directed, and they will be policies.
Right, but there's no steps outlining what that is yet. That needs to come back for a future council meeting for us to adopt that, right?
That is correct. So if I can just kind of push it back to something else to make it, relate. Councilmember Perez in the past has asked about a tree policy, right? That is one of the policies in the general plan as presented today. That is something we plan on bringing forward very soon. We're working on it. Technically, your policies in here become the direction to staff. We work from that. So what we're looking at here and what Eva was suggesting is if that's a policy that may come down the road, that can ultimately get voted on, it can get voted down, you can have those discussions. So if I'm understanding your suggestion, Eva,
Yes.
we're just getting it in as a
policy item within the general plan.
Yes.
That was the suggestion.
If I may,
I just like clarification though on policy item. Is this introducing a policy in the general plan that is then there? And we have to do an amendment to take it out if we decide it's not something we want to do? I guess that's my question.
So my recommendation would be that it's an action item.
So it's not a policy, it's an action item.
Yes,
It's just
so
the language is a little.
yes,
confusing.
and if I may clarify my recommendation as well, it is to discuss some sort of action item that reads along the lines of explore implementing a public art project development fee to fund public art and cultural programming in the city of Hollister. That would be
Yes.
something like the action item. And I would recommend keeping the percentage or the specifics out of the general plan policy so that when you're studying this policy, if it is the direction of the council tonight to put, or this policy action item into the general plan, to keep the specifics out. So you don't have to amend your general plan if that specific doesn't actually work out.
So moved.
That's my recommendation, if that helps to clarify, Madam Mayor.
It kind of does. So, but if we don't.
And
make
you
a
do not
decision-
have to put it in the general plan if
But
you
if we
don't
don't
want.
make a decision tonight, that's holding up the general plan, right? I mean, do we have to?
We can get started on the whole rescoping and
All the rest of it, and we could still bring it back and discuss it more if we wanted to. Okay. Because I'm not sure about the whole fee idea versus some other form of funding. I just.
So you can definitely table this if you want and direct us later. I mean, we're going to bring the entire general plan back to you at least once, if not several times over the next 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
So at that time, we could add it. I would still echo that if you direct us now to write an action as opposed to a policy would say, we're going to start charging this fee, but we're all saying to you, it should not be a policy. You can make an action that says, conduct a study to determine if we should have a fee. You could direct us to do that tonight, and then we'll just go ahead and write that. But if you don't direct that tonight, any of you is welcome to bring it up again later and ask us to direct us to add it later. It will not change the timing of the general plan overall.
Okay.
I think you have a motion on the
Yeah.
floor to put that action
Right,
into
yeah,
the
'cause
plan.
actually, it's like, I want to see what our options are, but I don't want to stall any of the process, and we keep adding stuff onto our questions anyways. So it's like,
So
not our questions,
through-
but our
through
list.
The mayor, I think you should see if you have a second for the motion, and if you do, take a vote, and you'll either
Really,
have
it's
the
just-
action or not.
It's really
This
just
is not something.
consensus.
we're
Yeah,
voting
they were
on,
just doing
consensus.
consensus.
Okay,
consensus.
just consensus. Okay.
Yeah,
Do we have consensus then to
to give
what,
more
bring
information, bring it back.
back or?
Mayor, my only concern is how much longer are we gonna continue to kick this can down the road? We've been talking for years now about some sort of a fee
Yeah.
for public art, and we certainly don't have much.
Mhm.
And so my concern is, when do we actually get something happening? And so I'm fine with whatever process council's will is, but to me, I think this is something that I don't want to see just inevitably kicked down the road. And I understand the BIA's position very clearly on this.
Yeah.
And so, but we need to do something more than just say, well, we can think about it and la, 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 la,
Yeah.
yada, yada, yada. And, so anyway, whatever you guys.
I
think.
hear what you're
I'm-
saying. I just think that there's such a big difference between the building fee amount and the 1% fee. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars versus hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever. I want to know what we're getting into. And again, we've been asking and asking and asking for the fee study, and I know it takes time, but it just troubles me to keep adding and piling on fees without knowing how out of step are we compared to neighboring towns. I would, I'm waiting for that answer. So it's hard for me to say, yeah, let's just add another 1% on,
Mhm.
that's my thing. So but I'm fine with whatever the council wants to do.
Thank you. I understand BIA's position. I also understand Madam Mayor's, Mia's, Casey's position as well. If we adopt it the way that Eva Kelly mentioned it, we've already done that, have we not? Exactly. So there's no harm. We've already done that. If you adopt it with the language that she's saying, we've already done it, and it's in our general plan, and there's nothing else we have to do, but it's reflected in our general plan. What's the harm in doing that? We should adopt it as proposed by Eva Kelly. Thank you.
I think you have two council members, Perez and Resendez, saying, let's put that action in.
Okay.
No, I am not for the 1%.
No, but you're in favor of an action to study it,
An action to look at it.
to study a fee without saying how much the fee would be or on what it would be based.
But
That
you're
would,
not talking about a study as in some big nexus study that's going to cost us a bunch of money. right?
no.
So
we're
we
talking
would
about
have a
something
chance to
that
just
staff
look
can
at
do.
it and you could
Yeah.
give us more information. I'd be okay with that. So,
And I think you have three, Perez,
I think we're
Casey,
good.
Resendez.
okay.
David, can you restate it just so we have?
Okay, we are going,
I want to make sure we're real clear when we
Right.
bring this back.
we are going to write an action, which is not a policy. And the action is going to say something along the lines that staff should conduct some sort of study to consider an ordinance that would result in a fee for public art as a part of development projects. That's the end. It will not, the action will not say the dollar amount, the percentage, nor on what that percentage would be based. That will all be left unsaid to be considered when that staff study is completed.
Okay. Yes.
I think my concern is that we're saying that there will be eventually some type of fee imposed.
No, sorry.
So we're not-
We're saying that what will definitely happen is staff will come back to council at some point with a report on a possible fee. And then it will be up to council. I'm sorry to have interrupted, but it will still be up to you to decide whether to adopt that fee or a different fee. But having an action to conduct the study does not commit you to accepting the results of the study.
All right, so I think we're good.
Okay,
We can move on.
I'll stay up here for the next item.
We had two more from Ann Hall, I think. if
Well,
we're
you have
done with
one more
these.
on this
Okay.
slide.
Okay.
Which is lowering the inclusionary ordinance. The only mention of the inclusionary ordinance in the general plan just says the city should adopt an inclusionary ordinance with a 20% requirement. There is a separate item tonight to talk about other details of the ordinance, but this item about the general plan, the only direct issue about the general plan is the suggestion from many commentors accepted by the Planning Commission, which is to lower the 20% down to 15%. So the question before you all is, do you want to lower that from
So we-
20 to 15?
So can we get a vote? Yeah. So I think it's 4-1.
Okay, so with that, there were three items that were new, but before to go to the three item, and you did one of them already, there are still two items that were new.
And the labor language, sorry, so that's three.
Well, no, the labor language is one of my two. So but before you get there, there were the four items that were requested but not accepted by the Planning Commission. And you've had several commentors, particularly about the first of these, about the North Gateway area, both looking for additional uses such as industrial and logistics, and actually additional suggestions that it perhaps have a housing component. So
I think that they covered that in the Planning Commission. I think Carol Lenore mentioned it, that really it would be taken care of more with zoning than with the plan. So I think that's why it wasn't taken up, and
I
I
think
would
that's
support
true.
that.
Yeah.
I think that zoning is the better place for it.
yeah, and you might all see these four and just say, all as a whole, we don't want to do any of them, but maybe it's worth going through each one individually. It's obviously up to you, Madam Mayor.
If I can, I'm not interested in going through each one individually. I think we decided that when we said we were not. What I would like to do is bring that back or just let the Planning Commission's decision stand. But I would really like to bring it back and table just that portion for another meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to bring it right here, right now.
Bring what? Right here, right now? You want to bring what? The zoning or?
No, the conversation on these things. Yes.
Okay, so would you like to say something then about, as far as the conversation?
No. Of course I would. So, if you'd like to just go down the line, I think, why don't we just continue the actions that we're doing, just one by one?
Okay, so. Oh, well, if we could get. Well, how about we? Okay, let's carry on for a little bit. and then
I'm
we'll
feeling a
take
filibuster.
Well, Madam Mayor, if I can, I've heard what you had to say. I stated my position. Mr. Perez, I'm sorry, Mr. Tim Burns has stated his position. I think we're all on completely different pages. Can we hear from the other two council members
Yes,
to
please.
see where they're at? Maybe we can get a consensus and move on.
Mhm. How do you feel?
I think we just need like a 5-minute break just to breathe, and then I'm happy to continue to move forward until we're done.
Why don't, well, let's take a 5-minute break if that's all right with you, just so we can clear our, and then we can come back to this. Thank you. Phew. I know. It's true. I know, it's been a long time. I forgot we came in at.
Exactly. Let me put up the right map. You know.
Now I'm all familiar with you.
I know, that's the truth.
Yeah.
This is where a little knowledge is not good.
What's that?
This is where a little knowledge is not good. No, I'm
It's
kidding.
interesting.
I'm kidding. It is. It's funny. It's at times you want to just go, okay, here's your, just say yes or no. You know, because it never works that way. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sitting here like, how do I gather my thoughts? Well, I don't know if what I sent you is the most, I think it was, okay, but I think what we all know, was remember for a brief period of time, we talked about, after the housing unit was final, we would have a year period to sell it.
I think we'll
Instead
get,
of like,
I mean, I
instead of
think
reading
I
that weird
realize
announcement.
that probably does need
So I
some,
realized-
to do that anyway,
So
right?
I'll send it tomorrow morning and upload it to Minute Track. I think Jen will probably be a little bit late right now. Given we're in the meeting. But yeah, I was just reviewing it and I was just like, oh, so And then, of course, a couple different numbers didn't get switched over, so some of the sequencing is off as well, so. Yeah. So, I don't know, something must be correct. So, I mean, it's not wrong. Yeah, some people, well, this is the worst. The other times people have told me like, oh, it shows me you didn't send an attachment. I'm like, I know I sent an attachment, like most of the time, yeah, there's been times, most of the time it's people telling me, oh, there was an attachment, and then this time it's like, oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? So I told Christy this morning, I was like, if it doesn't get uploaded, I'll like come into work and like get a flash drive or something, but it's uploaded now, in fact, it's not yet, but I realized as I was like doing a couple of documents here, so I was like, so, and then I just ended up switching the language, but did you ever get the agreement with a, yes, so that's uploaded in there as well. Yeah, so I did read it actually, maybe I should, I just kind of was like, oh, not my problem, yeah. Well, I like glanced over it, hard to know, sorry, David, yes. Yeah, they provided that, whatever. Sometimes before. Yeah, so you might, so I think I'm just gonna try and put, just copy and paste whatever language is in the DA, the amended one into it to change it back. It shouldn't say that, the whole weird. Yeah, I hate it. Well, what are we gonna do? It seems reasonable, like it seems, I think it will be fine. Yeah. Especially with housekeeping support. I've had a couple meetings with Julia, him and I know, both just said like, and he had a really great, map that I actually should probably include in there as well from housekeeping. That was like, this is an accelerated time, like to go within 6 months basically of like the whole process. Now the person's in the house. Wow. Kind of thing. So it's like, we have to practice it. It's not really prefer, but we get that your timeline is not really in there. So it seemed okay with like when we talked about it, and I should probably upload it as either PowerPoint or something like that. It's really visual, and sometimes I forget like how good visuals are for people, like clearly, right? Because you've been looking at this for years. Yeah. And they're gonna look at it fresh. Yeah, so I'll have to go find that email right now. It's like, I think it was just their logo. I don't think it's anything specific to the project, but just something that they use. It's like, but yeah, so sorry to bug you on that. That's all right. I was like, this might be the only time. Yeah. I'm glad it's the most recent version. I think, yeah, and because I even messaged or emailed Julia's, then yours is more filled in, I guess, compared to his. Yeah, his just had like, things like comments and stuff, so, yeah, I don't know. Very weird, irritated. Yeah.
Turn that back on. So we need to come back to where we were on those other items.
I'm not getting this to register. There, yeah, there we go. So here are the list of 4, and I think I heard at least one council member say they would like to do them individually. And I'll just stand here in case there are questions, but.
So I think, Madam Mayor, if I can, in regards to this item, you stated how you wanted to do it. I stated how I wanted to do it. I can go either way. And then we had one person who say they wanted to see them all individually. And I was requesting to hear from the rest of the council as to what they would like to do.
On whether we want to do each one individually, is that what you're saying? So what do you guys feel? Mr. Perez, items individually or
Yeah,
Vice Mayor? Yeah, so we're gonna do each one individually then. So for the North Gateway, I think I've already talked. Who, anyone have anything they want to add about that, Mr. Burns?
My understanding or the clarification was this was going to be done through zoning.
That's what I understood. I thought that's what the comments
That's
were.
right.
at
I think
Planning
you could in
Commission.
the zoning make further changes, but at this time, the planning commission is suggesting that you not specifically right now open the North Gateway area to uses such as logistics or light industrial.
So we could.
You can leave it
We
as it
can
is
just-
and
we can
still come
just-
back to it when
Yeah.
the zoning. when the
Right, so
zoning
we
code
could just,
amendment
can we
happens.
give direction to have that considered in zoning? Is that something we can do as far as? Or when would that
Well, you will.
occur? You have to do that as part of the general plan as well, right?
No, well, after you've adopted the general
Sorry.
plan, say 6 months from now, after staff catches their breath,
Okay.
they're
Yeah,
gonna come
yeah,
to
that's
you
what
and they're gonna say, we need to initiate a
I see.
rezoning process.
Okay.
And
I
at
see.
that time, in scoping the rezoning process, staff can help you remember that you need to consider whether to add additional
to do
uses
there.
in the North Gateway area. But you
Understood.
don't, Planning Commission is suggesting that you not make the change now in the general plan.
Because they said it was more of a zoning question and to put the different uses in zoning. Did I say that right?
Right, well, and I mean, maybe this was my read of it, but my understanding, the North Gateway, as I understand it, is intended to be a consumer-oriented, welcoming retail entertainment area. And that I think the discussion was that having very large format logistics, warehouses, places with a lot of trucks, that's not the kind that doesn't really coexist well with a consumer oriented gateway kind of area. So that's why they were hesitant to do it at least now.
Just trying to familiarize myself again. So North Gateway starts at San Felipe area and goes out. How far does it go?
Well, it
out?
goes north. It's mostly on the east side of San Felipe, and it's north of, what is that, 3rd or 2nd? And it's
So is it just that little segment there, or are we talking all kind of going out towards the airport more? It seems like,
we're talking going north towards the airport, but not terribly far.
okay.
To 25.
It just seems as it starts to become more manufacturing and
Right,
light
it's
industrial
before the
over those areas.
manufacturing part.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Yes.
On the document we received, if this is the right document from, is it Orozco Group? It said that they're looking at supplemental using as supplemental uses, and it says on comment number 1. I'm not sure if that's the north side or if it's comment number 4. Is it 4?
I don't have a copy of the letter in front of me.
I can give you mine.
You want to read?
I can't read.
It says here,
So if I may, the last page of their letter does have a map that's labeled Exhibit A2, and they're concerned. So let me just first orient you. Essentially everything that's pink on this map has that designation of North Gateway. And you can see that it extends down further south, but it includes 3 properties owned by the folks represented by Orozco Group, which they call Right 13, Felipe 9, and Hollister Forever 16. And each of those, they've pointed out, is landlocked. That is, it doesn't have great access to either San Felipe Road or any of the other roads, Highway 25 or Chappelle. So because of those things, particularly on those parcels, they would like to see either a redesignation to light industrial, which would be the gray, or they would like to see a larger number of uses allowed. This is, I don't feel like I'm in a position to try and comment on this exact proposal. If you want to, it would not slow us down further if you said, let's come back for a study session later when the general plan has moved along and we can consider these 3 parcels and whether to either put additional uses on them or redesignate some or all of them to be industrial. We could do that later instead of right tonight.
okay, I just want the council to consider that creative, flexible makerspace. We have a lot of maker spaces in Sunnyvale, and it's one of the things that the community has said that they like to have a little bit more of, especially because we don't have the proper shopping to be able to have access to a lot of those things. These are people that are wanting to do creative arts, science, robotics, computer, artificial intelligence. These are all things that at least my community is very interested in. So I'd like it to be considered.
So, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have the same concerns that that the gentleman brought up, the property owner, about not having access and redesignating it, but I'm not prepared to make a decision based off like his documents. I'd like for it to come back at a future meeting, have staff work with him, and then give us options for us to make a recommendation or approval at that time. But I do share the same concerns.
I think that's super. Councilmember Burns, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I concur. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think we've got a plan there.
Okay, so let me now go back to the correct slide. Yeah, so the next one is general plan policy assurance that the city will definitely provide wastewater services to future phases of Santana Ranch.
Is that a moot point if we just talked about the sphere of influence?
Well, it's
do we
actually
have to
not a
do
moot
something?
point because
I mean, it's not approved, right?
well, it's not approved. And again, the law is that you cannot provide sewer water outside of your sphere unless there's a public health crisis.
Mhm.
But even inside your sphere, you can only provide it if you if you state that you expect to annex the
Right.
development soon. I don't know what soon means. I don't think that's defined in the law, but the fact is Santana Ranch has not been annexed so far. And I don't know whether the developer wants to be annexed. I don't know whether you want to annex them. I do know that if my read of the law is it would be illegal for you to provide services to them unless you annex them or at least state that you
Or that there's a
you plan
proposal
to annex them in the future.
And-
I mean, this is the place, as I said, at some point, someone asked me, how did I feel about these things?
Sure.
My only feeling is you shouldn't do anything illegal.
Right, of
And I
course
am
not.
worried that if you write in your general plan that you're 100% committed to serving this development with sewer and water, even if you never annex it, I don't think that's consistent with state law.
Okay. I know that we talked about other things, providing wastewater and making it a part of the agreement that they would agree to annexation. What am I thinking of that we just recently did something like that?
That would have been with our Gavilan matters that you
That they
took,
had to
that you
agree
gave
to
us direction on.
annexation. So that would
That
give
was-
us the,
Right.
yes,
and you
we do plan
but,
to
but you
annex.
don't need to say that much in writing. I mean,
Right.
I guess you could say, we commit that we will provide wastewater services to Santana Ranch's future phases, provided
That.
Santana Ranch agrees to be annexed.
Gotcha.
But
see.
I don't know
But
that
we'll figure that out.
you could figure that out later.
I don't think we can really deal with that tonight, so. as
So
far as
the
this other-
Santana Ranch you'll leave as is, no
Okay.
language.
I'd actually like to hear our city attorney weigh in on this. And as far as I know, she's the only attorney speaking.
Well, I actually agree with what's been said. I think that you should wait on this item, and of particular interest is the fact that they don't even know if the developer, the owner of Santana Ranch, wants to be annexed. And so even if you started that process, you could see objections to that as well. So
I suggest we take our attorney's advice.
Wait,
Yes.
I agree. Do you all agree? Okay, so we're gonna skip that item then.
Okay, so the third one is the Best Road High School site. I can try and find a map. I'm not sure where I have one, but it's relatively far further east, and the Planning Commission decided, particularly with possible designation of sites either or both in Union Road and or Buena Vista, that also trying to accommodate that site way out at Best Road, it's just too far out, and the high school district has other options.
I would agree with the planning commission myself, just because they are looking at other options, and this might be something in the future, but not now. You know, it's too far.
Is this enough? No. That's probably,
Okay, so I'm gonna highlight over some lines here with my little laser pointer. We have sphere of influence here in the dashed yellow. This is Fairview Road. If you'll remember, area B from the Planning Commission's recommended sphere expansion, that takes us out this way and down this kind of line that runs here between green and purple, all the way down to 25. So that's the proposed sphere expansion. I believe the Best Road site is this green one, I believe.
That is correct.
I'm hearing that that is correct.
Yes.
one parcel away
Dang it.
And how big is that parcel?
So we're saying that that's too far for it to be considered? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not, are you addressing me? I'm sorry. There's another speaker right behind me here. This plan is intended to go through the year 2040 and should be ideally revisited within 10 years, like by 2030 or so, 2033. But it is intended to be a vision through 2040. You certainly could add both the purple area. I don't know if someone can move that cursor again, but you could pick up both the little purple one, which I believe is Gavilan, not that, yeah, that one, and the green one, which is the high school site. You could pick those both up. What I would caution you is that once institutional development happens in an area, the next thing you'll hear is, well, look, we've got a school here. We really should develop on all four sides of it. Why should there be a school at the very edge of the city? So then once you have that high school there, then the people who are to the east of that red line, they're going to come back to you and say, we're right next to the high school. Can't you annex us also? And then it's hard to know. At some point, some people think that you should draw a line and say, we're actually not expanding our city beyond that. And so that's the question, I think, fundamentally about this is, if they could find other sites, would you prefer that they use other sites? You can always amend your general plan later to expand, to include this site if really the high school district cannot find a more central site.
I think I appreciate the response. My understanding is that I think we're there now and we're facing these issues now. I mean, we're not even 5 or 10 years out. Like, we need another high school now. And so for us not to do this, and I can appreciate your comments, like, we should have done this like 5 years ago. And so we're already behind schedule. And what are the children going to do, you know, in terms of schooling now?
Right. So I think that's a comment saying, yes, let's expand the line to include both the Gavilan site and the Best Road site. And nothing else.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would agree 100% with expanding now, and knowing the proximity to where the new Gavilan campus is going to be to me, it's brilliant. And why wouldn't we do this? And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll deal with that when that happens or doesn't happen. But I think we go forward with this one.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I'm a little confused here because I'm hearing that we need to expand Buena Vista because we're going to put a high school there. Now I'm hearing that we need to expand over here because we're going to put a high school here. Which is it? Do you own property over there on Best Road for a school? Yes, you do. Do you own property over here on Buena Vista for a school? No, you don't. Here we go again, folks. Trojan horse. The kids, the school, right? So that we can make the city bigger. What's going to happen? You're going to have homes all the way from there to Tres Pinos. And they're know exactly what they're doing. They're having conversations about it. And they're telling you, the gentleman just said, you probably shouldn't do that because they're going to expand homes on this side later on in the future. This is wrong. I know it's wrong. I've been on the council. The public is not going to agree with you either. We shouldn't go past Fairview, much less all the way to Best Road. But go ahead, council. Go ahead. And you can absolutely deal with the consequences of your decisions. Because I sure in the hell not.
I'm just shaking in my boots right now.
And you know what? That's a very good thing you were saying, because you know what? If you look at it from a negative perspective, that's what you're going to see. But if you look at it from a positive perspective, you're going to see a positive stuff. And you know what, Hollister, you're a positive city. Let's move forward.
So what do we have consensus on? Do we have consensus to move that? And yes, so we have consensus. I'm actually a no on that, but you guys, consensus carried. 3-2, yeah.
All right. So I think, I'm sorry, I think what just to clarify, so there are on this map, there's a red dot right now over a green parcel. That is the Best Road site. There is also the Gavilan College site, which is also green on this map. Move over a little one to the left, that one. And then there is a purple site in between, which is privately held and would presumably also get included in the sphere because you have to draw the sphere to be inclusive. So I think the proposal on the floor is to draw that line to bump out right there where the red dot is, exactly like that, and capture both the privately held purple parcel and the green parcel that is the Best Road School site. And I think you're moving towards
So it's 3-2.
3-2
in
to
favor,
do that,
yes.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. So then the last item, now I've got to get your right list up. Excuse me while I bump ahead here. The last item is the shopping center site that is shown on this map with the circle around it. The property owner has asked that that not be required to be held as a future commercial site and to allow mixed use, which I think means a possibility probably for residential to be developed sooner rather than a commercial shopping center would occur. The Planning Commission felt it was important to preserve that site as a future commercial site. The property owner has asked for the ability to move forward with residential more quickly.
Councilmember Burns, any thoughts on this?
I'm going to respect the planning commission's request. Thank you.
Councilmember Sendes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a tough one. I'll be honest. This is a tough one because I want to honor the request of the property owner. I think that we have to respect that, but I don't see any other place that we have commercial for those community members on that side of town. I'm going to go with the property owner and I hope that they build some mixed use buildings there. I'm going to say that I'm for putting mixed use commercial. So we can have a mix of residential and commercial, but it's not an easy decision, that's for sure.
Councilmember Perez? And Vice Mayor?
Planning Commission.
Well, I actually myself agree with Councilmember Resendez, simply because of the fact that I've looked at how much struggle we've had with our shopping center that it's still not filled up. And I would hate to limit a property owner's ability if they wanted to develop the property to be able to. I think mixed use allows more options for them to do some commercial and some residential. So I would agree with that.
But I think it's 3-2 to keep it as is.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now through the mayor, you have an option of what to do next. As you recall, we want to talk to you about the inclusionary housing ordinance. But in addition to that, there were 3 additional items that were brought up from members of the audience that you haven't spoken about. So if you have the bandwidth, I would suggest you do those 3. You may say you want to defer some of them as you did with the North Gateway and ask us to come back with them, but we'll at least begin on them. Oh, and the housing element options, right? There are, I believe, 2 items there also. But let's first, well, and I think there's actually only 2 additional items because one of my 3 was the North Gateway area, which you've told us to bring back to you later. So we're going to delay that one. So the 2 remaining items before the housing element direction are the labor request and the adding to the sphere of influence areas to the west of the city across the river that currently have water service. So let me do those one at a time, and I'll go out on a limb and make a recommendation to you as well. The first one is about the labor request. The labor request, as I understood it, was to find a way to require accredited internship programs, healthcare for workers, construction workers, and a local hiring program. I think those are all great ideas. However, it's very difficult to require those through a general plan on private development projects. As far as I know, it would be unheard of in California. It brings up all sorts of questions of the constitutionality of how you require people to do projects. If this were a city project and you were hiring the contractor, you could certainly put those stipulations in. There are communities, Oakland, for example, I'm working on a project in Oakland where they are trying to find a way to create a bonus program by which you get additional density if you do these kinds of labor programs. But I'm not familiar with anywhere in the state of California where there's just a flat out requirement that private projects must have certain labor requirements. And in fact, I believe them to possibly be unconstitutional. So given all of that, I think you can separately perhaps direct staff to come to you and talk about ways you could support the labor community, but I'd be pretty concerned to put it into the general plan. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything on that.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, I would ask city attorney's position on it. And my understanding from the presenter that made the request, these are already in general plans in other communities. And so perhaps I misunderstood that, but I would like to know what the legal position is, because I'm 100% supportive of it, but I don't want to necessarily put the city at financial risk either.
Right. So in Berkeley, it was an ordinance, just from what little bit of research I did while sitting here. And I can't find where it has been challenged yet. It's been recently adopted in May of this year. I do have concerns, and I believe my colleague Jennifer expressed the same concerns at the Planning Commission level about it being unconstitutional and unenforceable. So we can look at that further for council, but I tend to lean on the side of probably not going to be able to do it. And we can come back with options for council with respect to what you can do with the labor community.
So this could be an item like the North Gateway where you direct us to show you some options when we come back to you, with the understanding that one of the options may be do nothing, but we can at least look into it more and bring you options later.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that all of us support wanting this to come back. I just think we need to tweak the language a little bit. Instead of like we require it, we can encourage or something. Let's look at, the gentleman mentioned the hard hat language in another GP. So let's look to see what we can do to have supportive language out there to support our working class citizens of Hollister. Thank you.
You guys are okay. And I'm okay with it as well. I absolutely want to support this. Just conversations with the gentleman talking about the fact that I was surprised to hear from our economic development people that it's not just folks going to tech companies up there. A large percentage of the people that have to commute are construction workers. And, you know, if we can encourage and provide the ability for them to work here so they don't have to commute, that could be helpful for our traffic congestion as well. So absolutely bring us back some options. That would be my recommendation as well.
Okay, the last in this group, before we get to the next group, the last item in this group is a request from Ms. Hall to consider expanding the sphere of influence to parcels that are further west. Eva, do we have a map in the slideshow that goes far enough west? I think we do somewhere.
This would be in the old San Juan Road area.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, it's the old San Juan Road area. Eva's going to point at the areas. There are a couple of parcels, as I understand it, relatively close to Highway 156 that do have city water and sewer service way out there in the purple. And so the request would be to add all of that area that she's circling now to the sphere of influence. And the rationale being that there is already some sewer and water service at the far west side, and therefore it would make sense to allow all of that area. It is a hilly area. It's currently under county jurisdiction. It would be up to you, of course, to determine whether you want to expand the sphere to that size.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not prepared to make that decision. I would say if we did not expand all the way to Buena Vista, I probably wouldn't have a problem with just including that. But since we did, I'm going to have to say no.
Councilmember Chris.
So this is Brigantino Park here. This is your 4th Street turning into San Juan Road. This is Highway 156 here. This is the sewer treatment plant. And the comment letter does have the exact parcels that are requested in the line. I don't know them all off the top of my head, but I believe it runs relatively kind of coming off of the west end here of the city, which is Brigantino Park, running down possibly in this purple area. It might extend into this kind of grayish blue area a little bit, kind of coming down here. There's San Juan Hollister Road, which runs right here through the purple. So it would include some homes and larger parcels of land in that area. And then this, for everyone's reference, is Union Road. I don't recall if it goes all the way to the parcels at Union and 156, the request. But the specific comment letter does have the specific request. and
Miss
it's generally
Kelly.
That area.
Do you know if it includes the property next to Apricot Park?
No, the Apricot Park is here, where this purple is. And on the other side of the river. So
Got it.
it's
Thank
it's
you.
on the Brigantino Water Reclamation Park area and then headed as you're going to 156 down 4th Street and San Juan Road.
So. What's your sense, Councilman Perez? Any questions or? I think I'm good as well. So. I
So
think
you
we-
do want to do that?
Yes. I think
Okay.
So.
I think I would like to have the caveat that staff will work with Ms. Hall and
More
others to
detail on
figure out more
exact,
detail and the
yeah,
exact
what
right
she's
line,
talking
but
about there.
sounds like you would like to see that addition.
Yes.
And that's 4-1 for our notes, right?
Yes.
All right, so our assumption would be, thank you for asking that. So the other 3 areas that we've talked about, Buena Vista, east of Fairview and down in Union, all of those are going to have requirement. We're going to come up with some generalized development parameters and a mixture of types of units and other uses. And we're going to require a specific plan to flesh all that out. And I'm assuming that you would do that for this 4th area as well, that there would, again, that will also be a place where we don't try and put specific land use designations on, but just like the Planning Commission recommended for the other 3 areas, it will get one big blobby specific plan designation to be the details to be worked out through the specific plan.
Yes, Councilmember.
Is blobby a planning term?
It's a technical term.
Okay, I didn't recognize it. so I
Right.
just thought-
You probably didn't know it has 3 B's total, BLOBBY. So if you Google it with the 2 B's in the middle, you'll find it.
Thank you.
I thought it had 4 B's.
All right. I'm going to jump ahead through these slides to remind us all of the questions about the housing element update. And then I think we're actually done with this item and ready to go to the inclusionary ordinance. So these are the slides about the about the housing element. Okay, and here it is. So this list has 4 items on it, but the first 2 we've actually already sort of covered. So the first one, the downtown, the general plan already as drafted goes up to 125 units per acre. So you don't need to act on that. It's already in there. So I think we can dispense with that one. The second one, North Gateway, you've directed us to come back already with information about how North Gateway should change. That can include residential or mixed use. And especially, I think Kimberly Horn, the consultants on the housing element, will appreciate knowing that they can add residential there if necessary in order to meet your arena mandate. So that takes care of number 2. Number 3, I think we're asking here for number 3, is this okay if we need to? Right now, the minimum density in mixed use zones in the draft is 30 dwelling units per acre. Kimberly Horn has suggested that if we bump that up to 45, we can then take credits at 45 instead of 30, because we have to take credit at the low end of the spectrum. So I'm going to ask this as a question, ask you to take action before we get to the 4th one. What we'd like to ask you, the very specific question is, if necessary, is it okay for us to raise from 30 to 45 in mixed use designated areas?
I'll make this easy. I'm for all of them, and then I'll like to see the North Gateway back. So yes on all, and I'll like to see the North Gateway back. Thanks.
Councilmember Burns.
I can't go up to 45. Just doesn't, that just seems.
That's a lot.
A lot.
It is a pretty big increase. I just wonder what that does to projects and how does it affect them? You know, what it would do to our ability to get the mixed use projects that we want. So.
Is
Councilmember
it
Burns?
possible just to let them know that, you know what? We are looking for a higher number higher density number when it comes to our mixed use.
Yeah, he was just saying that if we make the minimum 45, we can claim it, right, as part
Right.
of our.
Yeah,
RENA.
for the arena number.
So there's.
Right. So I think what I'm hearing is we should stick with 30. If Kimberly Horn gets really desperate, They may still
They
have to
can
come
bring it
back to you and
back.
say,
How's
we
that?
tried, but we need to go to 45, but for now they'll stick at 30.
I think that's wise.
And we will be bringing that back very soon, so we can bring those numbers back and have that final
Yeah,
conversation.
I'd like to see how it shapes
Right.
out.
And
with
then the
city.
last item is that the individual site known as Leatherback, because you own it, it is already designated in this current draft general plan for mixed use. But because you own it, you can get more credit if you commit to, for sure, doing an affordable project on that site. And particularly if you commit to 100% affordable, you are the owners, hence you are the developer. And if you commit to that, you get to take full credit for it. So again, if they need it, are you okay making that 100% affordable project?
Absolutely, yes.
That's a yes.
I'm 100% for 100%.
Yeah. That's at least four,
Yeah,
Madam
four.
Mayor.
So four, and I'm sort of on the fence just because I've heard of different proposals for that site, including possible
staff
community
had
center, other things that have been proposed. So I'm a little, as much as I want to see the affordable, I kind of, a little on the fence, but it sounds like I'm voted out. So it's
Okay,
fine.
so we'll note it's 4-1. All right. I think with that, I can sit down and we're going to call up the other presentation. We're going to call up Greg Goodfellow. Greg's going to present a fair amount of background about the inclusionary housing ordinance, but I think, and I hope Greg will concur with me, I think we only need to ask you 3 specific items. So you've already said to lower it to 15%. Greg's going to present the whole thing to you. And then the 3 questions are going to be how to split up that 15%, whether to allow payment of an in lieu fee, that is cash, for sale projects. State law requires an in lieu fee for rental projects. So that's already in the ordinance, but the ordinance does not look for an in lieu fee for sale projects. So we're going to ask you about that. And the last item is whether to allow a developer to build required affordable units on a different site instead of the site instead of being integrated into their project. So those are the 3 questions we're going to ask you after giving you some background information. Greg?
Madam Mayor, before the next speaker comes up here, I'd like to make a request. We did our questions. We heard from public comment. We answered every single one of these items, but I'd like an opportunity to give final remarks about the general plan. And if we're given that opportunity, I'd like to see the goal slide put up there. So that's my request, is to allow each council member to give their final thoughts on the general plan process. Thanks.
Do others feel you want to go?
I'd like to just move on. I think everybody's heard our thoughts.
It's been long.
We've been talking a lot. I think we'll move on. You're on.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As David said, I'll go through some quick background on inclusionary housing, talk about the existing draft ordinance, as well as some feedback we heard at our workshop at the Veterans Memorial Hall. Thank you, Councilmember Burns, for that recommendation to go there. They were very accommodating. All right, a quick primer. You've heard a lot of this before, but maybe some in the room haven't. What is inclusionary housing? It's a zoning ordinance that requires a certain percentage of new residential development projects to be affordable to low-income households. It's one of many tools to increase affordable housing production in the state, and it's been adopted by about 220 cities and towns in California. Through my research, I know that number is increasing. Excuse me. Some of the benefits of inclusionary housing, the increased housing equity and options for all demographics and affordability levels, more mixed neighborhoods and localities, affordable housing distributed throughout cities, progress towards Hollister's state mandated housing goals. As David mentioned, if you add that 20% buffer on, you're at about 5,000 affordable units required to be planned for right now. So this would support that goal. Some of the basics of an ordinance. The first is the affordability requirement. I can skip through this a little bit quickly because you just voted on a 15% requirement. We also, projects subject to IH requirement. This could be the number of units, typically 10 to 15, the location. Some ordinance cover the citywide area. Some are just applicable to strategic areas. Of course, the total affordability requirement, most common in state, 15%. It may vary for sale and rental housing projects. Thank you. The distribution of that total requirement across affordability levels, very low income, and moderate income. Alternatives and support as part of the ordinance. Potential alternative compliance options. David just mentioned that you'll be voting on those. Two common ones are constructing affordable units off-site and dedicating off-site land for affordable housing. Payment of in lieu fees. These are required for rental requirements above 15%, as the current draft ordinance contains. And potential IH support measures. These could include variances from development and parking standards. These are all things to support private developers in their achievement of these goals. Increased height allowances, setback reductions, reduced open space standards, streamlined development process, and reduced fees for those developers. All those can and are contained in some inclusionary housing ordinances. And of course, standards for those below market rate units. They need, or many ordinance state that they should have the same bedroom counts and sizes as the market rate units that are in the development they're a part of. Same features, designs, and character as those units. Integrated into the market rate neighborhoods. Same access to open spaces and resources. Again, these should not be or appear to be set aside within a private development. They should be perfectly well integrated and of the same quality as the market rate units. Assurances of ongoing affordability for those units. The required period of affordability, typically 55 to 60 years. Third-party lease restrictions and documentation requirements for buyers. All right, a quick overview of the current draft ordinance for Hollister. I should stress again that this was based on direction from the past city council, and it is supported by a state mandated financial feasibility analysis. One thing we've stressed is that because we had a mandated direction for a 20% requirement, we then developed a financial feasibility analysis to find out what would be required to make such a requirement pan out for a developer. So whereas typically you may start without a requirement and do a study to find out what is achievable, we started with the endpoint and did a study to find out how that endpoint would pan out. That's not illegal or inappropriate. It's just the direction we were given from the previous council. And you'll see what those requirements are to make those achievable coming up. I should also state that because you've just voted on a 15% requirement, the results of that financial feasibility analysis are somewhat moot. So again, what we have up until this point tonight, about 10 minutes ago, is a 20% affordability requirement. At least 7% of those should be dedicated to very low income households. At least 7% should be dedicated to very low income or low income households, and at least 6% to very low income, or moderate income households. Again, the idea is to skew the availability of these BMR units to lower income households. The current ordinance applies to all projects of 10 or more units and applies to both for sale and rental projects. It includes in lieu fees only for rental projects, and that's based on state law AB 1505, which requires rental requirements of above 15% to be paired with an in lieu fee. For sale projects, the in lieu fee is only payable for fractional units. Let's say your 20 project development comes out to be required a number 0.25 units. Well, you can pay off that 0.25 with an in lieu fee, only that 0.25, only that fractional amount. And again, these in lieu fees are cost-based. They are to fund affordable units at the same rate as required under the inclusionary requirement, and it'd be set by council resolution and adjusted annually. So you'll hear in some of our feedback at the workshop why they are not included in the ordinance itself and questions answered about that. The current draft does not include alternative compliance options, and it does not include implementation support measures, again, at specific direction from the past council. Affordable unit standards, it does include many standards to ensure that the quality and characteristics of the BMR units are equal to those of the market rate units, similar size, proportion, distribution, and interiors, same access to common and open spaces, and of course, clauses to ensure affordability and occupancy. And it does include a local density bonus. Now, again, very important to point out that this was the result of the previous 20% ordinance, which required Placeworks to complete a financial feasibility analysis to make sure we calculated what it would take for a developer to achieve that 20% requirement and still have financially feasible projects. And it was very complex. I know you've seen that. I won't go through those many tables again for each project type. But what we found out was, in order for those projects to be feasible, we would need to allow a 56% bonus for sale projects and a 15% local bonus for rental projects. That's above the state density bonus that is already allowed. I have a bold-faced bullet point there that, given the potential increase in general plan update densities, those local bonuses would likely come down because that threshold for allowable density would go up. But again, because you've just voted on a 50% requirement, there will be no local bonus in this upcoming draft of the inclusionary housing ordinance. All right, I'll share a little bit of what we heard at our August 3rd inclusionary housing workshop feedback summary. And, we'll take some of this into the nuances of the revised draft. We did hear a lot of interesting things from a lot of very involved community members. My takeaway was that this is a very technical process, but that this community is really committed to affordable housing. We had a really robust discussion throughout and at the end of our presentation, and we learned a lot. So what we did was we created an inclusionary housing preference worksheet. And the topics of those worksheet were minimum affordability requirement, now 15%, the split of those requirements across income levels, housing tenure, i.e. the approach to these requirements for either rental or for sale projects, the minimum project size, the option for an in lieu fee, other alternative compliance options, and additional IH support measures, which of course at this point, at the direction of the last council, are not included in the draft ordinance. All right, minimum affordability requirement. We can skip this one. Just so you guys know, every single participant in the workshop selected 15%, not a single 20%. And there were some very strong statements of 20%. It's essentially a housing moratorium. It would result in no housing construction. Those are some of the examples of that fill in the blank at the end of that worksheet. We asked about the split of affordability across income levels, made it clear and reminded everyone that the current ordinance establishes 7% for very low, at least 7 for very low or low income, and at least 6 for very low, low, or moderate. And what we found out that community members prefer allocating more of the 50% requirement to very low and low income households, which is consistent with the current approach. One topic for discussion was the sliding scale approach that we have now versus a categorical requirement, which was a couple comments in some of the written preference worksheets, but again, consistent with our current draft. Housing tenure, again, we asked if people, how should the requirement apply to housing projects of different tenure? This question, the way it was worded, I think confused people. Some split the 15% that they had chosen across for sale or rental, but the general idea was that the split is pretty even, and there was a concern that very low income households may have difficulty purchasing homes to achieve the down payment, et cetera, and that a very low income housing affordability requirement for rental is difficult. And we also got the request to explore the potential allowance for the construction of rental units to fulfill for sale IH requirements. Minimum project size, should we keep it as 10 as currently drafted or another? Very clear, community members support that 10. One response in support of the 15 unit threshold out of the 40 to 45 people that were a part of the workshop, both in person and on Zoom. In lieu fee option, we asked, should an in lieu fee be allowed for sale projects as well? Pretty split here. 55% of respondents stated that an in lieu fee should be made available for sale. This was a big topic of discussion. People want to know how that fee is calculated, of course, why the amount, like I said, is not included in the draft ordinance. There was some skepticism that fees truly equal the cost of construction. What about offering vacant sites on your lot to BMR developers as an alternative to paying fees? These are all just things that we talked about, again, indicative of the robust discussion. Other alternative compliance options, we offered a robust list of potential options and, allowed people to say, no, they don't support any, or yes, they support and could circle any amount. And community members overwhelmingly support alternative compliance, and no one selected none, but there was a preference for nonprofit partnerships and splitting below market rate constructions with that fee payment. I think a lot of that came out of a conversation as we discussed this, but the fact of the matter is there is a preference for alternative compliance. And what did come up was people questioning the city council's interest in offering these alternative compliance. How would they select them? I think that also came from the current draft ordinance, which the past council made it clear that they don't want alternative compliance. But again, that came up in the discussion. Additional support measures. Again, we made it clear that the existing ordinance does not include any additional measures to support developers' fulfillment of affordable requirements, and offered again a robust list of potential options for support. This was one where, as I went through the worksheets and did my quantitative data graphing, I found that a lot of people at this point didn't answer this question. And I think this is where the technical elements of inclusionary housing came in, and this might have been a lot for people to work from. It was at the end of the night. But again, we found that community members generally support inclusionary housing support measures. And they were low response rate that I thought, like I said, indicates some technical complexity. But those who did respond generally just circled all the measures, excuse me. One gentleman brought up the idea of financial incentives. Could there be financial incentives for developers that could be adopted to support IH requirements? Again, these are all things that we'll look into in nuances of the drafting. And finally, some interesting comments and questions. This is where there was a really robust discussion coming from the community. People were really interested in avoiding below market rate clustering. There was talk of, could we create in the ordinance a clause that would restrict these BMR units just to county residents? The need to stress that fees and alternatives are really the second choice to make sure that BMR construction happens and happens here in those sites. There was concern about accommodating density. What about lack of parking downtown where these densities might get so high? Is there adequate transit that could get to and through downtown? Could open space be provided in an adequate manner that's associated with these densities that might come from inclusionary housing and the general plan update? And others pointed out the value of collaborating with county and CBO advocates and the challenges of administrating inclusionary housing. This is going to take staff time and expertise. There is potential for outsourcing. There are private firms like Home Key that create websites for cities and their affordable housing programs. But again, these came up in some of the written comments and concerns. So like David said, we're really going to pose 3 questions for you. First of all, or I have it at 4. I recommend that we move to the split of the 50% requirement to be consistent with the current split of the 20%, i.e. Targeting very low and lower income housing, which would mean 7% very low income, 5% low income, and 3%, or excuse me, 3% moderate income.
Any thoughts on that?
I do, but I'd also.
Okay.
Okay, sure, that's right.
Okay.
Right, absolutely.
The second would just be, do you recommend maintaining the minimum project size of 10 units? The third, do you support an in lieu fee option for sale housing, although it is not required? And the third, do you support 2 alternative compliance measures of constructing units off-site or dedicating land off-site for below market rate housing? And again, I'll come back to those after comment and questions.
So let's do some questions, or just, questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So with the participants in the process, did we identify, were they city residents? Were they county residents?
We asked for affiliation on the worksheets. Most were residents. We certainly got Dennis Martin and BIA. it was somewhat clear with it, the written responses who had a very technical understanding of inclusionary housing.
So do we have a sense for, I thought I heard you say 40 or 45 people participated?
Total between the in-person
Right.
workshop and those on
Right.
Zoom.
So do we know how many of those folks are actually residents of the community?
I would say 28 to 38.
28 to 38
Yeah.
out of the 40 to 45. Okay. And was this also done in Spanish?
It was.
Perfect.
We
Thank
had
you.
headsets there.
Right. And I guess my other question is more for either the city attorney or city manager. When the city receives, or in the past has received in lieu fees, does that just roll into the general fund, or where does that money actually go? What's the use of that money?
Depends on what it's in lieu of. So we would hold it in a fund. So like with this, it's a very specific use. So we would actually create a separate fund for it and track it separately and not directly into the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions down there. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez, questions?
Thank you. Where's the feasibility study? Are you not showing it in this presentation?
No, I mean, it was developed for that 20%.
Yeah.
I'm not showing it, no.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. I'm gonna piggyback off Councilmember Burns' questions. You can't prove that 28 of those people were residents, right? We don't have actual data or proof saying 20 to 38 of those people were actual
No,
residents.
we have sign-in sheets with affiliation, but
Can you provide us those sign-in sheets?
I can't right now. I certainly
Okay.
could.
Perfect. Another question. There was translation services provided, right?
Yeah.
For 2 workshops, right?
No, for one.
Just for one.
That's what we were scoped to do
Okay.
for this.
How many Spanish speaking residents use the translation services at that workshop?
None. We
That's what
created
I
a
thought.
Spanish flyer and Spanish noticing that was on the
Okay.
website.
So I'm gonna put this together in my little head, right? 65% community Latino here, possibly.
Mhm.
Let's say 25 to 30% of them are Spanish speaking. If my constituents were there at that meeting, I would imagine that there would have been a few people at least using those services. That wasn't the case at your meeting, and it's not the case here tonight. And I don't agree with the results. And I do agree with what was alluded to earlier, is that most of the people that come to these meetings, including here tonight, have a financial interest, and it's very, very challenging to engage the everyday citizen of Hollister. Thank you.
Councilmember Press, you have questions?
No. I'm good.
Vice Mayor, any questions? I don't have questions either, but I do want to thank you for putting that together. The more community engagement that we have, the more likely we are to get people from all areas of the town. So I'm glad we did that, and thank you for the work. So I think we can go to public comment now.
Mayor Casey, our first speaker is Joe Tanasha, to be followed by Devin Pack.
Okay.
I even got his name right. Devin Pack, to be followed by A. Siwak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. So I'm currently last semester, as a part of my master's in urban planning program, I took a course on housing development, and a lot of these subjects came up. So the first one, the question of inclusionary housing, it's sort of a mixed, because ultimately, an inclusionary housing impact fee, or an in lieu fee, excuse me, really depends ultimately on how the government decides to spend it. In general, they work better for bigger governments because they will collect a larger amount of fees and will be able to concentrate that. So basically, there's an economy of scale. One thing that I can kind of offer as an illustration of what I'm talking about, it really depends on the government, how the government chooses to spend it. The county's affordable housing fee this year, which was previously at the start of the year around 1.2 million, was mostly allocated for emergency housing relief for people affected by the floods in February. So at this point, any hopes for, county kind of leading on, homeless development, it's going to have to wait until that affordable housing fund is rebuilt and restocked. Next on the topic of kind of alternatives, the general line of thinking in, housing academia, or at least the San Jose State University, is that you want Well, offsite alternative risks the potential of creating concentration. The great mistake of the 1960s of the Department of Urban Housing was by creating these concentrated projects where you have all the affordable housing in one place, you concentrate poverty and then you concentrate crime. By comparison, if you ensure inclusionary housing across the community, that is creating opportunities for class mobility, for class opportunity, by having people that are not necessarily going to be able to experience being in a wealthier, better provided neighborhood of the community. The third thing, the support housing, I think that's definitely a good way to pursue because that allows for greater density. So overall, I guess my prognostication on these three things is no on alternative offsite housing construction because that creates the risk of concentration of affordable housing. Yes on the support and kind of a minimum or a medium of talk amongst yourselves about the in lieu fee. Lastly, I'll say I have been doing a research paper on Central Coast RENA allocations. I can speak for the 4th and 5th RENA cycles of Hollister. Overall, on housing production, Hollister is good at above market rate. Medium market rate is not quite so good. And then it's been failing in the past 2 cycles on the very low income and low income.
Thank you, Dick.
The next public speaker is A. Siwak, followed by Carly Robles.
So I'm not clear what is if it's a rental project, you can have in lieu fees or you can't. And for a for sale project, you can have in lieu fees or you can't, which is.
I thought I heard that rental absolutely has in lieu. That's allowed. Yeah, so it's the for sale.
Rental has an in lieu by law if it's 15% inclusionary requirement or above.
Okay, so
The ordinance as drafted allows an in lieu fee for rent. And for rent. I guess, given that you've now. Sorry.
The ordinance as drafted, because it was drafted at 20%, state law requires that any ordinance that requires over 15% as an inclusionary must allow an in lieu fee if it's, I see a lot of faces.
Sorry.
Why is he
Can we
talking?
stop the clock?
Madam Mayor, if we're going to allow for a staff member to come up here and speak to this gentleman and answer his questions, we're going to have to do that for every single buddy here tonight. This is a public comment period.
Sorry,
that
we've
should
been having
not be
so much
allowed.
discussion. I think we forgot. So we can't answer your questions right now, but please go ahead and finish.
We'll answer.
Yeah.
Okay. The second point was that at the workshop and in the density bonus law, you are able to donate land in lieu of fees or actually building the units. And is there some way, does this ordinance going to incorporate something like that? And thirdly, at last week's inclusionary housing discussion in San Jose, the mayor asked a really specific and worthwhile question. He said it costs $600,000 to build a market rate unit, but it costs $900,000 to build an affordable unit. And I think a lot of that extra $300,000 goes to a lot of studies and coordination of this kind of loan and that kind of loan and that kind of tax exempt bond and so on. So I think that, and the last thing at the workshop, I understood Mr. Early saying that the reason council did not want an in lieu fee for sale units because the council doesn't want the responsibility of building those units. They'd rather throw all of that weight on the owners or developers of the project and who is going to take that burden on with mortgage rates as high as they are and interest rates. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Carson Clower.
Carly Robles. So as you can tell, I'm not a housing developer. So I would not have voted for the 15%. I would have voted for the 20%, like the vast majority of your constituents would have voted for 20%. This county and this city needs more affordable housing. And I find it really hard to believe that everyone that you asked said, oh, 15% is great. When it's the people whose voices that are not heard that would say 20%. We need to get more people here. We're trying to get more people here to sorry, I got 2 minutes left. I just don't understand why the developers come first. The developers get everything they ask for. We can't even give 1% to the arts. 1%. And by saying that if we raise the housing to 20%, then the developers won't come. I really find that hard to believe. Really find that hard to believe. You think developers are not going to develop on this land because of 5%? They all want this land. They're fighting over this land. They're getting everywhere in our city and our county to get this land. They're getting into every department that this city has. The developers are edging their way in with their money and their pockets lined to fill their pockets and get them lined. And I'm getting tired of it. I don't know when we're going to get a city council that's actually going to talk on behalf of the constituents. Roland, thank you for all you do. Thank you for standing up. Thank you for not taking money from developers. Thank you for putting the citizens' interest at heart and your constituents' interest at heart and fighting for us, because at least we have one member fighting for us. One is better than none. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carson Clower, followed by Elias Salinas.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a couple things. I would strongly prefer on-site inclusionary housing. Okay. I think Devin did a great job of explaining why. As terms of community feel, it's just better if it's spread out through the neighborhood and you can't tell which unit's affordable and which unit's not. If you do allow off-site, you should look for a higher percentage. I don't know how the rules work with that. I think the county's already doing that. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but if you do, get a higher percentage. Just a thought, we have neighborhoods where the houses range from 1,080 square feet to 3,300 square feet. So think about that when you look at like for like, that the market rate houses aren't necessarily like for like. I think that the city would like neighborhoods that have both for sale and for rent units in them together. So you have a mix of income living in the same area. Because of that, I think you should consider rental affordable units when you build for sale units. I don't know how that would work. I'm not an expert at this, but I know that you could probably get more of them if you allowed for rent units as a part of the for sale market rate. I wouldn't recommend having an in lieu fee for sale units. It's very hard to manage. The money sits there. You got to find a product. You got to find a project that'll actually work. You got to find a developer to build it. Developers have got a lot of crap today. That's fine, but they're the ones who can build the units. So make it as easy as possible for them. Don't necessarily allow an in lieu fee that's just going to sit there and not actually do anything. The county had that for a while. I worked on projects where there was in lieu fees. One of the concerns was, okay, we'll pay your in lieu fee. What are you going to do with the money? And a lot of times nothing ever happens with it. And it takes a lot of money to build a unit. So if you have an in lieu fee that doesn't actually make sense, you're not going to be able to build the amount of units that you were supposed to get. In terms of the study, read it. You'll learn a lot. The prices that were used were the absolute height of the market. Those don't exist anymore.
The densities were crazy that you'd have to do to actually go with the 20%. And lastly, that was a long list of support measures. It's going to take some time for people to flesh through those, but the more that you can provide support wise, the more units you'll actually get built. And that's the whole thing, is actually providing housing for the people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Thank you. I support everything that Carson Clower says. No offsite, everything should be. I actually prefer that also there are no in lieu fees. If the developer's going to develop, they develop the whole thing, no in lieu fees, and everything is there at the same site. Splitting the 15% for low and very low would be equal, 7.5 each. The presenter said there's 200 cities that are already using this. That's just a little under half of the cities in the state of California. Couldn't get an answer for how many counties are doing it, but counties are doing it too. Should you choose to do in lieu fees, which I hope that you don't, I think that that money should be allocated. And if you haven't already applied, because I haven't followed, are you applying for home key funds? If you have, then those fees would go into the home key funds, because that's where you're going to be developing your own low-income housing in the city of Hollister. Speaking of the city of Hollister, Ms. Robles doesn't live in the city of Hollister, and that's not relevant. She has every right to come in and speak. She's concerned with the community. I don't live in the city of Hollister, and I speak everywhere, and I'm not getting any money from anybody. And the fact that someone comes up and makes an allocation, as well as Councilman Resendez making allocations that people are getting money and they're lining their pockets, prove it. This has been going on for years. The former mayor used to say it, and you continue to say it, yet you have no proof whatsoever. Prove it. You have no fees. Don't argue with me.
No,
it's my time.
no interaction, please.
I think what the council should also consider as an incentive to make sure that we get as many very low income housing, because it's a possibility that you could get a developer to come in and they have 100% project, and out of that 100% project, they might be able to do 50% if you give them an incentive by lowering the infrastructure fees. There's got to be a way for you to work with the developer to lower the fees so they can be feasible for them. That way, that cost does not go down to either the consumer, whether it be a buyer or whether it be a renter. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker on Zoom is Dennis Martin, followed by John Robles.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin with BIA. I want to call your attention to a letter we submitted several weeks and months back regarding this issue. And I believe that we would have been one of those voices that called a 20% requirement a de facto moratorium. However, I want to emphasize that 15% requirement is no walk in the park, and it could in fact slow housing, if not stop housing under certain conditions, because all the costs of affordable housing come out of the value of the land. And if the land value drops below what the landowner is willing to sell it for, then no housing takes place. So let's make sure that we don't put in anything that will in fact obstruct housing construction going forward. In most cases, and I really wish the city would do more of a benchmark here, where you'd study several jurisdictions and what they do. But in most jurisdictions, market rate is for sale. Market rate equals moderate, or for sale market rate equals a moderate inclusionary. And low income and very low income usually are in rental projects. However, if the city really still wants to produce more housing and low-income housing in for sale products. Then we would recommend a split compliance where some units are provided by the developer and some fees are paid to address BLI and LI. Remember, in lieu fees do form a fund that the city has that can be granted to 100% affordable housing developers or to renovate or rehab affordable units, and can be very useful for the city to facilitate its affordable housing program. The split that's being suggested by the consultant, 7%, 5%, 3%, is pretty much exactly backwards. The 7% should be moderate for sale, and then the LI and BLI should be combined to form a fee-based approach, in lieu fee-based approach. Finally, I wanted to remark that according to the gentleman who spoke earlier, the San Jose mayor noted that market rate housing is cheaper to build than affordable housing. Why? There's really a good reason for that. Affordable housing requires union labor, and union labor drives the cost of housing up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is John Robles, followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Evening again. Just a quick comment here. I want to thank the council for entertaining all comments, all commentary that is tonight. It's my hope that you'll make the right decision, consider your constituents, and just make sure you do the right thing. You know, another quick note, I wish speakers wouldn't attack or would not attack the integrity of other speakers. It just speaks volumes about, you know, a person, and it just, you know, you start seeing defamation come into the conversation. We don't want to see that. So again, thanks for entertaining our comments.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. The time. Just to reiterate what Carson Clower was saying. We got to get rid of these in lieu fees. The projects don't get built. I mean, we've seen it. Really, what the in lieu fee is for developers here is it's just basically pay it off, and the money's going to sit in an account. It's not going to get built. Agencies like San Francisco, San Jose, they have housing authorities. You know, they collect it, it gets built. San Diego County, or in this case, Hollister, 40,000 people. We're not going to be able to make a fund like that, especially the amount that they pay. When it comes to getting grants to actually get these projects built, Hollister, San Diego County, we fail every time to even get these grants. So just build the units. I mean, I'm not going to quote anybody, but some of you guys that got elected claim, you know, we're inclusive, we're pro this. To be inclusive, you got to build the units, you got to provide units for people. 15%, I still think it's too low, but that ship has already sailed. So just please, do away with the building in lieu fees. I get it. Developers don't want it. The Builders Association doesn't want it. I get it. But yeah, I mean, what's wrong with paying a prevailing wage? I don't know. I just don't see anything wrong with paying workers what they deserve. I mean, Dolores Morales, you're a proud union person. And hey, I champion that, Dolores. The unions are going to get this thing built. And guess what? They're going to be paid a living wage. So support it, Dolores, please. Thank you. Casey, I don't know if you took money from unions, but same thing. The unions, I'm a big union guy too. We gotta get there's nothing wrong with the prevailing wage. Just want to make that clear. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Renee Baez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Renee Baez, Carpenter's Local 45, resident of Hollister. I'm all about affordable housing. California needs housing, affordable housing. What we are against is non-responsible developers and non-responsible general contractors who come in. And yeah, they're against prevailing wage and paying their workers because they want to fatten their pockets, right? And what's happening is workers are getting robbed of their wages. I'm talking to workers at In-N-Out who are getting 18 an hour. And I can go to one of these jobs right down the street and the construction workers getting 18 an hour without benefits. What would you rather do? It's not a labor shortage. It's workers who aren't getting paid a livable wage. Now you're going to have workers who are building these affordable homes who do not have hopes of actually living in those homes because they don't make enough. That's the problem what we're having. Wage theft, tax fraud, human trafficking is a real thing and is happening on these projects. And that's why we push labor standards and labor compliance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay, so we have a couple of items to consider then for this.
Right. So Greg went over the 4 items for you, and I'll read them off, and then through the mayor, if you'd like, I will help you through each of them. So the first of them is to tell us how to split the 15% among 2 or 3 affordability types, very low, low, and moderate. The second is to confirm that projects of 10 units or less are exempt. That's already in the ordinance, but we want your confirmation on that. The third item is about in lieu fees, and you actually have several options there. Since the ordinance will be 15%, you do not need to allow an in lieu fee for rental, which is currently in the ordinance. So you need to tell us whether to keep the in lieu fee for rentals. And at the same time, you need to tell us whether to add an in lieu fee for sale units, which has been asked for by some of your commentors. So the third item has 2 sub items in it about in lieu fees. And then the fourth one also has 2 sub items. These are alternative compliance methods. Should we allow land dedication instead of actual construction of units? And presumably that would be done through the value of that land would be calculated as a fair quid pro quo. But the question is, could they give vacant land instead of actually building the units? And part 2 of question 4 is, would it be acceptable to construct the required units off-site on a different site acquired elsewhere in the city instead of on the site itself? So that's a total of 4 questions, 2 of which do have sub-questions. So it could be called 6 questions, but it's somewhere between 4 and 6 questions. And then you're done. Until the other item that Eva has. Yes, but so let me go back. So number 1 is, what should be the split? 2, there are, well, I will say 3 proposals off the top of my head. Number 1 is to split 15 by 3 and go 5, 5, and 5 for very low, low, and moderate. You heard a proposal from, I've forgotten who said it, but it was a proposal to actually not include moderate and do 7.5 very low and 7.5 low. And then Greg said a proposal to do 7 very low, 5 low, and 3 moderate. So those are, and there's an infinite number of answers of what adds up to 15%, but those are 3 approaches. This is it's really a policy decision. There's no right and wrong answer. I mean, so it is marginally easier to make moderate income units pencil out because you can charge more for them. So you're making it a little bit more financially feasible if you do moderate instead of low, instead of very low, but obviously very low in certain ways are the hardest to provide. So it's really a question for you to decide at a policy level.
Councilmember Burns, you want to start?
Thank you, Mayor. I would support the 7, 5, and 3. I think everybody deserves somewhat of a break, but based on their income, I actually think that works for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Yes, either that option or the 1 split with no moderate.
Councilmember Perez.
I'll go with Tim Burns, 763.
753.
753.
So 7 very low, 5 low, and 3 moderate.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I think we have a winner. Let's
All right,
go with that.
great. Item 2, the ordinance currently exempts projects that are 10 units or less. If you confirm that you want to keep that.
Yes. That was easy.
That was very easy. Number 3, an in lieu fee. So this number 3A, let me ask is, do you want to continue to allow an in lieu fee for rental housing, even though you don't have to do that because you've lowered the number from 20 to 15?
That's no difference.
I'm a firm no.
So get rid of the in lieu fee. I see 2 heads nodding to your right.
Just trying to think how that works.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on it. I'll be honest.
How, okay,
I know
how
we don't
does-
have to, right? Because we're not at the 20%, so it's not required by law, but how does that work if we're providing in lieu for rental? I'm not real clear on that.
Well, so the way an in lieu fee works in general is that you go through a process of calculating the value of providing an affordable unit. And instead of, and you may say to yourself, but wait a minute, it's monthly rent. But economists have a way to annualize or make into a single sum the value of a monthly rent payment. So an economist would tell you what is the differential, what is the value of the rent differential between the market rent and the affordable rent. That gets capitalized into a single lump sum. They pay that lump sum to you, and then you hold on to the money to build other units somewhere else.
I think the question is more, so when you have places for sale, it's easy enough to do the affordable and it's deed restricted. But when you've got an apartment complex and you've got 2 units that are affordable, but the rest are whatever,
At market rate.
you don't have someone who's managing that, like if you have an affordable rental property, you've got someone who's skilled at managing and doing the different kinds of, you know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, well, I
That's
think
my
I
question, is
understand,
how
and
does
let
it
me,
work?
to the extent I understand it as a question, let me try and answer it.
Sure.
Any apartment building has a manager. I
Right.
mean, it might be, if it's a very small apartment building, it might be the mom and pop owner of that building.
Right.
If it's a larger project, it probably has an on-site 1 or 2 or 3 staff who are managing it, renting it out, doing maintenance and so forth. One of the duties of that group of people managing that rental building is going to be to administer those affordable units. The city is going to say what the affordable rent is and is going to create a process by which people are qualified. People will need to show that they're qualified to rent the units.
So is the city the ones who are going to qualify the people, or does the manager? I guess that's what I'm getting at. When you have like an Eden
The
housing
city,
or
and
something,
maybe,
they know what
yeah,
they're doing and
maybe
they manage
staff
it.
can speak
Or
to that,
is-
but the city does have staff who administer programs like this.
Okay. I just
And
wanna
that staff
understand how
person
it
is
would
going to
work.
come up and speak to you. She's been here all night waiting for
No,
this opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, so if I understand the question correctly. Oh, yes, Jamila Saka, Housing Programs Coordinator. Thank you. If I understand the question correctly, you're asking if it's a mix between both market rate and a rental, an affordable rental. So just like David was starting to indicate, is that yes, it would be something, and there would have to be an agreement that would be made between the owner and the city of Hollister. And then what is listed in that agreement would most likely be steps. So either the renter would be reviewed by a city employee to ensure that their income matches what the expectation is. And then that once agreed upon, okay, that renter is cleared to go. But all of that information would be set in an agreement and would most likely be a separate policy in addition to this inclusionary ordinance, which would set guidelines for all the steps and all the processes with these questions. So it would have to be basically a separate agreement and a separate policy.
Councilmember Resendez.
I'm gonna need your help, Jamila. I'm still a little confused. So
Me too.
give me the other scenario. Let's say we do not do an in lieu. What does that look like? Okay, I get what you're saying. The scenario you gave me is if we do have an in lieu, right?
No, just the opposite.
No, just the suggestion or the example given was if it was a mixture of market rate and affordable rental units. The other option could be potentially, right, a 100% affordable project, which is typically by which he had mentioned, other nonprofit
Like
agencies,
Chispa or
like
something.
Chispa, Eden Housing, which would still have to follow those same agreed upon expectations that the city would review and ensure that the applicants who are living there follow the guidelines and expectations of the inclusionary ordinance.
Councilmember Burns.
Man, it just gets better by the minute. So my understanding that the question is, do we want to offer an in lieu fee versus not offering an in lieu fee, which then would in fact mean they would have to do affordable housing on site. Okay, so yeah, I'm a definite no to in lieu fee. I want the housing built. I want it on site and I want it done in a timely manner.
Want it fixed in with the other units that are.
Correct, absolutely.
One thing to consider. One thing to consider as well is the city does not own a ton of properties out there to develop themselves either.
Well, I'm just thinking, right? If we're doing these little in lieu fees, we're complaining about, getting this pot of money to do enough for one project. We're going to be doing these little in lieu fees. When are we ever going to get there? So I think I am on track with what I'm hearing up here is that we're not, let's just require it on site.
I may have a follow-up question, just as I'm taking notes. The suggestion of the no in lieu fee is for both for sale and rental, correct? Is that what is being suggested?
I
right
think
now?
that's the next question, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't-
My mind is going forward.
Yeah, I don't want to give a spoiler alert, but no.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Councilmember Perez, do you have something you'd like to add or?
There's been enough.
Eh,
I'm good, thank you.
All right, so I think we can bring closure on 3A, which is no in lieu fee for rentals. Right? We have at least 3 I heard who were,
Can I ask one more question? Just because I really want to see this.
you're the
happen.
mayor, you can ask whatever you
I
want.
just, it seems messy to me. I mean, I know how well Chispa and Eden Housing, does this deter housing rental from getting built if?
I don't know if Jamila wants to add, I'm sure you will find
I just
developers
Want to make sure
of,
we actually get.
you will
affordable.
find developers of market rate rental housing who will say, absolutely, this is a huge impediment for me.
Yeah.
I don't have staff. I want to build you a 15-unit project. You're now requiring that 3 of those units be affordable. I don't have the people to do this analysis. I don't have the
Yeah.
manpower to go and talk to Jamila about this and administer it. This is a huge hassle.
Yeah.
And it's my personal opinion that you all can set policy. And if you, as you all have said, if you don't make the policy the way you're talking about making it, you may never get the units. If you have the developer pay a fee instead, it's going to come to the city. You don't have land, you don't have enough money to build a project. You might make a little tiny payment towards Chispa and maybe it gets 1 unit underwritten a little, but it doesn't really have an impact. And I think there's a bigger question about just what is the market for market rate rental housing in Hollister. Mostly you see for sale housing built here because that's what the marketplace builds. I'm sure you will have people come to you and say, you made this policy and now you have even less rental housing. Personally, I don't buy it. Personally, I think that if somebody really wants to build rental housing, they're going to work with Jamila and they're going to find a way to get those 3 affordable units filled with eligible renters.
Mhm.
That's my opinion.
Thank you.
But I will promise you that someone will come to you and say
And
you
I'm
made a
going to
mistake.
send them to you, David.
Okay.
Just saying.
So no in lieu fee for rentals. And Councilmember Burns already gave a spoiler on no rental,
Which-
no in lieu fee for sale. I see Roland Rosenda saying the same thing, Rick Perez.
Did you have anything to say? I don't think I asked you if you had any comments on this today. I know. Did you have any comments on this, the rental and whether to do in lieu or not?
No, I think my concern is that they're built because they're needed. Especially for our teachers and first responders. And so definitely don't want to create policy that deters and then, for us to in 5 years come back and then there's nothing really built and we're, in a worse situation. So that was my question, which I think you answered and you're saying no.
Mhm.
So, we'll come back to it if we need to.
That's true. We can always relook at it if we have to, but
Alright.
so then I would assume we're in agreement then as far as the in lieu fees, no in lieu fees. Is that correct? Got that.
None at all. That's right. Okay, great. And then last item, number 4, also has an A and a B. Would you allow these required units to be built off-site?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay, and would you allow an alternative to dedicate land instead of actually building the units?
Nope.
No,
That was easy.
that's it. I believe you have another agenda item, but I
Hooray.
think that ends both of these agenda items. And I
Thank
think
you,
I'm going to go
David.
home.
Thank you for
And thank you very
everything.
much for your time.
Appreciate it.
So, and just to bring closure, and Christy will, I'm sure, say this too, but we will now, based on this, on the one hand, the housing element, you've given us lots of good guidance. The housing element, I think, can proceed apace. I think you'll see you're having a workshop, I think, even in a few weeks, and then that will get prepared and as close to that December 31st deadline as possible. And what you've done tonight ensures that it will make as much progress as it can. And at the same time, we will begin tomorrow to do rescoping, to redo the general plan and the EIR. And I should have mentioned also the climate action plan will need to be rejiggered. We'll get a scope and budget together. That will come to you for approval. Once you approve it, we will do that work. And I anticipate that it will be 4 to 6 months that you will see a new draft general plan, a new draft EIR, and a new draft climate action plan after you've approved the contract amendment. So thank you for your time and your help.
Mayor, if I may ask Mr. Early to hang out for the next item. I know you wanted to head home, but it may, depending on some of the questions.
I will
could
do
impact
that.
Timing.
But wait, there's more. I just want to take this opportunity to thank staff, all the staff that have put this together. It's like, it's been very informative. It's been almost real fun, but it's been real though. Thank you though.
All right, so we're going to do the general plan amendment, pre-zone, sphere of influence amendments. Staff report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. This item is a request for some direction from the city council for general plan amendments, pre-zone and sphere of influence amendments, requests from individual persons during the general plan update process. As you may be aware, we're in the middle of a general plan update process through the year 2040. And as we've been discussing, the general plan is the vision document for the city, and they're generally over a 20 to 30 year time frame, and they provide guiding policy that guides all of the actions and decisions, not only in land use, but a lot of it is in land use, but also in other aspects, as you've heard in other presentations tonight. For just a little bit of information, during the life of a general plan, a jurisdiction can make up to 4 amendments to the general plan any given calendar year. So in a year, you can adopt by state law up to 4 amendments. So that's just a calendar year, and that's a state requirement. Now, the scope of those updates can be small, they can be a 1-word amendment, or they can be very big, such as adopting the general plan update when that comes before you for consideration. But the total is 4. So a comprehensive general plan update process, such as the city's current effort, is typically a multi-year effort, and it realigns the city's general plan with current and future policy goals. It is therefore not unusual for a jurisdiction to limit the acceptance of individual general plan amendment applications during that process. And that would include things such as rezoning, pre-zoning for annexation, or sphere of influence amendments, individual requests, because those do require changes to land use maps and potentially land use policies within your general plan. And the city of Hollister did adopt an effort or a resolution to this effect during the 2005 general plan land use update. And that policy was to defer consideration of those individual general plan amendments during the update, and required that they go first before the general plan steering committee that was in place at the time to review the proposal within the context of the proposed update of the city. And that's because an update of the city's general plan, as you've heard tonight, is a significant endeavor, and an individual request for an amendment outside can affect that comprehensive update process, and it creates some instability in the planning efforts. Changes at an individual level would need to be incorporated into the general plan update that the city is preparing, and that can involve changes to maps, text, diagrams, tables, et cetera, or be as detailed as requiring reanalysis of environmental documents and things like that. General plan amendments, as we've discussed previously in a few items several months ago, but they require their own environmental document to be prepared. And the way that the environmental documents work, you kind of have to establish a baseline. And so they have to tier off of each other and assume conditions of one project into the other. That does propose some problems from a processing perspective. Firstly, for the document that's going to be considered second, it uses the first project as an assumed baseline condition. And so when you make changes to the first project, you inherently affect the second project. And you would have to make any changes to the second document to reflect the changes from the first. And it kind of could potentially create an endless cycle in that way. That could involve, again, re-preparing any analyses for that second project, and any changes to the first project, or if it's not adopted as proposed, your baseline assumptions are no longer fair to be assumptions. So you have to kind of go back to the drawing board in that respect. Secondly, because the baseline condition of the first project has to be assumed for the second project, you have to certify that first project's environmental document before you can adopt an environmental document for the second project. Regardless of whether the second project was small, big, moved faster, moved slower, it has to wait for the first project. So that means that any delays in the first project are inherent delays in the second project. And finally, for a citywide project such as a general plan update, revising the document to accommodate the individual requests during the planning process can result in piecemeal development planning, and it can negate some of the large-scale planning discussion that the city council's having during the general plan and some of the policies that are proposed to be implemented to guide development after the adoption of the general plan. Pausing or revising the city general plan update and all of the required technical documentation to accommodate an individual request for a general plan update will be both costly to the city from time, resources, and budgeting, but it's also costly to citywide policy efforts that would have to be amended or adjusted to accommodate that individual request. The City of Hollister's Planning Division has formally received 6 applications for general plan amendments during the course of the update. One of these projects is a proposal for an industrial annexation north of the airport, and that was approved around the same time as the general plan update started in 2020, and that's been being processed alongside the general plan update. That project is still ongoing, but as you may recall, in December of last year, there were some amendments that we had to make to the general plan update to accommodate that project, and those amendments were at the cost of the city. Any additional changes, as kind of described, to that project may cause further changes to be needed to be made to the general plan update. At this time, it's assumed that that project will follow the general plan. So again, that goes to the timing. So that project is assuming the general plan is its baseline for an environmental perspective. Any changes to the general plan may affect that project in retrospect and require amendments to that project scope of work, which is costly to their time and budget as well. The second project was authorized for initiation of a general plan amendment and rezone for a currently commercial proposed mixed use site off of San Felipe Road and Maple Street. The city council did authorize that initiation in January 2023 and directed that the 2040 general plan update should follow that project. Amendments were made to the general plan update to accommodate that request within the scope that we already had. And work since January on the general plan has assumed that that is a baseline condition for that project. It's noted that at the time of writing, the applicant has not submitted their formal request or their formal application for the general plan update and rezone. That's the next step after initiation authorization. And so technically the general plan may need amendments to accommodate that request. The applicant has not moved forward. And I also received an email the other day that they may not be moving forward at all. So that's something that we'll discuss with the consultant as far as what, if any, amendments are needed. Again, it is a relatively small project, but that is the direction of the city council. So the remaining 4 applications that we've received have again been requests for initiation of general plan amendments. That includes sphere of influence amendments and or pre-zone for annexation. And additionally, though not formally received, we have received many requests from property owners, specifically property owners interested in annexation, sphere of influence amendments, and ultimately residential development. Probably about 30 properties kind of in various areas of the edge of the city who are definitely interested in coming into the city. And at this time, staff doesn't have clear direction from the council on how to process these requests and how to direct these applicants when they want to make these requests during the general plan update. Due to the complexities of environmental analysis, as I've described, and processing these projects that could have potential costs to the city and the timing of the general plan, we brought this item before you to get direction on how to proceed with those requests, both the ones formally submitted as well as inquiries that we may receive. And as the individual general plan amendments affect timeline, budget, policy direction of the general plan update, it is our recommendation that the council provide direction to pause processing of any new requests to initiate a general plan amendment until the adoption of the new general plan is complete, and for those requests to be considered after the adoption of the general plan update, taking into consideration the context of the policies proposed in the general plan. I believe that's my report. Thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So in essence, are you asking for council consideration of maybe creating a moratorium on doing general plan amendments until the new general plan is adopted by council?
Yes, that's a fair summary.
Okay.
A pause on the legislative decisions that are general plan amendments.
Right. And so you mentioned that you've got 6 currently and potentially up to another 30. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
And so in other jurisdictions that I'm familiar with, 4 is the law, but I also know that they'll bundle them so that 4 can become 12, could be 16.
Yes.
And so one of my questions is, number one, I'm supportive of hitting pause or a moratorium until we get the general plan completed. But what do we charge when we do a general plan amendment?
So I don't have the number off the top of my head, but the city of Hollister does have a policy where we require that initiation step. And if I remember correctly, I want to say that initiation application for, I believe, both a general plan amendment and a pre-zone, and they are 2 separate initiation requests, is probably about $3,000 for the staff time to put together the reports, bring it to council, look at the plans. DRC does review those initiation requests. And then only after the council, as a vote of 4 out of 5, authorizes the initiation, then they submit their formal application. And I believe, I want to say they're potentially around $16,000 for that application. And that does not include any environmental or technical analyses that would also be at the cost of the applicant.
Right. And I would presume they provide a down payment or they pay for the processing in advance.
Yes, so they pay at the time of application. Keep scrolling, but they pay at the time of application. She's looking at the wrong things. Okay, I'll look in a second, but they pay at the time of application.
Okay.
Yes.
And where I'm going with this is if we are truly trying to become budget neutral in this process, and if we were to fee on a time and materials basis, then I would also presume we would have the ability to outsource them to a consulting firm if we chose to offsite that work so that the city staff can focus on the day in, day out activities. And my sense is these are long, rarely do these things happen quickly, just depending on the complexity of it. I mean, there's so many different pieces of development. And so I guess that's all I want to ask at this point. I'm supportive of a moratorium. My experience on council in the 3 years I've been on council has been that nothing happens quickly in development anyway. And if we can focus on getting the general plan done, then we can address these more proactively moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Thank you, Eva. That was a good presentation. I appreciate it. So you explained the first two, which was very helpful. What about the next four? Like, where are we at with them? And have you spoken to them? And do you get, and I don't want you to go into detail with all of them, but I'm just wondering, is there anything that we can do to help them align, just like we did with the others? That's my first question.
Yeah, so the reason that I separated them, because I would consider the other four a little bit different, just because those are currently requests for initiation. So the first two I described have been approved for initiation and are underway, or as described, not underway. But the other four are requests for initiation. So the next step is to bring it forward to the council. But in order for staff to properly make a recommendation, we wanted to bring this discussion forward to you generally. But some of the proposals are proposing to be consistent with the proposed general plan. So that would require a change to the proposed general plan to remove that as a change and adopt the project would go forward proposing what the general plan is proposing, and the general plan would be amended so that that's the baseline and it's no longer a change proposed by the general plan, if that makes sense. And some of the proposals are to stick with the current general plan, so they don't want to follow the policies of the proposed general plan. So you got kind of a mix, both in inquiries and in submittals, of what people want. Some of them want to move forward with the general plan, but ahead of the general plan. And some want to move forward ahead of the general plan so they don't have to comply with the proposal. So a little bit of a mix.
And sorry, just to make a comment, also, when you look at moving, say, any of these proposals forward, even moving with the general plan, similar to the one project that we've just let you know that likely will not go forward, which is going to cause us to go back and reverse the change that we had already made to the general plan update. That's the danger that we've got with entertaining these, is because we don't know if these projects are actually going to go forward.
So it sounds like staff's recommendation is to put a pause on.
It would be very helpful for the entire process to put a pause.
How do
on,
other
yes.
cities handle these types of?
They usually put a pause.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any questions?
Pause.
So I guess my question if we have 30 or 34, I wasn't sure, projects, and we can only do 4, then, or is there going to be an analysis on all 34 of them so that we can determine like what's what, and then after we're done with the general plan, how does that evaluation piece happen with those 30 or 34 projects? Because obviously we're not going back and forth, but they're going to need it. There needs to be something done with those 30, right?
Well, so the 30 are just inquiries, and generally our kind of first response to these inquiries is to tell them about the general plan process and encourage them to submit their proposed, because they're all proposing an amendment to the general plan of some kind, right? We tell them, the city's in the process of a general plan update. We'd encourage you to bring this as a comment on the general plan. And if that's something that ultimately the city council wants to put into the general plan, the city will do it for you at our cost, because we're already doing it. So, right, we talked today about land use changes, and while there was some major ones, so there is going to be some cost amendment, some of these requests can be accommodated in the general plan, right? So for the ones that are proposing, hey, I love my new designation of medium density, I want to go forward now with medium density. Well, the city is doing the analysis to be medium density. So for the 4 we have submitted, the next step would be to bring them forward to the council to make a formal decision. And based on the direction, if the direction is to do some sort of moratorium, then the staff's recommendation on the individuals, the 4 requests we have, would be to deny that at this time and wait for the general plan update. With the other 30, there's nothing formal in, so there's nothing that needs to be done. Perhaps some of them have just been watching the general plan and have made their comment or not. But there's nothing formal, so there's no formal action that needs to be reviewed by staff or taken at this time on the other approximately 30.
Ms. Kelly, I'd like you to touch on if all 30 were ready to go.
Okay.
What does that look
Okay,
like?
so we had 34 or 36 general plan amendments before you. You would have to do one of two things. You would have to either say, these are my favorite 4, and we're going to adopt 4 individual ones. And then next year we'll take our next favorite 4. Or what you would do, which is more likely scenario, you'd say, we like these 28 and maybe those 2 we don't like. We adopt one general plan amendment that makes all 28 of these changes. That's how you would solve that problem. Okay.
So think about it as 4 votes.
4
It could have
votes.
many things or one thing.
Okay, thank you for that. That actually is very helpful. So I'm supportive of the policy.
Okay, so if there's no more questions, then we should probably do public comment.
Want to confirm Jennifer Churchill is not here. Okay, first speaker is Jason Noble.
Good morning. Had a lot of thoughts running through my head. I better stick to what I typed, but thank you all for considering agenda item number 2 this evening and the opportunity then to discuss annexation and pre-zoning applications now. Given the direction taken earlier by council, Stuart Fahmy is my client. He's in the process of purchasing owns some of the property, in process of purchasing some of the property there at Ladd and Union Road, and has previously made application with the city. He is comfortable moving forward with his annexation and pre-zoning application at his expense, which has already been submitted under LDR zoning and or under MDR zoning, because that was what we were told the zoning that was going to be adopted with the general plan was going to be. He's come before you and previous councils on several occasions seeking to proceed here under LDR or MDR zoning, including his property being one of the first to meet at the special Saturday study session with the council about upcoming projects where support was for this project to come back with an application. The concern here now being the higher densities that are being proposed for MDR and how that would look at this location. Is that what the council really wants a project to look like here? I defer to staff if you have questions about the potential height of the buildings that would be constructed, but would ask your permission for Mr. Fahmy to proceed with his application, begin environmental work needed for his project. I do want to, I got plenty of time. I do want to make a couple points that, as mentioned, a general plan is a living document. You have the ability to amend it 4 different times in any given year. I understand that there's work in project and the potential conflicts that could occur. They don't have to occur. They might, but with staff's work and the applicant's work, they don't have to occur. Things can work smoothly and in tandem. The other thing I want to point out, as the consultant had mentioned earlier, that when you look at these higher densities that you're considering, that he said, sure, 60 units, that could be a 5-story building. And the other gentleman that did the inclusionary housing presentation, you saw on the front cover of that was the project that was down here at 4th Street and Miller, the ag worker affordable housing project. I represented Pacific Communities in 2006, 2007, right before the market crashed. People came out with pitchforks and torches after us for wanting to build a 3-story building there. The comment that Pacific Communities made at that time, because staff had said, well, you can do subterranean parking, too expensive. So if you're going to, as you will, want a certain amount of parking on site with those higher densities, you're probably telling the developer, you have to do subterranean parking, which makes it cost prohibitive, and you're not going to get those projects in Hollister then. Thank you for your time.
The next public speaker is Carson Clower.
Thank you and hello again. I think any decision should be common sense and reasonable. I think the decision to put a pause is common sense. It's probably the right thing to do. It's going to make everybody's job easier, probably going to save money. My problem is is it actually reasonable? Now, I represent a couple of those pre-zone applications. Luckily, mine have only come in like the last 3 or 4 months or whatever. So we haven't really been that long. I think the other ones that Jason's talking about have been waiting for years. And when I say 4 years, I mean 4 years. I think they've actually been waiting to be heard on the pre-zone. Now, is that a reason to not put a pause? Probably not. I think a pause is probably still a good thing to do. But as Councilmember Burns said, these things take a long time. So if you're 5 years into your general plan, how long should it take to get your pre-zone done? How long should it take to get through LAFCO? You still have to do your EIR. So if you're that project, you started 4 years ago, you got to wait probably another 8 months if you're lucky. And then your EIR is going to take a couple years. 10-year project, maybe? Does that make any sense? I don't know. You have to hold paper on that the whole time. Do you end up building the project as things change? Maybe, maybe not. Your pre-zone application right now does not have a timeline for review or response. Not from council, because we kind of know that that's not going to happen anytime soon. That could take a long time, could take forever. But there's no timeline for review or response from staff. Now, you have really good staff, so if you ask enough questions, you'll get an answer on that. But if you don't follow up, no one's going to say this is your planner or this is who's looking at your application. So if you put a pause, great, but when you unpause or you press play, you should probably have some sort of policy that says, whether it's 30 days or 90 days or 10 million years, that somebody should respond to the application. If you take the money, you should have to respond. Maybe it's, hey, this is a horrible idea and we don't like it. But someone should say something. So should a pause happen? Yeah. Get the general plan done. And then hopefully we can start the clock and the process can be faster for initiation of pre-zone and actual pre-zone, and then going to LAFCO and then coming back. Like, thanks.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Good evening. So the word moratorium just puts a scare in people's minds. And I know you're talking about slowing down this process, but Carson brings up the great point regarding the timeline. So you slow everything down. Now you've got your process and you have all these people waiting and everybody applies. It could take 2 years before you finally decide. But they're ready to go. They're at the starting line. And I'm calling it a backlog because you're not accepting it yet. So it's going to become a backlog because everyone, maybe 5 or 7 people apply, 7 applications. So should you have a timeline? If you have 1 application and it's reasonable to say you have 30 days to respond, should you have 11 applications, then you should come up with some type of a guideline to say no more than 90 days of a response. That's still a long time to wait as one individual, and it's really important for that applicant, that developer, because they've been waiting for a long time. Everyone thinks that, oh, this is happening so quickly. It doesn't happen so quickly. I don't represent anyone with any property whatsoever. I just come up here and I just, in my opinion, because I'm always right, that's what it is. It's just an opinion, but it's based on an opinion on what the community feels like. The majority, not a minority of the community. So when you come up here and you're there, you sit there and you make these decisions, someone said earlier, you're making a decision that's going to affect someone's life. And if an individual is fortunate enough to have property in that location because they inherited it or whatever it is that they did, whether they purchased it 40 years ago and they've been waiting for this moment, you're making the decision whether or not. And these folks should have the right, as long as it falls under policy, to be able to do what it is they want with their property. So don't make them wait any more longer than they already have. So come up with some type of a timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Stuart Fahmy on Zoom.
Yeah, good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. I spoke earlier and Jason just talked about my property on the corner of Union and Ladd. And we have submitted a rezoning application in front of the council in a special study that was specially decided by the council to take a look at all the projects submitted to you. And you allowed us to move forward with the project. And we went to staff and we paid our application fee. We've been working on it for years. And now you're asking us to pause. After all that time and effort and money that has been expended working with the staff, working with engineers, working with the city, telling us to pause is just simply unfair. I think the best idea is for whatever application that are already underway, that to let them continue at a slower pace until the GP update is adopted, but not stop everyone, including the ones that have already spent the money and effort and time for years to go ahead in front of you and basically do what you told us to do. In your special study, you allowed us to go forward with the project. And we did. We listened to you and we did what you asked us to do. And now after that decision was made, you're coming back and say, oh, okay, sorry, folks, we're gonna stop it. And it doesn't really matter what it's called, pause or moratorium. The fact of the matter is, we don't know how long it's gonna take for the general update to be adopted. And what we suggested, we're paying for all the fees that the staff has been talking about. And we are willing to go either medium or low density. We prefer low density, but if the council wants us to go medium density, we will comply with that. We will work with you and with the staff to get the project going. I think that's an important project and an important location. We've talked to you about it. You've allowed us to move forward, and now you're asking us to pause. I really don't think it's fair. I think the proper and reasonable idea is to allow the ones that are already underway to continue and maybe pause the ones that haven't really applied yet because they haven't expended any money or time or effort, and allow us to move forward with our project. I thank you for listening to me and have a good night.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Paul Rovella.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members. Paul Ravella, I believe, I'm not sure who the four unnamed applicants are, but I believe I may represent one of them. And I can tell you from personal experience, the reason that application was submitted was because at that point, the city had been, I think, at least 3 years into the general plan update process, and there was no clear indication from city staff or the elected officials as to the status of the general plan. It wasn't until very recently that there was activity on the city level with respect to moving the general plan forward. The one thing, I guess, what I'm hoping to get out of this meeting is some clarification on the end date for the pause. I don't want to point to our neighbors over the hill, Monterey County, and the nightmare they went through approving their general plan in 2005 and having the last challenge to the environmental document in the general plan resolved in 2022. I'm hoping that the end trigger for the pause would be the city council's decision to approve it, as opposed to the expiration or resolution of all subsequent appellate or challenge actions. Because as you might imagine, a 17-year pause might get pretty unruly. So I'm just hoping that we can get some clarification on when the actual end date for the pause would be, if a pause is the pleasure of the city council. Thank you very much.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay. Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
I'd love to, Mayor. Thank you. So I heard Mr. Clower say actually 10 million years. And so maybe I think that was being facetious, I'm hoping. Can I get a little clarification? Is Mr. Fahmy's project one that is going through the process right now?
Depends. So Mr. Fahmy has applied for initiation of a general plan amendment. So the council has not authorized one way or another whether or not he can proceed with that. That would be something you would have to make a decision on. So he has applied for an initiation request, but he is not in the process of a general plan amendment because that has not been approved by you or submitted by him.
Okay. And how about whoever Mr. Rovella's client is?
I believe that Mr. Ravella represents also one of the four, but I could be wrong. But I do not believe he represents either the industrial project or the mixed use project.
Okay. And the purpose for my question is I don't want these guys blowing in the wind unnecessarily if they've already started a process. And I would be fine even moving forward with those as a commitment on behalf of this and past city councils. But on the other hand, if we think we're talking 7 months from now to where we can, the council can bang the gavel and call it good, then I think that's reasonable. And so I'll defer to the council and the will of the council in that regard. But I certainly don't think 17 years is a reasonable amount of time. And I just can't even fathom that happening. But again, I can understand the concerns of the development community in that regard. One of the things that came up during public comment was about consistency in process. And I couldn't agree more. I very much buy into structure and process. And in other places where I've worked on almost everything that government does, they either call it a process map or they call it a workflow. And I think that when you have those processes in place, they clearly define expectations that are reasonable and accomplishable. And so if we don't have that as part of our development process, and I could say that for our code enforcement process, our building inspection process, I could go on and on and on. Those are critical elements. And if we don't have those, then I would ask that staff move forward to create those, because I do understand when people apply for services that they have expectations, and I'd rather under promise and over deliver than create false expectations that they just create additional work for staff. And so I'd like to move forward in that regard. And then the other thing that I would like council to consider for staff's consideration would be, if we're allowed to do 4 general plan amendments a year, if we did 1 every quarter, you pick the date, and anybody that comes in prior to that date or within a couple of weeks of that date, depending on when the staff report has to be completed, can be bundled up to bring it to council. Then that way, again, we have some clarity in what this council will expect and what the community's expectation of the city government would be. And so I'd like to push those out to council for their consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't know how long it's going to take. That was a good comment from the public speaker. We don't know how long it's going to take on our end. We don't know how long it's going to take on their end. It could go either way, right? So that's the problem. That's why we're here. And I know you guys don't have an easy job, but we got to do something. So sometimes the developers also play this game where, you know, they're going to wait to see if this goes through. And if not, then they're going to pull the trigger on this. And we just can't afford to play those games right now. We got to work for the public's best interest. We've got to get this done. So I'm going to stand with staff's recommendation to put a pause, and hopefully we will get the rest of the general plan done expeditedly. We just put it out another several months, right? And then we can move forward with some of these. And I don't consider the 30 inquiries like even mentionable. They're just inquiries, right? So if they haven't started the process, they're not even should be considered. We've got 4 people in the hopper. So I understand that they're frustrated. I understand that they're waiting to see where this goes, but we're just gonna have to do something. So I'm gonna stand with staff's decision on that and hit the pause button.
Councilmember Perez.
I'm pausing already.
Vice Mayor. Thoughts?
I think I'm very concerned about 4 years is a very long time. And especially I think if we had whatever gentleman came to our special city session and we had already approved, that's very concerning to me that it's taken this long. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Burns that we should definitely have a workflow. We definitely need to have timelines. I'd like to see that come back in terms of policy. And I know that we're already contracting out the work because of staffing. So I think that's already done in terms of relieving staff and so I think we just need to do a job overall. And I think we should consider, if they've been waiting for 4 years, having it move forward with these projects, with the general plan. And I don't know if it's gonna take 6 months, according to PlaceWorks, is that right? PlaceWorks?
I think at a minimum, we'll know more when we have a rescope.
At a minimum, 6 months. So we're already talking. I mean, like, and if you add 50% to that, just because of our government, it's gonna be a while. So I like just because we committed, they've already spent the money, they've already been waiting 4 years. I don't know how long it's gonna really take us to finish this general plan. So we should include those projects as we move forward, and then put a pause on the 30 if they're inquiries, and then bring them back every quarter for consideration as bundled items.
Oh, I'm being asked to clarify the time frame on the 4 years, if I may. So the applicant has applied over the course of 4 years for 3 other requests for initiation of general plan and rezone on the same property, or pre-zone, I should say. 3 of those have been denied. The applicant, somewhat more recently, it has been several months, could possibly be coming up on about a year, but I don't know the exact date that it was submitted. But the current initiation request has not been in with staff for 4 years.
So the other 3 came to council and were.
The
denied
other
by
3
council.
requests for initiation of rezone for the property were before the council and denied over the course of 4 years. So they have been trying to get annexed into the city for 4 years. That is a true statement. But the application with the city now has not been in with the city for 4 years, just sitting.
Clarification. Okay, so I think you have another.
I just want a little clarification. I mean, I know, again, Councilmember Perez and I have dealt with this at least on one instance where I thought this council, and I think Councilmember Resendez was part of the council at the time too, gave the direction to move forward. And so I'm presuming that was the last attempt. And so what I don't want to do is just unnecessarily hit the brakes. And so we're talking in approximates here because we don't have the specifics. And so I think it would be helpful to have more of the specifics in this one specific instance so that we can make an informed decision. Because I'm sorry? No, I just, for me, we're talking one project. I heard Mr. Ruvella say something about one too, and it's hard to really drive a direction when we don't have all the specific data. And this, and I want to be real clear, I'm not placing fault, blame, or expectation on city staff. We just need clarification on it, because 7 months doesn't seem like a long period of time to me, but I haven't been trying to push this rock forward for 4 years. And I get the 4 years may be a different perspective. And so, but I do know, because I do remember him, and I do remember his representative discussing this in the past, and I've only been on council 3 years, and I don't remember at one time. So my presumption is the other 3 failed attempts happened prior to myself and Councilmember Perez coming on board. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak one more time.
Sure. Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. I remember him too, very clearly. I remember his project. We talked about his project again It did not change. It's part of the general plan. So if we allow this one developer, well, guess what? We're going to do exactly what the staff is asking us not to do. We're going to have to redo the general plan again. It's going to put us out even further. One's going to lead to two, two is going to lead to three, and then four. We can't keep doing this dance. We can't be going back and forth with developers. So yeah, staff recommendation. It was before us again this evening. And my recollection is that it stayed the way that it was on the proposed general plan. Nothing changed.
Mayor, if I may ask, I'd like our consultant and Miss Kelly to talk about if those four were to be allowed to go through, what that does on the timing of the general plan, so you have the full picture.
That would be fine. I'd like to just make one little, if I can squeeze in just one. One of the speakers talked about having a specific timeline and not having to go through all of the challenges or whatever. Is that something that's doable, and is that a shorter time frame, or what does that mean for us? It would be nice to be able to give a timeline and say, yes, at this point we can unpause.
Yes, so I'll address timeline in two different concerns because I've heard it and that I consider it two different things. So the first, to address timeline of a potential moratorium on processing of applications for general plan amendments, if that's the will of the council, and the direction of the council. You could do a couple of different things. I think our recommendation at a baseline would be to put a sunset of the adoption of the general plan update and certification of the environmental document for that. Or you could put a sunset on it where you do something like for a year, or when the general plan is adopted, whichever comes first. And then after a year, we can come back to you and we can have a discussion again, or a year and a half, or whatever the council might will. So you could have, and I think based on the direction tonight, the plan was to come back with some sort of policy for adoption by the council. So we'd have that, but we could take your direction on how you'd like to see a time frame on the proposed policy. And then to address timelines as far as processing and things like that, planning department is severely understaffed even with our consultants. And because general plan amendments, pre-zones, et cetera, rezones are a legislative process, they get unfortunately pushed to the back burner because some of our development applications are on legal timelines to be processed in certain timeframes. And so those are pushed to the priority of staff processing. So I have drafted all of the reports for the projects that are in place, but it's really been a question of what do we want to do? Do we want to keep having the conversation of which CEQA document do you want to be first? Do you want us to amend the general plan? So we wanted to bring this discussion before you so that we know how to move forward, not just with the four, but also with any futures, because they could submit tomorrow. Anyone could submit any application any day. So we wanted to get some policy direction on how we should proceed with the ones we have in place, and how we should proceed if we get another one next week or the following week while we're still doing this general plan.
Okay. Yes, please. Would you? Thank you.
I really want to acknowledge the discussion you're having, and it is a very complicated situation because, of course, property owners want to be able to proceed with their projects. But I really want to point out the example of those first two out of the six that Eva mentioned. In both cases, we made a really good faith attempt to accommodate these two developers. And I realize, the performance of those two shouldn't necessarily be an indication of how others would perform. But in both cases, those two have already become an issue that is probably going to slow us down further. In both cases, in the first case, we had to have several special meetings to try and figure out how to get the two EIRs to work with each other. We've made a series of accommodations, and yet it's still not going quite according to the plan that we made the last time we met. In the case of the second one, we've already changed our project description to presume that the project was already going to be completed. And now we're hearing that it's likely not going to be completed. And now we have to go back and change the project description of our current document to reflect the fact that that project will not have been completed after all. So that's, I think, a really good indication of the kinds of problems that this creates. I recognize that it's very difficult to be a landowner or a developer and continue to wait But even in the case of Mr. Fahmy or Mr. Rovella's client, and we're not quite sure who he is, but those are two of the other four, it's very possible that those 2 or 4 will proceed in exactly the way that those other 2 have proceeded, and they will continue to bog us down. And I think Councilmember Resendez said, if you make one exception for Mr. Fahmy, then how do you say no to the person who comes in tomorrow and says, well, you made an exception for this person, can't you make an exception for me? The one thing I would add would be that as of tonight, we have very clear guidance of what we expect will be in this updated general plan. Mr. Fahmy talked about moving forward more slowly. He can do that. He can meet with staff over the next couple of weeks. He can get an exact description of what the land use designation on his site will be upon adoption. He can spend the next 6 or so months making a very concise and well-crafted application for a project consistent with the future general plan, and he can file it the day after you all approve the new document at the end of 6 or 7 or 8 months. That may be a few months slower than he would have liked, but actually he needs some time from here on out to do that application. He can get it in place. He can have it ready. And that's not just true of him. It's true of any of the other 34 possible applicants. And I just encourage you to put this pause in place. Let us do our work. Every time somebody comes forward, that's the other thing to understand. Every time they come forward, then we have a series of meetings, and having those meetings slows us down again. So if you bring us 3 new applications every month, and we have to meet with each of those 3 applicants to figure out how to accommodate them, it just adds time to our process. So it's really much easier on us for all those reasons, and it will keep this process moving forward. If you can just do, I think 3 council members already said, let's put a pause in place. I'd encourage you to put that pause in place, have it be, and I will add 1 or 2 related other things. I think you should be very clear the pause will be lifted as soon as you adopt the general plan. And the only, I don't know exactly what happened in Monterey County, but I do know that there were extensive lawsuits. No one can control for this. It is possible that if you are sued on your general plan, which I hope will not be the case, it is possible that a judge will put an injunction on additional general plan amendments or applications. That's up to a judge. None of us can control that. But I think you can clearly state that as soon as the general plan is adopted, then anyone who wants to, A, can file an application under that general plan, and B, if they still don't like the general plan, they can initiate a further amendment. But I would encourage you to wait until you've got this current general plan adopted.
Thank you. I won't take up too much time, but I was going to say exactly what he said. I would recommend, obviously, that we go with the pause and that we use the language that Ms. Kelly said to sunset in at the same time as the general plan's adopted because of what this gentleman stated. That would be my recommendation. It sounds like we have consensus. I'm going to stop talking.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. I'm going to continue it though. So, when I think about this, it reminds me of every 3 years, the building codes change and councils or boards adopt the revised building codes. And so, if they were moving forward in the way they currently are, the current general plan would be applicable to them, right? And so if they wanted to build their project within the confines of the current general plan, they could still move forward at this point, and that would be what would be applicable to their project. Is that correct?
I would say it depends. And I think it depends on how you set up the environmental document, as we kind of discussed. So you would decide which one's going first. So if you decided that their project was going before the general plan, then they would be making a project proposal based on the current general plan. If you decided that they were waiting for the new general plan, then they would have to apply for a project consistent with the general plan in place when their project is adopted. Does that answer your question?
Well,
Right. So you have to decide which one goes first. So you could decide that it goes first, then they'd follow the current general plan.
But I think a different answer to the same question is that only projects that are consistent with the current general plan can be proposed under the current general plan. So there are projects out there among those 34 that are inconsistent with today's general plan. Under this pause, those people can't submit. They could submit a different project that is consistent with the general plan, but if they're outside the current sphere, if they're outside the, if they've got a use that's inconsistent, those people just need to wait. But you're absolutely right. Someone who's inside the city limit, and wants to do a project that's consistent with the existing general plan, they could theoretically apply for it. And I don't think that's not what this pause is about, right?
Yes,
This
it's about
pause is only about general plan amendments and or annexations to come into the city in a way that's inconsistent with the current general plan.
So, okay, thanks. So in Mr. Fahmy's case, he's proposing a general plan amendment though, or is he not? Because I've heard him say, I'll do it this way, I'll do it that way. Just tell me I want to do it and move it forward. So that's
Yes.
part of the frustration I'm saying.
And that's why, and Mary, stop me if I'm not allowed to talk in detail on one project, but that project has been proposed in multiple ways and then by multiple applicants, which is why it has kept coming forward to the council as opposed to being something that you can't reconsider. But there have been proposals to come in at low density, which is compliant with the current general plan, denied because staff's recommendation has been wait for the general plan because of the complexities on all of the recommendation. That was denied. It has come in as a proposal for the updated general plan, but did not include an application for a general plan amendment. And the current general plan, they were proposing a change, so that was denied. And then it came back with a new applicant proposed for the current general plan of low density. And currently it is proposed for the new general plan density of medium. So they've applied for both. Both is a logical application. The request before the council tonight is for direction on all of them. And staff's recommendation is a pause on all, whether they are compliant with current or compliant with future, to pause all, consider them after the adoption, and then you would obviously be considering proposals for applications that are compliant with your general plan or are proposing to amend it in a way that you agree to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I absolutely, have a sense of frustration here because we're talking in generalities when there's specifics and these do involve people in their lives and their financial successes or failures. And so I'm fine with the pause as opposed to the moratorium. And, but I would want it to be for a time certain. I've heard the consultant say somewhere between 5 and 7 months. And so in my mind, I'm kind of hoping that this happens before the next election cycle. And so I would be fine with a pause for 7 months, time specific, because people's lives are hanging in the balance to some degree. And I don't want to be over dramatic here, but they're going to make financial decisions. Loans are the last time I did anything or was aware, it was always prime plus, or construction loans were prime +2. And so I don't know what the current industry is, but there's a lot that has to go on here. And so I just don't think we make these without taking all those factors into consideration. And so that'd be my recommendation to council. Thank you for your presentation.
Before it's 10 o'clock, so do we have an okay to go a little past and finish up, hopefully?
A little means like 10 minutes, 7
Yeah,
minutes.
just a minute or so.
Quick legal question, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I hear what he's saying, and I considered that. How likely is that going to make us liable? And I know you're attorney, you're going to say we're always liable, right? Would you recommend sunset clause concurrent with the general plan? Or would you recommend a date certain? To me, it sounds like we can get in trouble by the developers or the public on the option that Councilmember Burns said. And then I'm just looking at our liability that we're more safer from a legal perspective to go with the staff's recommendation.
I don't know if it's less risk either way. It just seems more logical to go with when the general plan is adopted, simply because if you're at the 7 months and you're right there with your general plan about to finish it, and now you need to go back and amend, that's going to push it out even more. But if you had a time limit, I mean, I suppose you could at the 7 months say, oh, we're this close. So maybe a way to resolve it is make it in accordance with when the general plan is adopted, but have updates. General, like this is where we are with the general plan update. And if it's looking like it's going to take a whole year, council can revisit their decision. That's another way to do it too. But really it is council's preference.
So, Vice Mayor.
I would say so that the general plan doesn't go on the back burner. I think we need to prioritize, and I think we need to do a time certain of 7 months. At the minimum, 7 months. And then have updates so that we know where we are. But if we don't make this a priority, it will never be a priority. And we haven't had relief on the staffing issues for years, so I don't know if that's going to improve anytime soon.
Councilmember Perez.
I think that, I think we need to give you guys as much time. We need to be fair to the developers also. So I think that's a good plan also.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing you mentioned a time certain, and that's what you were talking about. The three, so three of you, that's consensus then to do time certain, and you said 7 months. Is it, I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, no,
There's a lot of
that-
talking
that-
here.
That's what I said, but I based that on what I heard the consultant say. Said no sooner than 5 and no more than 7. And we always know that, that's a fair range. And so that's why I picked 7. I want to just stay on point here.
I'm comfortable with you saying 7 with the understanding that there will be regular check-ins and an understanding that in 5, we may come back to you and say we're on track, but it's actually going to be 4 more. And we encourage you to extend the 7 to 9. But we can keep you posted about that and come back at 3 or 5 months and tell you where we are relative to the 7.
Right. Thank you.
So I agree with what you're saying. It's like, I'm hoping though, you're gonna come back in 3 or 4 months and say, we're ready sooner, because I know that staff and everybody here in this community wants this done. I don't think it's gonna go to a back burner. In fact, I think we're like so close, you guys are gonna be pushing through. So we can have it agendized in 2 weeks.
Nice try. So I think we've got consensus there. We'll do it for a time certain 7 months, but with regular check-ins, and if we need to revisit or extend, we can talk about it then.
So I'm going to
Yeah.
recommend council bring back a resolution for approval on consent calendar at the next meeting.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I was just going to clarify, I think it's 7 months or less if we're done. 7 months or when the general
That
plan
is
is
correct.
adopted,
Correct.
whichever comes first.
That's what David wanted to say. I can just tell.
Yeah, well, and Mr. Early is fairly confident. What I was going to ask is to determine that 7 months when we bring back the item, to give him a moment to digest everything else that was discussed and direction was given on tonight. There was a lot of changes that were made. And so I wanted to just give him the breathing room of being able to go and scope it out, come back with that quote and an updated timeline. So we'll work with him. We'll bring back a resolution that has a time certain date, that is subject to evaluation along the way, that also has a mention that if we get done, it's done. And we will work on that as well.
Mayor,
Yes,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
we also, or at least I heard 2 of us say that we're also looking for policy on workflow and timelines. That was going to be important for the process moving forward. So I want to make sure that that's not.
Flow and timelines.
If I may, to that point, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would just say that staff is aware that our processes are very confusing. That's part of what we're doing in the zoning update, and we're trying to work on timelines, better applications, better processes generally. So we're aware and we're trying to work on that. It's definitely on top of our mind.
I would like to just thank you guys, because it's like, I can't imagine how complicated, and it's like, yeah, just do this. But no, I really, you know what, and it's not just you guys, it's also the residents. It's nice to see you guys come out and everybody to get along. So thank you guys.
Yes, and thank you so much for your patience and explaining things, especially to us newbies on this. So it's much appreciated. So I think we are ready to adjourn then.
So moved.
All right, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Meeting is now adjourned. Oh my.